at the world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोक अब. देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed, pick up a seat, get in your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realm to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. What do you see? I'm more than average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त में मौर्य या दिला तू लोरियां. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. Shout out my son for the rain though. And I won't cut my leg. Running fist fires, get no rest. Go pop one ring, go pop missile. If I wish I put one pistol on my head. Was popping and popping, love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the NBO, fill up in the air. I be hitting minimal when I'm on the air. Yeah, boy so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, catch a bone on the stair. Renegade, Risco, 24. Let him move blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an O3 kit. Room, boom, up 400 dash whoa. Got to see 100 D and move. Get lifted, body be cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got banana on me. Oh, scared of my life. Skittle. Scream, head flat. Take all the right side center. Side, I need to spin it. Blind with a face, spin relay on this light. We gon' see where to take off. I am the chosen one, as I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. Body up another on me. Oh, double nine. Renegade. Let's go. Got more blood, but it can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an OB. Get room, boom, up 400. That's roll. Cut through C, 100. Get cool. Get lifted by the new big cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body up another on me. Oh, double nine.
我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化，都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈，你们胜利也不受崇拜。I'm a great, I go way, pop and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. Yeah, you wanna be me, but I stand out. You on flat earth looking at my cloud. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人现实，快失败了也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈，你胜利也不受崇拜。Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 你看我的 set 就知道我的团队在团结。Team's the best， 他们值得 respect， 我们之间有巨大的差别。连我妈妈也叫我永远的神。我一回家，她说大儿子你很 tough， 一直不带不能被取代，比我更努力的人也不存在。到时我起来和点酸奶直接出了那战斗。I'm great, I go way, pop and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. If you wanna be me, but I stand out. You're on flat earth looking at my cloud. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人现实，快失败了也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈，你的胜利也不受崇拜。我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人现实，快失败了也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈，你的胜利也不受。Standing tall through the test. 咱们值得 respect. Standing tall through the test. 咱们值得 respect. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人现实，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈。And now we still go ape, hey. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. I'm a true to respect. Standing tall through the test.
ahead of this. You don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, high as I can get. But nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just thread. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and everywhere we go will lead to an open door. We've made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and oh, there is nothing to keep me back from you. I got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and no, there is nothing. And everywhere we go, we're leading to an open. Keep me back, keep me back, keep me back.
Welcome to the grand finals of Game Changer Oceania 2025. Today is the day we get to crown a winner and send them off to Game Changers Pacific. It's going to be super exciting because today is between KISS and TSG.
Yeah, it is between KISS and TSG. I'm Jem with Profound Rise here on the desk for today as we take you through kind of the journey that these two teams have gone on to, and it's going to represent.
It's going to be exciting to crown one. We've had these two verse off each other earlier in the upper bracket final just yesterday, where KISS did take the entire series, which is a little bit surprising for us. I think TSG were the favorites, were our representatives last year for Game Changers Pacific, but they took down TSG, and now TSG has had that lower bracket finals win and are back here for revenge.
And TSG are going to be looking for, like, fired up, not only from the match that they won yesterday, but just being in the lower bracket period. I think that was something that was unexpected for us and everyone, and I'm sure for themselves as well, and the coaching staff that didn't expect to be in the lower bracket. But let's take a look at how we got here in the first place, this format here of the format. So we are currently in split 2, meaning that this is the opportunity for one of these teams to represent us here in Game Changers Pacific.
Yeah, we went through split 1 earlier with Swiss, and had 2 teams qualify through split 1 into this split 2 playoffs, and of course 2 teams from split 2 Swiss stage qualifying through, and these top 4 teams have been versing it out so far, and now only 2 remain. But of course we can only send 1 off to Pacific, so today we find out who that one team is in this best of 5 final. Let's have a look at the prize pool coming through. It is 5,650 Australian dollars in total. But today, we're determining first and second, where first walks away with 2,500 and the spot to Pacific, and second place walks away with 1,600.
Yeah, so money to play for, as well as, reputation, wanting to boast, and of course getting to play overseas if they are that first place finish.
Yeah, for wanting to play overseas is going to be the goal here. TSG, 3 of their members, when they were Swaglord 1000, have already done that. And looking at this brackets, we can see the journey that these teams have, where KISS has won 2-1 in the first round, and then the upper brackets finals 2-1 again winning. So these wins have been pretty close, but they have been favoring KISS. And now in this best of 5 here against TSG, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, completely different journeys here to get to the grand finals, and I think TSG not thinking that they would have this journey of being knocked down to the lower bracket, and by KISS as well, who is, who they end up with in the grand finals. So definitely, TSG looking for the salty run back, I think, here, going through lowers to get to this grand finals, and KISS feeling confident, feeling on top of the world. When we spoke to Anna earlier, she seemed really excited, really confident, and extremely happy to be there. But I can't help but note that I feel like she was somewhat surprised. The excitement wasn't like, yeah, we won. The excitement was like, oh my god, we won. How did that happen? So I think that will be interesting compared to TSG, who after yesterday's game seemed extremely laser focused.
Yeah, they were definitely laser focused. They were working together extremely well as a team. So I'm excited to see what kind of strats they come out with in this entire best of 5. Now, remember, this is a best of 5 where the top seed, the upper bracket, they will be able to ban 2 extra maps and be able to choose which position they want with the map veto. So a bit of an advantage coming through with KISS. But as you mentioned yesterday, Jem, you think TSG shouldn't be concerned about that?
No, I think their map pool is by far the best in the tournament and in Game Changers, both splits here. I think TSG have always had a really wide map pool because they are just such a fantastic team and great at playing a lot of different compositions. I mean, you have like half of these players basically being flex players because they can play so much here. So I don't think TSG needs to be too concerned about not getting the map veto. Obviously, you want that advantage. You want those 2 initial bans and then to pick the first map as well. I don't think anyone's going to, turn up their nose at that opportunity. But I think if there's anyone who can bounce back from that, it's definitely TSG.
Yeah, TSG, we have seen them have so much experience back when they were Swaglord 9000 with their 3 core members. But KISS, we don't know much about compared to them. So let's have a look more about KISS, though. Let's have a look at their roster. Now,
Yeah, so for Kiss, we have Soko, Sonzu, Sumi, Hale, and Anna.
yeah, this is a very strong team. We've seen them come through, staying in the upper bracket. But one key player, of course, is Soko, who has actually won Game Changers 2024 Split 1 before as part of Raindrops back last year. So they have a lot of experience still. But the rest of the team, two of these members we haven't really seen before until this year.
Yeah, but it's been really exciting to see, you know, some new faces and also to see kind of these more legacy players evolve throughout this tournament and throughout the years of GC. And Soko kind of a mainstay here of the GC scene in OS as well. And it's been really exciting to see her continue to be just an absolute star player. But honestly, I feel like on this roster, the star of this team for me has actually been Sonzu's here on the Sentinel role, who has just been an absolute freak, to be honest, and carrying a lot of the fights here. So excited to see what Sonzus is going to do here for Kiss in this grand finals.
Yeah, completely agreed. Kiss do have that strong front, the Sentinel Sonzus, but let's have a look at TSG because they also have an amazing roster as well. We have the three core members from Swaglord 9000, Alana, Farah, and Bethany, with the new additions Lily and Tiff. But you know, Tiff also has extreme experience in Game Changers OCE.
Yeah, these are a lot of experienced players here. Obviously, you know, you look at that core and how well they did, not only in GCOs, but also just internationally, particularly recently, getting a third place finish, I believe, which is definitely nothing to scoff at and the best result here for our GCOs teams overseas. Lily coming into this tournament, you know, kind of new kid as far as Game Changers is concerned, but Lily has been unreal impressive and has certainly filled the hole of the previous GC duelists.
Yeah, Lily at Raze and Neon, so excited to see what she brings to the table. Then how flexible this team is of TSG. Yeah. Alana, Ferret, Bethany, and agents, and they switch up. Of course, some of these players do have more specializing agents.
Yeah, I kind of they can play everything. I mean, you've got Ferret playing the Vice, also the Phoenix. I feel like anything is possible. Makes it so deep and such a tough opponent for Kiss to face here.
Agree, and yeah, with Kiss still having that upper the map veto, even then, yeah, still to verse. Which maps do you ban? Which ones are the strong ones? Which ones are the weak ones? There is a lot of information from Split 2, Swiss stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you know you don't. Difficult, but look, you got quite a bit of footage yesterday because, you know, TSG having to play more games as they are in the lower bracket here and going full distance on both of their matches yesterday. So that's and potentially you're expecting as well. So at least, you know, you have a lot of footage, but I mean, there's only so many hours between that game ending and today beginning. So I think it's going to be interesting to see what our teams could come up with in the, it's not even 24 hours, in the 12 hours between the game and this first one here.
Good, decent amount of sleep to be able to click the heads efficiently, of course. But yeah, I do wonder which I'm wondering if they're going to be trying to ban maps that they're the least comfortable with, or ones that, you know, they've lost on before. Because remember, they did go 2-1 in the 2 series they did. They might be wanting to ban out the 2 maps that they lost on.
Yeah, potentially. I think it's going to be really interesting because these teams are kind of in small differences between these 2 squads. But I believe our map pick ban is ready here, so we'll be able to see what has been picked. So Kiss are banning Ascent and Haven. I think it because TSG has been fantastic here on Ascent. I don't think Kiss has been, you know, atrocious here on Ascent, but they will be banning that one out. And our first map here is Lotus Rise. So finally, we're getting the GCOs special. And this is the first time we'll see TSG play Lotus here in this tournament so far.
Yeah, excited to see Lotus. We've only seen them play, I think, once in Swiss stage this year, split one, but that was with a slightly different team with the 3 core members, and since then we haven't really seen it since. So from them, so I'm excited to see what happens. They've been banning it out constantly. Gem and I have been theorizing a little bit, like, is it because they feel like it's their weakest map? Is it because they feel like everybody else is super strong on it? Or is it because they're hiding something special?
Yeah, I kind of think that they're hiding something special because, I mean, of course, the roster has made there have been some changes with the roster in, the last split or so, but I feel like it's just such a mainstay for the core of this team. I feel like they would be silly to not play this map. It's always been really good for them, and I feel like for a team that can flex, this is a kind of map compositionally that really, really suits this team. You're likely going to see Alana here on the to see it. And I think, to be honest, we could see Tiff running the Vice here. Now, for Kiss Rise, what do you think about Lotus here for this first match?
So, he heard me, like, I'm sure if you guys heard me yap about Fade, being a Fade, I mean, I love Fade so much, and Lotus is generally the mainstay for Fade. If you're going to play Fade on a map, usually Lotus is one of those maps. And we have seen TSG back when on those 5.9000 play Fade basically consistently. But when I was looking at Kiss's stats, when I was gaming, they actually don't really play Fade that much, but I am still hopeful for the Fade. But I actually might be surprised. Well, I won't be too surprised if there is no Fade coming from Kiss.
Yeah, it looks like they have played the Fade recently, so you might actually get your wish here, Rice. It'll be interesting to see, because I totally agree. Fade is such a great pick on this map, and hopefully we can get a look at the rest of the map pick bands, because I honestly just got excited about Lotus, and we started yapping about Lotus, but I do want to see, the rest of the maps there effectively brought up for us, because I cannot remember what the rest of the map pool was. Do you remember what the rest of the map pool was? I feel like Sunset was in there.
Yeah. Sunset was in there. Pearl was the second pick. Pearl is the one that TSG did pick next. So I'm excited to see how that goes. Pearl was a very interesting one. That was one of the ones that they did sometimes ban out, preferring the Icebox to it. So Icebox was TSG's last pick, and Sunset was the third map that will be played, and so Icebox being the last one. Split being the decider map is actually pretty interesting as well, because that was one that kind of went the full distance yesterday. But I think we do have Agent Select ready, so let's have a look at what these teams have locked in.
Oh,
we have Fade. Okay, that's fine. My little Fade fangirl moment is over. But the interesting one is maybe Clove and
we have
Chamber.
to ignore the Fade here to kind of talk about everything else that's happening at the moment. So you will be getting the double controller setup here from TSG on the Clove and the Omen. And actually, I'm eating my words because Bethany is on the Omen and Alana is on the Fade here. But Lily here on the Raze, and I think Lily played fantastically yesterday. I feel like she's really evolved. Every map that we've seen, she's just gotten better and better. So really excited to see that. And Sonzuz, I mean, this is the Chamber player here of this tournament. And, I didn't really expect Chamber to be played in this tournament. But watching Sonzuz has been really fun to watch here. So excited to see that. And then Soko, crucially, I think on the Neon, I feel like Soko is kind of, most of the reason that they're able to win these maps is just forcing the Neon. But Neon is seriously fantastic here on Lotus. So definitely interesting compositions here, but I think compositions that make a lot of sense for the map and for these two teams.
No, completely agree. Soko on the Neon has looked extremely strong. Soko does look strong on other duelists too, but they do look extremely more confident on the Neon, being able to slide ever and take these duels. So excited to see how the Neon and Soko fare on Lotus. But yeah, I'm excited as well for Sonzuz on the Chamber. You mentioned it as well, like Sonzuz is so good on the Chamber, and seeing that Chamber v Chamber come through against Tiff, I'm excited to see, how these two 1v1 Chamber, if there was any 1v1 Chamber duels, is going to be super exciting. Of course, Omen as well is a mainstay on Lotus, so I'm excited to see how these two teams fare out in this game.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm excited to see TSG with this double controller setup here on Lotus. I'm a huge fan of double controllers, so excited to see how it goes for them. And if this is what they've been hiding and why they've been banning Lotus, we'll have to see. But we're going to pass it to your casters, AVRL and KOMODO. Take it away.
Thank you very much as we get ready to head into map number 1 in our grand finals here. Dion VALORANT Game Changers, Oceania 2025, all to play for. Winner goes through to Game Changers Pacific, representing the entire region. Loser is going to have to wait until next year.
Yeah, will it be the same team and the same core that we've already had represent our region over there, or will it be some fresh faces that get the experience and get the journey overseas to Bangkok, Thailand, that will be later in October as far as the timeline is concerned? Of course, lots of other teams that are going through the qualifications at the moment as well in the Pacific region to try and get there at the same time. But we've got a best of 5 final here to start off on Lotus. And these compositions, just quickly, AVRL, are a little bit unique as well, right? Kiss, I can align that to something like what 100 Thieves run, but instead of the chamber, they actually run a clove instead. But it's the clove for TSG that is being played in a different comp.
It's going to be double chambers coming on through, and that is interesting because typically I think we might expect maybe a Vice to come on through. I think even on the controller side, Viper has been pretty common. Just on a couple patches ago, Breach Teo, probably the duo to look out for on this particular map. Want to see what we have on board here. TSG attacking side first and foremost. Pretty common to see teams move through mid.
Cover going out.
We talk about the Vice. Gonna have none of that here at the moment, but we are gonna have an immediate dispatching of a Lily with the B site control attempted by TSG. They don't necessarily need to stay here if they don't want to. There's a lurk out from Ferret as well, with these ruses that are gonna be refreshable a little bit later on as the dark comes fade.
2 flashes available for Hale. Tiff already taking a decent amount of damage here as well. Should be multi-entry coming in through from Yes. Prowlers on the entry. Sonson taking down Alana and Bethany. This is looking pretty damn good for TSG on the post plant. Still a couple of members on the sidelines as Ferret will activate on Baby Dot.
Going in. Kiss starting to find a couple of great shots, but it's all on a Ferret. The overheal is here from the pick-me-up and reading in towards the fake defuse as well, but just caught out in a reload. Anna, that's a little bit unfortunate. TSG will pick up pistol.
The sole survivor coming on through. Picking up extra HP. Really coming through. Clutching that last fight. Just hanging out on A main, waiting for an opportunity to strike through on the door. TSG's composition here is definitely unique, as you say. The double controller, but typically, again, Viper maybe a little bit more common. Now that we sort of move away from Teo, Fades coming into the mix. Expecting a little bit more from Soko later on in this map as well.
Yeah.
As just seeing unbelievable performances from Soko in that 35 got yesterday. Be coming through.
Yeah, for TSG as well, I'm kind of just interested to see how the main core of Fade Omen and Raze is going to work alongside the extra Clove and the Chamber. Because generally you do have the Viper and the Vice that is a very common pick alongside those core 3. So a couple of so we're going to have to hopefully see from them. And on the flip side, Kiss, this pistol round here, see what sort of damage that they're going to be able to find. The Headhunter of Sonsus would be a great weapon to do so. Rendezvous available to get out, and that's just the information now as the hit on A comes.
I should know this is going to be a finish now. I can start to see the rotators coming on through with Sonsus down. Now with delayed tactics. Easy plant to come on through, and plenty of smokes on this post plant as well. Some members falling off site for this post plant, and it's going to be everyone from Kiss. Coming through from spawn on the top side. No control on the stairs side just yet.
That should just be a pretty difficult retake for Kiss, all things considered. Sending in a bunch of their util. The C is going to be dodged. It's actually going to... Is there 2 players? And that's a bit to come through from Tiff and Alana. And unfortunately for Hale, there's going to be no damage that can be delivered there. So a clean force round to come through from TSG. Now's the time to see what Kiss have for us.
Alrighty. Moment to shine here. We haven't had too much action in terms of frags from Kiss so far. Obviously, Sons is not able to hold on to the anchoring of A. Up against just the entire force of TSG would be pretty difficult. And even coming into this bonus, given TSG's loadout, already seeing 2 rifles in play. Alana still waiting to... No one's really moving through with heavy ultimate advantage. Typically, sometimes when you're 2-0 up in the beginning, couple rounds, a single player popping off might be close to an ult. Take pause coming through. Highest that we've seen so far is Ferret 4-0. Hasn't died yet, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I can kind of draw some parallels for Ferret playing on the Clove on this map instead of, like the Phoenix that we've seen her play before, right? can definitely get dirty in with a couple of duels and try and assist the team in that fragging department. And then like the run it back as well, you just get the res coming through and still go for some extra challenges. Can definitely see it being a kind of a different style of a comfort pick for her with this squad. Be a pseudo-style duelist as well alongside Lily. So I can definitely see that's going to come through from TSG, and it's also going to kind of force Kiss to aware and adaptive throughout the course of this map, because it's not too often that you do come against a composition like this.
Take a look at this A side as well. It looks like a potential setup for exploding out in towards Rubble. Is, I don't know, it didn't quite get used yet. We're going to see if there's maybe any aggression from the attacking side of TSG. They're moving all the way onto a very clean C side. It's going to have to be the long rotation, a full retake now.
Now see what Hale can maybe do with the Aftershock and the flashes to set up the team to get on in. You got Sumi with the Paranoia as well, but just so much time has been afforded for TSG to sit on the site and play this stronghold.
Really Paranoia, but slow for Kiss to make their way back on the site now. Counter Paranoia going in towards Waterfall. The long flank as well. Activation from Tiff coming through on the Waterfall side. This is going to be potentially the round decided just from this position. Tiff is going to get a number of excellent kills. Kiss has nothing to say in this round at all. A flawless on Kiss's first gun round of the half.
Wow, that is a sensational hold. TSG, the very first beginning where Sonses on the Headhunter line can't get the job done, can't rendezvous out either, is just go time for TSG to get into the site. And you got a great flank coming through as well. This is where I talk about the adaptations that we're going to have to start to see from Kiss in this series as well, because they come in from the upper bracket, right? They had the choice on how they wanted the bands to go here, on how they wanted the map pick to go as well. They chose to start off on Lotus, but so far not able to start off in the bonus round.
We hadn't seen the Lotus be by this TSG core since they were still Swaglord 9000 in Split 1. This is Eve, and that was the last time they played with a couple different members on the squad, so a different look, different patch. Once again, it's going to be Kiss holding position on the Rubble side, controlling that again, and nothing from TSG. Okay, there are pistols. You don't fall prey to it, and Parrot, that's going to be first down. Advantage for Kiss. They do something with this. Maybe a little later in the round, an upgraded weapon could be good.
Teleport's ready.
Well, straight on in, Sons is finding Lily. Maybe you want to use the Nightfall here if you are TSG, because this is a round where you're just going up against the pistols, and it is starting to look a little bit awkward. Plant, not yet established, looking for some extra damage. The Prowler, right in deep, Waterfall, overwhelmed, but Bethany starts to answer back. Now it's all onto her in a 1 versus 2, and just can't get it done. There's Soko for the Thrifty, for Kiss to get their first round on the board.
Soko starts with the opening frag, will end as well. You start to look at that situation. You called it. Nightfall would have been a potential to use on to taking the C site. It's just starting to feel the crunch of the numbers fall by and waiting for the opportunity for Kiss to find their momentum. Talked about Soko as the potential to watch out for as a star member on the team. We saw what she was able to do on Neon in previous series. Massive delivery coming through on that round number 4, because otherwise we were probably looking at 4 in a row. Not going to see Kiss do much until they gun round at number 5, and making that now. Sauces, okay, that's going to be, I believe, the operator down. Too early.
Yeah, just not able to get some quick shots with the Headhunter or the Operator in the beginning of these engagements towards the C site. But with that death, it does mean that TSG are going to propel straight in towards this C site. It's time to get into a power play position as well, with how many ultimates are going to come online in this round, how many are going to be available in the next one. And these are the sort of environments as well where you've lost the C site. It's a 3 versus 5. I mean, I've seen teams save from this position, so we'll see what Kiss opt to do.
Jeff now taking that Operator.
Face your
Chamber counterpart on the other side. Nightfall, we talked about it previously, all come through now. Hale will still manage to get himself onto site, but it's all look at TSG. Ferret with the cleanup here. Nice little 3-piece to close us out on round 5. And the 4-1 is still going to be found. Just in quite the order that we expected things to be in. Kiss, they got themselves a nice Thrifty, but in the actual gun round, things went a little awry here as we have the potential for maybe a tactical timeout.
Yeah, a save call to come through from Kiss, in knowing that they'd be into a bit of a topsy-turvy buy coming into this new round here. You don't have the tour de force able for Sonses. You do have the overdrive, so maybe there's a world in which that gets set up with a Nightfall to just shred the HP right on down. and a Rolling Thunder as well. Right, these are some pretty ultimates online now for a potential retake or a potential space clearing if you can entrap TSG somewhere. But you definitely have that pendulum swinging in TSG's favor at the moment, setting themselves up with some great cash, some great momentum. Just one little slip up on that Thrifty. So it's going to be
a rough one.
Yeah.
When Sonses is trying to get the line for Operator and can't quite rendezvous in time to save herself from sure death, and then giving away the Operator towards Tiff, who I'm trying to remember if Tiff actually bought into that round. Tall lines upgrade, either case, money good and better for TSG after that round. So question will be, is this going to end up being a safe for Kiss or not? There is a hero rifle so far purchased for Soko that over is a little bit painful. One orb will get you closer, but still need an extra kill to actually find that ultimate. And back over towards A side now. It's going to be Sonses.
Noting that Alana is doing the same haunt over towards C time and time again. So setting up a bit of conditioning where if that doesn't get destroyed, you've got free reign of mounts. Currently though, Anna in a line at the B site. Got to be ill-advised to stay there as just going to be removed quite swiftly.
Of course, we're concerned just yet. Not going to pull through members on rotation. This one holding flash. As Hale is contemplating what the from the shadows.
Got shot by a van.
There it is. One shot into the rendezvous. Gonna make things a little bit more interesting. Coming through. Vandal in hand. Over onto A. Seeing the paranoia. This is for sure gonna be the hit. Son's trying to best of hold. Couple of straight shots there. And the rest of TSG, they're not gonna end up missing 30 with the res on herself. The sole Vandal hit for Soko's only gonna be finding one, which leaves Sumi alone.
Spike planted.
And nothing to be found. And the last player to try and just deal a little bit more damage. 3 alive for TSG, 5 and 1.
That's a nice from the shadows coming out from Bethany. Destroyed by the Vandal, so they know that there is a primary rifle in the play. A benefit for Soko that on the Neon you can just high gear it over towards the ace, but get there time to really have any damage delivered. TSG a little bit of stability in that round, of course. They just won it, right? That's because a lot of money to play with. If they want to, they'd probably request a gun instead of buying themselves one. But hey, this is the most important time for Kiss though to get on the board again, and it's not out for the start. Sons is just not itchy on that.
Yeah, Ferret beat her to the time. Opportunity for Rendezvous out. Likely wanted to take the shot first and Rendezvous away, knowing that this is typically the A side anchor pushing forward. And he's going to end up being clean.
Yeah.
At level understanding, they'll be able to set up for a pretty nice post plant here. And Kiss, I'm going to be honest, if this doesn't end up being a reasonable retake, you have to start considering saving. This money situation is poor. Nightfall to come through though for an opportunity.
Oh, I was going to say it needs to be a Nightfall and Rolling Thunder combination to get in a retake here, because you really need to dig another round on the board now. Another 5 versus 3 scenario where it's just Soko trying to lead by example around the site, gets set up by the team, shut down even further now as Sumi falls as well, and it's just onto Anna. It's another flawless round to come through from TSG.
I think that number 3 was a flawless as well, so it's 2 gun rounds that we are seeing going flawless. And as mentioned earlier, I mean, you talk about the ultimate situation. I'm even saying you're 1 down. If this retake isn't going well for you, your money situation is going to be poor.
Yeah.
Soul Operator maybe thinking about being picked up by Sonses, who, fair enough, could be playing well on the sniping position, but we've seen a couple times now, hasn't been able to rendezvous away, which does cost that early death. So we'll think better of that situation, go for the save, and actually giving TSG a 7-round-to-1 lead.
Yeah, a lot of rubble space taken by Kiss here. Get a bit aggressive, get set up by a flash from Hale potentially, and go for a bit of a duel against Tiff, which is exactly what is going to happen. Need to call for some assistance as the stampede comes forward from the Kiss members. Great shots to come through from Sonses. Okay, now we're starting to cook with gas.
That's the thing, because TSG were not ready for Sonsus to actually push down into B, thinking, okay, we got to run away from the aggression. Sonsus now also already made her way into Waterfall. We're seeing via the rendezvous. On the shadows now onto site, checking information. Alana will get this plant. And a couple members going towards the spawn side. And
Marked one.
I think that showstopper potentially being used here as well. But where the kill's going to start coming through from Lily onto Sonsus. There's multiple members coming through from Kiss now on towards site. Rolling Thunder.
Fire in the hole.
I seem to have caught a couple in there. Now finally the showstopper, as talked about earlier, is going to end up missing. Alana on towards Soko. Sumi back onto Alana. 2 versus 3.
They can't stop it. Oh, that's a rough one. 5 HP from the splash damage of the showstopper AVRL. The second round on the board for Kiss is another thrifty.
It really comes from the fact that it's the feed into Sonsus double, just not prepared. Looking at the fact that Tiff was facing the wrong way there is also concerned about the rush down of members in rubble. Low numbers for TSG, they got the plant, but given that 2 members ended up going towards spawn and wrapping around, leaving Alana solely in the post plant on site, you are going to be at risk for the sneaky defuse, which is exactly what happened. Okay, let's talk about this operator online though. Sonsus, couple opportunity sniping, will be up once again for the early shot. Sees the shoulder, sees...
Too early of a peek from Lily there. Not waiting for the Prowler to come on out to spot the info first. So going to have a little bit of a reset on the round now for TSG. Start to piece extra in. More stackings would be operator finding another clean kill. May just be one of those runs where there's some individual frags here and there.
Oh.
Still waiting.
Bit ambitious.
Here's the problem. You paranoia, but I do believe you're definitely close enough if Sumi is indeed on top of that rubble position. You TP right beneath her.
It's in the vision cone. Yeah. Don't think I've seen this type of bug before, but that's okay. Sonsus starting to hit the shot with the operator. That one goes a little bit awry, but in a 2 versus 3, call for your team to get on over. This is a very powerful line to just literally sit here and wait until
30
some
seconds
assistance
left.
arrives.
This point could still be really good here. You've got Nightfall to play. Get the kill. We'll find it. Down to the 2 versus 2, and the last 2 members of Kiss are wait to be used though. They're coming through from the stair side. They're going to be unspotted. Looks like we're just going to end up contacting here after Nightfall comes through, revealing now positioning. This is going to be massive. Alana, this could be the position to win it right here. Call with util in hand. Hail will fall.
I'll find you.
And how do you play this 2 versus 1? It's going to be so difficult. Revealing the positioning. Crossfire set up, all to do for Anna, but just no time. And how are you going to beat this 2-on-1 setup? You just simply can't. Ace even found from Alana.
That is absolutely gorgeous plays to come through from Alana in this one. Great sharp shots, great positioning, and a wide swing onto Sonsus as well. Into the 2 players of information and just played accordingly as well. Remove their audio. They can't hear anything, and you're swinging out, taking the playing to the numbers. That is just sensational plays to come through. I'm kind of wondering why TSG banned this map the way they've been playing so far.
Yeah, well, and hiding this one away, maybe saving it for a grand final. This is where you start activating a map like this. Kiss were thinking this could have been an advantage for them. There's a map that TSG, they've been permabanning the entire time. Must have been for a good reason. However, as we start to see, ends up being TSG firmly in the lead. Kiss trying to set up for the potential of a trap here over on mid, but prey into that one. And the only 2 rounds that you see on board for Kiss, those came from thrifties, but no opportunity for Kiss to would convert onto a second round after they win a thrifty.
And what I was highlighting a little bit, don't hear anything. Do you expect them to stack on the site or just be absolutely absent from it? It's kind of the latter at the moment, but now the rotation's starting to come from Kiss towards the C site. No ults to back them up. It needs to be some really sharp sheriff shots trying to assist them.
We're seeing too far, but that usually comes from the fact that Kiss can get a lead. Sonsus is really desperate to find a shot. Head's been revealed, but just can't quite connect. And It's going to be the beginning of the end for the round now as the pistols need to really close the gap. Suns will at least find the singular, but for 2 alive, now 2 down. Kiss's final members will not find much. 10 rounds in the books here. TSG, we've seen them before, and that scoreline might find itself rearing its round of Kiss.
Power play needed for Kiss in this round. They need to try and make this an 8-4 to salvage this half. To online, the party do have vandals, some light shields in the middle for sure. It's going to be a bit of a safe one actually to try and gain the control. But apart from that, my eyes are kind of prized over towards the Angel at the moment. Sonsis with 2 and 4 forces that Ferret does need to be careful. As the dead need very well be needed with the creep up that's coming out on the other side of the map.
I mean, this could be a crunch on the Ferret. Not too sure if members from Kiss are aware. Now it's going to be Fish. Trey Muck will spot a couple of members coming through on towards Pillars. Sons is nice shot to Ferret. Not dead yet. Indeed, pop through. Desperate to find a kill now. It's going to be Ferret. And barely misses the shot of Sons. Who's still going to be dead, unfortunately, if no further kills come on through. Ferret does find it, though. This is... Oh my goodness. All these players coming through and being main. Ripped up. Sons is alive. Tor, the only thing to play through. Gonna need a miracle here. Sees a singular player, but now positioning revealed. Snaps across, but can't find death. Clean up G9. We talk about the TSG 10 and 2 scoreline. I'm not going to have good money for
a bit one-dimensional. Bit one-dimensional to come through from Kiss in that one, isn't it? Just everybody through the B main choke point. There's only a single focal point that TSG needed. They know that Sonsis was wrapping around, pushed back when the not dead yet from heaven or from the C main side of things. C-Link and yeah, just ripped to pieces. It's looking too good for Kiss at the moment.
It walked past the trademark, so I mean, positioning got revealed pretty short. Final back. 2 alive for TSG. Kiss gonna get themselves a consolation 3 in this opening half if they can help it.
2 versus 4. Anna spotted out, but are they going to be able to confirm a kill? Hale ready with a flashpoint, you would assume, on the contact's call here. Needs to be powerful because the 2 shots come on out the trade as well. At least they're from Hale, so... Nightfall in, but will she be expecting Sonsis on the flake? It's a scare tactic right now, AVRL. Reveal the headhunter.
Sonsis did, as you mentioned, reveal the positioning, which... will give away the opportunity to be able to swing through late for the kill. Play off for Chilla. Yeah, they'll be able to do that nicely. So, recovery here, you'll say. Slight recovery. Very important round to at least keep it within 3-9. And while 3-9 curses are real, let's see if it is real for Kiss. As you can just see Soko really being a bit of a hero. Send it back to the desk to break it down.
Very exciting half so far in this first map of Lotus in our best of 5 finals, but TSG looking extremely strong. And we have to wonder, why did TSG ban this map out multiple times throughout the entire tournament? This is our first time seeing it here in the playoffs.
Dude, I'm telling you, they were strat saving 100%. I was on the money. I said that on the pre-show. I'm saying it again now. Like, it's 9-3. I mean, look, hey, I have to say, before I, get excited for TSG, for Kiss, I still think 3 is not the end of the world. The 9-3 curse exists for a reason. I think you can definitely come back from this. Is it going to be difficult? Absolutely it is, but I think there's some semblance of hope there, and you did manage to string together a couple rounds. For TSG, they're looking firmly in control here. Alana with the ace, so stonks going up for anyone who picked Alana as their highest ACS person. That was me. But yeah, TSG looking firmly in control of this first map of Lotus and showing us why they are the premier Lotus team.
I think as well, on top of that, Kiss don't seem warmed up. They have been whiffing, I think, a little bit in those earlier rounds, and the rounds that they were able to win, they were thrifties. A few of them are 50s, and that last one at the end there. So it's very much they feel a little bit cold, and I'm excited to see if they warm up a little bit as the game keeps going on. The other thing I also want to point out as well is that the series that they did win previously against TSG, remember they did have out of a game in the middle, but they bounced back and still won the next map. So interested to see if they are able to bounce back in the middle of this map or not, because it's currently 9-3 and they do have to do a lot of bouncing.
Yeah, definitely, indeed. It's going to be, difficult for them, but there's a chance there for them to turn this map around to get the first map in this series, this, best of 5 grand final series for Game Changers Oceania. Let's send it back to your casters, KOMODO and AVRL.
Half here, 3-9 Dion, you'll say, is a slight recovery. Praying that this 3-9 curse comes real for them, but TSG are just looking a little too strong this map so far.
Yeah, it was almost on the edge of another Thrifty rounds to kind of force into it as well, right? Some lesser weapons and stingers and such, but Soko really assisted. Closed out nicely from the Headhunter. Sonsus, 9-3 though here. I mean, do you believe in superstitions? Seemingly the cursed scoreline. It'll need to be a really big start for Kiss in this half, and it's all going to be here in the pistol. You cast your eyes to the radar, and you're seeing a bit of a pillars play for Kiss. Well, that's going to be met by a lot of TSG members if that's the case.
I'll tell you what I believe in. I believe in consistency. Until yesterday, hadn't lost a single series, and this is just going to get brutal and bloody so quickly. Soko, Frenzy, beautiful in these types of situations. Our big fragger from our previous round now going right. Potential 4 has been found. Ace potential, which will just put this into overdrive contention. Pretty damn good. No issues there. Star power, Ace on the first round.
Oh, that dragon roars, doesn't it? The Frenzy is not the most trustworthy weapon, but in the hands of Soko, they're making it look pretty easy. Just shooting out a Storm and Kiss. That was a much required round to be able to get their attacking side started here. 2 aces already in this map, AVRL. That one quite nice. You had the previous one from Alana as well.
I sort of mentioned this as well, but in the early couple of rounds, if you have a single large pop-off, it's possible now to get an early ultimate timing by that round 3 gun round. Assuming things go as planned for the winning team of the pistol and they convert the anti-eco. Check for this push-up from Tiff, though, over on the mound side. She'll need to be quick with this one, as we saw. Sons is getting punished in similar positions before. Prowler does get the spot, has to rendezvous out. Yep, gone.
4 shots out from the Headhunter, 3 to try and get rid of the Prowler. Still a couple more to try and find some damage in this round, but it is, of course, just those pistols of TSG more prominently stacked towards the C side. So an open A for the taking if Kiss were able to figure that one out. But we also just have to remember, we don't really know the tendencies of TSG on this map of Lotus. They ban sort of an unknown they might have in their pockets.
Check this out. Ferret's already moved into spawn. They don't realize is both teams are just empty and free, and Ferret's gone the wrong way. They're thinking we can crunch over towards A, but they've just made the wrong call, which means it's going to have to...
left.
Something not difficult to take.
Real up and close. The Guardian good for 1. The trade out as well. Need to start to see this flank come through from Ferret. As Kiss are holding strong on this site. Again, it is just against the pistols, so they should be winning. TSG can do, and it's pretty decent so far. Just Anna and Soko remaining in this 1 versus 2. An upgrade of the weapon. The shot, if that connected, could have been achievable, but at the end of the day, it's just going to be some damage for TSG as Kiss find their second.
Yeah, you need to see Soko swing through extremely quickly to get the frag. You have to consider that Clove in these low member situations with the pick-me-up can definitely carry you through 4 potential clutches, and we've seen Ferret play in these types of situations come out on top. So there's going to be the 2 in a row for Kiss. No further development on ult charge by too much for so I believe from the previous round. Yeah, just a singular extra from a kill. So as we head into this one, no for this bonus.
This is exactly the way that you want your bonus round to start on off, removing some key pillars of the TSG squadron. Rotation's already towards this A side, but it's parking up for Kiss. Apply the brakes, wait a little bit, see if there's any overzealousness from TSG to try and bring some recoveries in, and that's exactly what happens. Now Tiff just down to 5 HP.
To make here as well. Even considering I should say is the 1v3 5 oh. Extra target. Exactly there it is. Spike in the hand. In round. We'll pick up the last kill. It's still going to be the round taken away from Kess. So needed that D1 considering how the first half went 3 in bonus round win. Pretty massive stuff.
Yeah, that 5 HP is just susceptible to a single wallbang shot, and that's how it does end. Timeout here you would expect to be called from TSG. They need to start to figure some things out on this defensive side. As the bonus round conversion for Kiss, it's kind of mirroring what we did see in the beginning. Tour de force.
How badly do you want to Tor, right? Tiff currently is your top fragger. Tor is available, which will be knowledge for Kiss. I think they have to consider that. Obviously, the ult, if it does come on through. So a lot more safety if not the case. Probably the safer play for TSG is to set up for something else. If you then find yourself in a winning position or a winner bull position, then convert over towards a Tour de Force, and then suddenly, now you're playing with the potential to win the round. But otherwise, maybe it's a little difficult on the defensive side. I think if you on the attack side, exploding through on a particular site, maybe even forcing up could be a potential option, but defensively, it's just a tough call. So for Lana, so see if this ends up being a trap play at some point. But I think the Tor could again come into play just later in the round. They need to find some confidence first to believe that the round is actually winnable.
I mean, I'm seeing this composition for TSG, you know, lacking some stun strengths that a map like Lotus usually you want on it, right? Have to play a little bit sneaky with the smokes timing and the crossfires as well, putting their bodies on the line a little bit more. You did hear the Tour de Force be popped, so that is in play. Comes down to Kiss. Where do they think that's going to be? You've already invested a Prowler to start to scope things out. You haven't gone down the A line or the C line yet, so you don't exactly know where it might be positioned currently.
Trademark covering mid. Tiff solo on A, as we've seen plenty of Chambers hold this one solo, particularly on an aggressive angle, knowing that you can rendezvous away, and then the last 4 hoping to set up a trap with the fast lane coming on through. Start to see that TSG getting a little itchy on that C site. Not quite ready to move just yet, but...
There's not enough utility investment from Kiss at the moment over at A to consider a rotation of TSG, because all of that's been audible from Tiff. She's seen nobody cross yet. She's going to start to sniff it out a little bit better, but now Soko is eventually going to swing for this peak. What a shot to start off. Now you need to call for some assistance.
Yep, there it is. Still no rotation just yet. You are starting to believe a little bit now. Tour de Force confirmed. Styles landed a kill. Quick rotations now. The other 4 running as fast as they can. Still with plenty of utility played. Full retake. Plant coming on in, and certainly going to be a bit of a post-spawn over towards Tree, but just losing 2 here is starting to make things a bit rough.
Yeah.
One away from the Roaring Thunder is Hale. Watch for that later in the round, potentially.
Paranoia in. Paint shells available as well and used. Now you start to pepper in through the smoke. Thanos good for 1. Tiff another. Looking for a thrifty-ish reply is TSG, and they are going to get that very, very convincingly. AVRL 4 alive. Upgrades on the rifles.
Just needed to see that first pop-off coming through from Tiff so far. Again, biggest fragger on the side of TSG. Converting on those kills with the Tour de Force, and suddenly it's a 5 versus 3 in the post-spawn. I'm still having a little bit of hope here for Kiss, given that Hale find an opportunity for Rolling Hunter with just the 1 away. Can still definitely win it against low equipment on TSG. But how funny is it that when we look at how our early rounds come through, 3 but on the other team.
New copy pasta in the server. See if Kiss are going to be able to, again, just answer back in this one, because you do have a lot of viable options of site control. Rolling Thunder, Nightfall, either to gain entry or to play post. We've even got the overdrive for Soko if needed to really get electric. Quick towards the C site, though, at the moment.
If up first. Farsight's going to cause a few problems here. Rolling Thunder now into play. Don't believe it's actually going to catch him enough fair in the back holes. Just don't allow the plant to come on through for this one. Plenty of members ready for the retake. They're close by. Lily looking for action. Nightfall's going to get a decent catch here. Everybody, I believe, has basically been marked at this point, but Tiff so far has just found so much value. Soko pulling through the overdrive, but low HP means we're not really expecting too much more to come through from this. Really need to pull through big time between Sonses and Soko at the moment. The Headhunter's got to go wide, and just a singular player. Soko's going to find one kill. And a question I was going to talk about and potentially ask is, at the start of this round, we do see Sonses come through with no weapon. Soko does have an overdrive. Could there have been a potential to drop over Soko's rifle for Sonses and just play for the overdrive? But then I think a good counter argument may be, well, Soko is your best player right now. Maybe still just better consistency putting the rifle in her hands. It is really a tough call.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of misplay from Kiss around the site as well when they use the Rolling Thunder and it actually catches Soko, not allowing her to get further into the site to, you know, gain the domain, really establish a foothold for when the plant goes down. Even the overdrive, a lot of the timing was just kept at bay by the Phantom Spray, not capitalizing on the Nightfall. So it does feel a little bit wishy-washy for Kiss in that sort of environment, and that's a bit of a heartbreaking one as well, because that, in my mind, was a bit of a needed round for Kiss when you consider it's a 3 ult investment. Your money is starting to look a little bit in the bin. If this round doesn't go their way, it's 6 map points as well, and you're playing with pennies in what could be the last round.
I mean, that's the exact same round that number 5 that TSG brought back. Right, they lose number 4 to the Thrifty of Kiss, then instantly we're back on board 5, 6, 7, another 3 in a row. For Kiss, they just couldn't quite string through for one extra round to prevent TSG from finding a momentum, and now TSG's money has been recovered. And we're also getting into ult timings here for the side of TSG.
Yeah.
Full buy-throughs. Plenty of ults about to be online. One around from map point. It's getting dangerous. Very much so for Kiss.
This is the position where the scales tip heavily in TSG's favor, you may say. So you need to just see something monstrous come out from Kiss. Stacking towards the alpha side of the map as well. Standard combo of the C's paint shells. Gonna do some little tickle damage, you would hope there, but it actually doesn't find anything onto Kiss. Now, a lot of utility to try and gain positions of A. And if you're TSG, you're kind of alright with this, right? You've got a tree set up, you've got your smokes that you can refresh, you're covering bases across the map still. It's on to Kiss to force the issue here.
That's going to be the extra swing through. Just unsure about Lily's positioning, and Lily will for that. Just very poor. Sonses not going to fall in the trap of the operator on the C side of things. We'll regroup with the rest of the team. Potential still to take the spike over on B, but that's where Bethany is going to be waiting. They're really nasty.
Yeah. It's just very difficult no matter which way you slice it here. You'd assume Bethany doesn't need to stick around and go for any big fights. Can get out of dodge if
Early, I don't... Pre-firing that one and just sort of giving that info away. I'm not too sure. She didn't have any info.
30
might have
seconds
just been a
left.
misclick on that one. You see it happen a bit. But here we go in towards the B site. Equilibrium on the 3 versus 3, but you got to start to get the plant with the tower push. Actually, it's going to pivot towards the A side. And I'm looking at Ferret. She was where?
Alana flashed out, and that's going to be Soko finding it. When we talk about this, yeah, a mistake, but a mistake that starts to snowball. Bethany down early, and then suddenly the next player falls. The dominoes start ticking over. It's a 3 versus 3. You know, 3 versus just the one, and Tiff will finally fall. It's a large flank through. That was not a good looking round at the as you just see Kiss getting crumbled inside of tree. But a 5 versus 3 from TSG that they allow to slip through their fingers, Dion.
Yeah, a bit of an own goal sort of situation if you want to bring some sports in towards this one, right? Bit of a fumble for TSG. But they do have a couple of padding rounds, of course. 11-7 now. 4 in a row to try and tie it up as Kiss. It kind of permits them an opportunity, AVRL, to win this map in a regulation phase. Not having to contend with the overtime. That's rough.
That's a neon moment. Unfortunately, Tiff really wanted to get that shot through. And so once more, just see, unfortunately for our Chambers, sometimes holding, can't rendezvous in time. Massive punch from Soko and Kiss, looking for number 8. We'll be able to find the plant here. Or retake coming through from Hall. 1. Into the waterfall as well. It's a smoke phase. We'll see what Bethany is able to come through with. Nightfall is going to be able to catch at least a couple. Allows Hale and Sumi to really get these kills in.
Bethany good for 1. Can't get out of it though, unfortunately. And it's just a clean up from Hale there. I'm a little bit surprised, not gonna lie, when the Nightfall comes in. Swing from Beth. Who was it? Anna, close left, who does get Nightfall first with another player to watch towards the default plant spot, right? I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't capitalize on that so swift.
We did see the response from Hale though, as the fault line prevents too many members from walking through. Although I do think there was a small timing window where Nightfall comes in and you have an opportunity to swing. But once that fault line enters the play, suddenly too many stunned up members and Kiss swinging for easy frags there. No issues whatsoever as we're starting to see the momentum shift. I was going to say, even the last round, Dion, if this ends up being a 13-7 going the way of TSG, still a respectable finish on Lotus given how poorly that first half went. But now we're starting to consider the discussion of Kiss bringing this one back around, tying things up 11-11. At that point, we're looking towards OT. Imagine an OT to start things out in the grand finals in this opening map. It is...
It's starting to give a couple of vibes of Split yesterday, AVRL.
I think Split was less one-sided. I think Split was 8-4 and 8. Whereas this is definitely going to be requiring a lot more. And as I see the Buckies come on through, I'm reminded of an earlier round. I think it might have been number 16 here for TSG, where they actually got that thrifty win. Alana in charge with the Bucky. And Bucky's going to be shelved for now, but still, Pillars is likely to play here. See if Hale can receive this and survive. Backed up by Soko. Should be reasonable.
Go, go, go.
If you can bait out the Rolling Thunder in a round such as this as well, it makes things a little bit easier. Going further in the defenses, that's a bit of a headache going over towards Soko there. Maybe you want to see the actual switching of the weapons with Sonsas. I wouldn't mind it. Still give Soko an opportunity to point and shoot.
That's a good spot.
I feel when you get a little bit more on the haircut than you asked for. Presents an opportunity, as you say, but now TSG backing themselves over to C to try and set something up over here, hoping that Kiss will finish and walk in. As you see, Alana's going to be smoked out on the stairs, which is just going to give Kiss the easy entry through doors into tree. Rotation's already happening, and they know what's up.
Well, we'll see what damage can be delivered here from TSG's side of things. Maybe they can pilfer away a round. Alana is not getting out of that one, unfortunately. See you later. Want to maybe see what Bethany can do with the Bulldog here, but an opportunity for Kiss to get a free round to bring it a little bit closer. Sumi thinking about close up on for a couple of opportunities, but yeah, missing. Here's an opportunity for TSG.
Yeah, giving guns over, and the Showstopper's online as well. 23 HP is a bit of a problem, which does mean the Showstopper's shut down. Now the Rolling Thunder preventing the defuse, and a TP directly into Hale's loving hands. It's 2 alive on the side of TSG against 2 on Kiss, but they have weapons. Flash through, catches both. That just delivers the double kill over to Anna. Things got a little bit tricky over there once the guns started to fall, and members from Kiss started to give those weapons over, but we are still going to find that 9.
Not sure if that's a bit of a mistake from Lily with the showstopper scenario there, because she opted to hit the showstopper button, but immediately switched back to the primary right, or the pistol, I believe it was. Just get shorty straight away. So the rocket not even having an opportunity to actually fire off. Maybe it was a scare tactic thing. Who knows? I would kind of opt that might have been a bit of a misplay there.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, Kiss, they dig in for another round where it's needed. Now we have a big one on our hands with the rifles abound, a quick rubble control.
I think it's just very common, unfortunately, that if you play through not like that on low HP, you can just get shot from out anywhere, and that will take you down. A little bit of Prowler information coming through from Alana. Tucked away is going to be Tiff. Not too sure that Kiss is actually going to want to walk through this way. More common that they'll play through into tree instead.
I wouldn't actually mind Tiff kind of looking towards the orb and going for a swing and rendezvous out. You see the paranoia confirms the position, but nevertheless, they overlook a corner. Watch some sinister shots to come out from Tiff here. Maybe this is where TSG will get round number 12 on the board. The third guaranteed, though, for Tiff here. And that is just an absolute cleanup on the attempt of the A-side play from Kiss. Now, only on a Sonses with a tour de force to find 5 players. It's difficult.
More than difficult. It's probably not possible at this stage. TSG looking for that 12, which would require 3 rounds to go the way of Kiss afterwards. And there it is. All done and dusted. Tiff tucked away, unspotted. A little bit dirty for lying now, just considering that maybe Kiss weren't just going to run past it, but indeed they do. They wanted the multi-entry onto A side, and that second kill soon just couldn't quite get the punish on Tiff. And Hale, with a lot to do there, could have potentially had the shutdown, but with that, Tiff is going to find herself on 27. Might even just walk away on this map with a 30 bomb before it's all said and done.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe might need some extra rounds to do it, depending on how she's going to be in this one. She's at the correct location, actually, from the offset to get some good damage happening. Ground control. Ferret to be met with the C site as well, so you do have a second chance of life here available too. It's a great stacking for TSG.
Still got good weaponry online for Kiss, but I believe that fast lane is going to slow things down considerably. And now to receive TSG, everyone is here. Tiff looking for 3 to be able to get this 30 bomb. There's the first, second, not quite third, but that's fine because Sons is the last one up. And now TSG, they have all but locked up this first map, looking for that 13-9 finish. I did say 13-7 would be respectable for Kiss, but you start to really believe in the Kiss comeback. And in these last 2 rounds, it's just all falling apart. At least the Prowler doesn't find the connection onto Sonses. And you're hoping, praying for the opportunity for the 1 versus 3, which in reality is actually a 1 versus 4, considering Ferret's ultimate as well.
Yeah. Gotta say, if this does eventuate into TSG 13-9, that's still a pretty respectable scoreline when you consider Lotus is not a map that they play. It's generally their permaban. 30 seconds mark hits. Sonses to silently get in towards the C site. You want an opportunity here to try and isolate a single kill or 2 of them before going for the plant. Make that journey for a comeback here a little bit easier, but on the plant now, everyone from TSG through the halls. Sonses is going to get a rude wake-up call. A rendezvous to the open. Oh, I saw a world. I saw a world, AVRL. But nevertheless, it doesn't eventuate. And with the defuse from Ferret, it is going to be TSG claiming map 1.
TSG. What a map to come on through. Ferret, I believe, was crouching right at the end there. 13-9. The permaban being forced to be played through in our opening map of the grand finals. My goodness. And like the desk said, as we mentioned here as well, why was this map even the permaban for TSG? Because they look damn good on this one. They've been hiding this one away. No one knows what they're going to pull through. Kiss, they really wanted to see if they could kind of break TSG early by picking their permaban through, but unfortunately the opposite ends up happening. But as we sort of both reiterated here, at least putting themselves up to 9 means they can gain a little bit of confidence, say, okay, we messed up there a little bit, but we know we're competitive. So still potentially 4 maps to play through. We'll send it back to the desk and see how they think about that.
Opening map we just saw between Kiss and TSG. It was very much leaning towards TSG at the beginning, ending 9-3. Kiss did claw back a little bit, but of course we do see TSG closing that map up in a very flashy ending.
Yeah, I mean, Kiss had a really great comeback there in that second half, in their attacking half, generally what you would expect on Lotus, as it is a bit of an attacker favored map as well. But yeah, Kiss, slowly building up some momentum there. I kind of thought it us to overtime there, as alluded to by our casters, but didn't happen. But still a great comeback from them. But it's TSG able to seal the deal on their map here of Lotus. And I mean, why they've been hiding this one. And I really wanted to highlight Tiff versus Sonzu's here on the chamber, because we've seen Sonzu's really pop off and make a name for themselves here on the chamber. But Tiff has been playing chamber here and there through, and Tiff kind of winning the chamber off, which is not expected. I kind of thought device here for Lotus, but will play the chamber, match the chamber here in the server. The Tiff coming out on top, 363 ACS. Just absolute massive mammoth numbers that she's putting up in the server right now.
Indeed, mention what we were just as chamber go crazy. For is Soko, who has dominating force for Kiss, and played by Kiss, but it just wasn't from both of these two teams. Thing to remember, both did play together in last year in raindrops and coming first for Split 1 2024, but now on separate teams, Tiff does take that MVP overall. 29-12 is absolutely insane.
TSG, I mean, playing really fantastically. An ace from Alana and a unit, really showing why this is, the kind of map that they wanted to go towards. I mean, these stats really tell you everything here. 9 out of 10 post plans is absolutely massive here for Flawless. Well, Kiss feels like TSG firmly in control of Lotus here. Scores, 9 good.
Another thing to note as well is first kills for Kiss. 12 first kills. Like, Kiss were able to open up the map quite a lot for themselves, but the flawlesses, as you mentioned, from TSG was insane. MVP Tiff. We see Tiff go absolutely insane here on Chamber. We saw them play yesterday as well, where they went absolutely insane. Then, yeah, I'm excited to see this Chamber duel going the way of Tiff, where she looked absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it was really exciting to see, indeed, here Tiff really pop off there in that matchup of Lotus and TSG. Maybe that's one that they don't shy away from if they are the team that is to go to Pacific, keeping that in their back pocket. And boy, does Pacific love to play Lotus. I feel like that's the most played map there for Pacific in general. So TSG fitting in quite well there as well.
Well, thank you. That was the first map. I want to say thank you for having that first map, but honestly, that was a wonderful map that we both just got to witness. Beautiful from both Kiss and TSG. Some amazing plays. But we'll be going to a short break and come back with map 2. Map 1 of Lotus opened us up with a banger here in the grand finals of Game Changers Oceania 2025. But of course, we have a best of 5 to go through, so that we have so many more maps coming up. And this next one is going to be Pearl.
Yeah, Pearl's a really interesting one, and an interesting one when we look at these two teams because they kind of play each other's strengths here on this map. So Kiss actually go away from the Neon on this map, but TSG actually love playing the Neon on this map. So it's going to be interesting to see what our two teams kind of lean towards as far as compositions go here for Pearl. And look, I mean, it's one that TSG have played in this tournament before and won, whereas you have 3 out of 4 wins here for the side of Kiss. They did actually lose this map on Friday in the upper semis at the beginning of the playoffs here. So that's something, I guess, to think about here. It was a very, very close map. And they played kind of their consistent composition here, although swapping out the Teo that they've used in the previous split. So a lot of interesting things I think are going to happen on this map.
Yeah, we have seen, as you mentioned, Kiss moving away from the Neon on Pearl, but we've since then, I think, since the upper semis, like the first round where they didn't play Neon and did lose this map against Divine when they were playing the Yoru. I'm wondering whether or not they will be actually playing the Neon. We might be having a Neon v Neon coming through. Of course, we do have Asher on both of these teams normally, and excited to see though what else they end up changing on this map. If we're going to be getting a fade from Kiss once more, or if we're going to have something different come out.
Yeah, and interestingly, Kiss like to play the chamber on this map as well. So excited to see whether that's something Sonzuz wants to pull out as well, because they did kind of lose, that chamber matchup here in our first map of Lotus. But I don't think Sonzu looked bad by any means, and they almost ended up, tying up that map to just a few rounds away from doing that. So keen to see what they're going to play here. I think Pearl, I definitely think of Neon here, obviously Astro of course as well, but I think this is a good Neon map, and I think a certain someone in the server named Soko would be loving to play the Neon. I think as much as possible. I really think that's when the team looks the best, and I feel like they have to play Neon on as many maps as they possibly can to get the highest chance of success.
I think the other interesting agent choice coming out, we've seen it from TSG, is the Phoenix on Ferret coming out on Pearl as well. They do that Phoenix and as well. And you mentioned Vise. You thought, I think it was Tiff, you thought was going to play Vise in the Lotus map, but Tiff has played Vise on Pearl as well, so we might finally be seeing the Vise again from Tiff.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. Yeah, I feel like that's been, I guess, to me, Tiff's best look on any agent throughout the competition so far. But I think Tiff has shown like a lot of sides to her gameplay, that she can play a lot of things, and that she's a really fantastic Sentinel player in particular. So excited to see what she's going to play. I feel like, to be honest, TSG could play pretty much anything at the moment. They look extremely confident to take not only this map here, but this series. They're 1-0 right now. As 5, it is first 2 looking to get in this next match.
Was picked by TSG. Kiss did ban Ascent and Haven, so excited to see what have been cooking up on this map. We've only seen them play it once before, so strategies just.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be an interesting one here. Map have played a lot more. Kiss fairly happy to see this be picked by TSG here. Not banning it means, they're not too upset that it's, and I think it really kind of composition this team leans toward here, because looking to tie our series up here, bring us 1-1.
Yeah, for sure. As you mentioned, they've in this and strategies they've thought about and redesigned, I guess, in a way to give us hopefully the best Pearl map that they have ever given us versus TSG. So I'm excited to see what Kiss have also been cooking up, and if they're going to be changing their strategy a little bit, because they do like to, they have changed once before on Pearl.
Yeah, definitely. I think it'll be really interesting to see what they play here. I feel like the only thing you can really rely on is the Astra, potentially the Phoenix here, for Ferret here. on Pearl as well. And of course, the neon between these two teams. But traditionally, this is a good Cypher map. But considering what's happened to Cypher and how good Vice is, I imagine we see the Vice kind of in place of the Cypher here to gather that intel. Interesting one. But I think we're in for more Neon v Neon. And I have a funny feeling we might get Chamber v Chamber, or at least one Chamber as well. That feels like the mini meta that's been created for Game Changers Oceania here.
Mini meta created, and I have to say, I feel like it's been created by Sonses. I think Sonses
I
playing
think so
too. The chamber around the place has created a mini meta, as you mentioned, within the tournament, and I'm not surprised why. You know, Sonses has been extremely sharp, and we mentioned like earlier in that last round, the round that TSG did end up winning and bringing themselves over the finishing line with for Lotus, but in that last round, Sonses was so close to getting themselves a 3-piece and turning it around and bringing it into another round, but unfortunately fell a bit flat there. So Sonses did have a few standout moments in that previous map, but they did feel a little bit cold. I feel a bit mean saying that, but they felt a little bit cold, especially in that first half, on the defending half. And I'm excited to see if they've warmed up.
I don't think you can read too much into that first half. It's the first half of the series, yes.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, it's the defending half of Lotus. It's, you know, a lot more difficult there. They are going to just look worse than they do on their attacking half. And they showed that. I mean, their attacking half was so much better than their defense. But yeah, keen to see these teams on Pearl. I feel like they have, you know, pretty similar records here. It's not one that TSG have played a lot in the past. They've played it, you know, in the previous split, I believe. And they have played it once last year, so not a lot of data to go off, but I feel like that's exciting, and that's kind of what TSG want to show as we get into our agent select here from both of our two squads to see, you know, if our ruminations are correct. And wow, okay, this is interesting. So TSG kind of playing something that they have played on this map quite recently here. And actually Soko not on the neon here, on the Yoru, as you were talking about, Rice. This is a great Yoru map. TSG not going towards that, kind of looking for this double duelist composition with the Phoenix and the neon, and a completely different sort of look from Kiss, although it's another double duelist composition, but I think played a lot differently here. And we're about to see a million TPs, because that is a composition with a lot of movement, a lot of, you know, map control here. So I think this is going to be a really fun one between these two squads.
Yeah, that is the composition that Kiss did play against Divine in the upper semifinals. Friday.
Yeah, Friday.
Sorry, I've lost track of time apparently.
It was Friday.
So it was the exact same composition where they did struggle a little bit, where it was a 10-13 in favor of Divine, but interested to see how they've developed over the last day and how they're going to verse against TSG. I think we're ready to go into the game now, so let's hand it over to AVRL and KOMODO.
Well, kind of very, very soon, and we're seeing the same compositions we saw previously on Pearl when these two teams have played their respective opponents, which actually ends up being the same team. It was Divine, as sort of mentioned on the desk there, in day one in that semi-final, but also we got True Synergy versus Divine that we got yesterday as well in the lower bracket final. But importantly, results did show TSG's result on Pearl, 13-4. Absolute domination on this Pearl. And for the side of Kiss, they end up losing this map to Divine, 10-13.
Yeah, I mean, TSG running with a composition that is pretty comfortable for them, right? It's very similar to the Nongshim or the Team Secret in Pacific comps as well, that they do run just a single agent difference in the killjoy that they have. And for Kiss here, it's also pretty similar to what Wolves actually were running throughout the course of Masters and stuff, right? Just the change for the Vice instead of the ISO that Hale is running here. A little bit of a unexpected and very uncommon pick for this map.
I did say yesterday how much a fan I was of Yoru on this particular map, but changing things up a little bit, the Chamber, Sonses has wanted to play as much Chamber as possible over the course of this tournament so far in playoffs. Remain on the Chamber. Vice probably slightly more standard, as did get plenty of that from TSG yesterday, but this double duelist on both sides, but particularly on the TSG side, was just so clean versus Divine.
Oh, this is the pick to come through from TSG. So Kiss opting to start on the defensive side. Currently Sumi just playing spot out. Not going to see anything. Potentially not even going to hear anything at the moment, which is why Club is being explored with the Prowler. So it should give some information. It's either a mid play or an A play with the orb being grabbed. Now it's time to go into A.
There's a solo defender here. A lot of work to do. Sumi instantly falling. No delay, unfortunately. It's going to be a free post plant. You are going to see the potential for a flank share. It's going to cover the angle in spawn. So a 2-2 split for the defenders. Post up really far forward. Ferret playing with Lily here. All broken, a little bit of information, but it's Ferret that's the unknown. Ferret can come through with a pretty large swing. Decent stuns, though. It's going to give opportunity. Ferret takes advantage of it. The Sonsis is good for 2 so far. This defensive retake is kind of 2 versus 4 in duels to be able to win. Hale versus Ferret now. Flash dodged, but just can't quite get Hale's crosshair back on for Ferret, who on a frenzy, finding themselves 3, and we saw the frenzy come through last map. Soko doing well with it. This time it'll be Ferret.
Yeah, great hot hands from her in the very beginning as well to flush out Sumi playing at the back of the site. Just overwhelming it, getting the plant, taking the deeper space. I do like that one, but then just a lot of duels, right, that are actually the meat and potatoes of the round. If one of those duels goes a different way, it might have been Kiss coming out on top instead. These sort of scenarios where it's only one player surviving, you sometimes do see a bit of a investment on the defensive side, right? You see the Stinger buy-ups. It's not going to happen here, though. Just going to be the proper pistols for Kiss. They'll have their rifle round and then the next one for the bonus. So that's acceptable. The onus now on TSG to kind of just do this one and retain as much as possible.
TSG wants to make sure they're not going to be caught out by any aggression coming through from Kiss's defense. Do note that when we last saw this, Ferret got a lot, I think 3 runner backs within a single half. Already 4 out of 6 to find the first runner back, which timing wise, you get that in the next round, you get that by the next round, I should say. Having it for Kiss's first gun round would be pretty nasty.
Yeah, for sure. Still one of the cheaper ults in the game of Valorant. Just at the 6 points. Just a lot of patience, though, right now for TSG. If they want to opt to go for the B site, well, there's a helpful stacking of Kiss members here currently. You hear a curveball and a shot of a Guardian, and you see that dart. Well, you know comfortably that this should be ending at B with that timer.
We just don't have a... Here. It's not hot hands. There's nothing to prevent walking in. Gravity well is going to slow it down a little bit. So that's one thing that you can use. So far, this defense in holes holding strong. I mean, it's good damage no matter what happens from the rest of this round. There's the last 2 coming through from Link.
Last player standing.
Gonna be Sansa's still winnable. We've seen what Headhunter and the trail 41 isolating this into gaining the information. You better just play through the Headhunter if I'm completely honest here, and there it is. Oh my goodness, Alana just had no idea what Sansa is. And with a number low and the haunt, that 1 versus 2, that clutch can just come through so cleanly for Kliss.
Great shots to come out from Sonsis. Maybe it just took a map to get warmed up with that crosshair placement. Those were just 2 great one-on-one shots that'll be repositioning very nicely, right? When the Halls play comes through, you start to look to go to Link. You do get caught out in the open. A bit rough there for TSG. Flips things upside down a little bit right now, doesn't it? Should have gone into the bonus rounds, but an opportunity for Kiss to start to make something on their defensive side now.
Now, instead of talking about how Ferret might use runner back to play their bonus round, it's going to be the conversation about playing this as a thrifty challenge. You know, they just got thrifty, but having at least that 1 strong ultimate to play, that's will allow you the opportunity. Trademark, the only thing that's going to be used here for information in terms of Sentinel play, but you have 2 members on the defense of Kiss waiting.
Lots of rifles for Kiss, an outlaw for Sonsters as well. Can shred you to pieces. We start off with a kill coming through from TSG. Some extra information confirmed by Ana. Wants to maybe not go potentially give away a gun. But TSG do fall back. As Lily and Bethany are gone.
one gun on the floor, but not really able to pick it up at this moment. Assuming pulling information over, needs to work well with teammate Anna, who is going to spray for a couple of good ones over here. Lana wanted to make a good go of that one. 4 kills for Anna. 2 lost there for Kiss, but acceptable. Particular round is pretty.
And now into a gun rounds. Not the journey that we thought would get here to start off. But still got access to that run it back for Ferret. You got a Cosmic Divide online for Alana as well. These can be some pretty good ults to try and swindle away into a site. And speaking of ultimates as well, we're starting to get ever so closer to a lot more coming online too, which can make things very spicy.
Big round potential for TSG for sure. It's the one they've been waiting for. Ferret already had the run it back previously. On through, just looking for anybody here. This is at least reasonable information.
Good C's.
Yeah, I was going to say the C's just preventing the runner back from getting more value. Here we go. That's going to be some action over towards the outside. Anna now has this retake position. I mean, his eyes haven't even been applied here. Into pit though. Hail hasn't been checked. You gotta check those angles. Bethany's at least going to get 2 here, but a massive pickup. And then it's just going to be Sons just finishing up. Atlanta and Kiss are on to 3 here. Gun round is just going to go to the side. Sees to prevent the runner back, and then all the way in pit. Hale finds massive pickups.
Yeah, you just got great positioning from a Kiss in that round, to be completely honest with you. A little bit of a later lurk attempt to come through from Tiff that gets shut down in Art, and then just that crossfire looked dugout overlooked. It makes it a bit rough for TSG in a round such as that to get something happening, and that was their first gun round as well. When you think about it too, so you kind of understand the timeout coming in nice and early here.
Lotus was the map choice of Kiss. Pearl's the map choice of TSG's. Does seem like so far. I mean, we're only 4 rounds in, but a team that is going to their map choice, at least struggling early on. Not the first time we've seen TSG tack timeout for a eco. Although, I mean, they still have plenty of. Look towards maybe 3 ultimates coming into this particular round. Steel Garden would even up the. It's maybe a little hard to do. Well, actually, on the post plant depends. Suppose if you're on a post plant, huge capture. There we go. Hack pause ended. Seems like the play is going to come through. They want aggression in mid.
Action is certainly that you kind of want to have, but on the flip side, Sumi with the judge, my eyes are prized to where that may be lurking, and you can see from the radar it's pretty close from these mid doors.
She's leaving though. Has to be a little bit careful. Doesn't want to actually give her life away. It's just on the other side of the squad. Could find a timing here. She knows, but does she have the range? Not quite. It's a lot of damage on Sons though. Outlaw, another brilliant weapon for an anti-eco. Now has to use the headhunt to try and slow things down, and it won't be Lily and the rest as well. This is some good shots for Sons. Yeah, the round is over. Forget about it. Ferret can only do so much. It's a 1 versus 4, and haven't planted yet.
That Outlaw that's on the floor as well is Untitled. Only with 2 shots, you'd have to connect both of them to finish off anyone on Kiss's roster that is still alive here. You can maybe swindle away a kill, get an extra tick on that ulti.
No flash here either. Not enough util, I think.
Just silently going in to the welcoming arms of the judge.
It'll be judge, jury, and execution for Sumi then. Slight mistiming coming through from mid connector, but yeah, decent amount of damage at least onto the HP bars. That's 4-1 Kiss. This is the kind of lead they were wanting to find on Lotus, and at some point, yeah, look, we're going to get a massive ultimate trade. Both teams are just racking up their ults.
And the thing that comes to my mind here as well, right, is going to be that Nightfall. Such a stopping power to go into any of these sites where you need a lot of utility to kind of gain some domain, right? I also think of the kill contract at the moment too from Hale. Very unorthodox for a pick on towards Pearl. So that can just upset your plans on this attacking side. Gonna have to see how TSG navigate around those couple of ultimates where the drone is actually going to be spotting out some information towards A, confirming in 2 players. Priority focus on this art push at the moment. Sumi none the wiser.
Just kind of face checking that one, and they don't have any information in mid.
Destabilizing.
It's gonna be Cosmic Divide taking down.
No distractions.
Oh, it's a miss of the kill contract. So just a dry contract where you last had information 10 seconds ago from where your opponents were. I don't like that one.
You're just kind of hoping at that stage, right? A little bit of a gamble, praying that someone's gonna be lying in wait for you.
I understand it though, right? You've got your chamber on the lane towards B club. So really they could only be in like art, mid, link, or main. And if you're gambling that for a 1 out of 4 chance for the kill contract, would have been better to wait for when the explosion comes on towards the site here with the Cosmic Divide invested.
High falls early though. Okay, they want to make something happen right now. This is a huge amount of information. Lily's going to slow it with the relay bot, but are they going to check dugout? We've seen TSG lose from that position before, and you talk about the flank, straight through. Sons is full confidence to walk through the Cosmic Divide, paw in hand, but just can't scope in time, which means A main's going to be clear. It's all going to be the rest of the members coming through from spawn, Steel Guarded towards play. It's going to make these a little bit more difficult, maybe too difficult, certainly for Soko and Ana, who just can't manage to get any kills. But yeah, I think this round was starting to become over pretty quickly after you see that first kill. No contract going awry. And then once that flank was shut down and you didn't really see too much out of Sonses, really going to be difficult from there to win.
I mean, I'll also add into the fact that there was kind of missed nightfall, right? There's no capitalization on the back of it to shrink HP. Available to just remove abilities and such and go for a spray to deny the spike plant. Just looks a little bit uncoordinated from Kiss in that there round. But they did have enough credits to go with a good investment into this fresh one. Available. Be keen to see if there's going to be any retake pockets for that in a Cosmic Divide play, perhaps.
A lot more careful is Kiss going to be on this art side. You saw Sumi drop her life. Playing off each other, Hale and Ana. Valor, good information, Hale. We're going to just see a dry... Yeah, it's the shoulder just peeking out. Massive punish. Alana patiently waiting for it. And then Hale, you'd longer. Twice now. That's been where they've dropped their first player, by the way.
Yeah. Need to see some individual brilliance come through from Kiss in a round such as this, you might think. Operator on a power line. Rendezvous, of course. So, situation of a 1 and on how TSG navigate these angles. 30 seconds to go.
Trademark.
Early warning system. Gonna be good for 1, you would assume. And there it is. Just get out of dodge. Don't overstay your welcome. Oh, 1!
The smoke to save. It's not enough. Oh, no way! Oh my god! Sans' head under. No way! That is a ridiculous amount of kills. But that was a 1 HP. Sans is hiding inside the smoke. And Ana with the clean up. And she get melted. They have the first player kill over on the art side as well for a 5v4 advantage. No rendezvous available for Sans and still holding her ground is a double kill on the headhunter. Excuse me.
I mean, I mentioned we need to see some run through for a round like that for Kiss, right? But I didn't be as to that. A single HP, the ambition with the shorty to go back into the nebula, miss a kill on that, and then headhunter 2 out of this world.
Yeah, because you have to swap weapons as well, and then like to actually be able to snap onto 2 heads at the same time, or in a row, I should be saying. Rendezvous out though. Here we go. Okay. It's the art side that's been a problem so far for this defense, and it will continue to be that way again. Hunter's Fury this time to collect the kills. What are you gonna do, Sans? We saw some good headhunters previously, but this round it's just too fast. TSG, they've really turned up the aggression this time around. Yeah. Speeding up has changed the pace of the game entirely, and Soko might have too much to do here.
That's a bit rough for Soko. You want to see some upgrades of these guns now for TSG as well. Looking to steal back a round. Dissipate on the Nebula. A creep on in as well. A backside plant. But what do you look to do here as Hale? You've got your contingency that you can propel yourself in behind. But it feels like you're just waiting for Sumi to start to come back in through the spawn position.
No matter which activation.
Yeah. No matter which way you slice it, this is going to be a difficult retake for Kiss, you would assume. But here we go. Starting to get in towards the site. Starting to get closer. Hale,
Destabilizing.
remove a couple of those abilities. There's the double tap that you mentioned just a little bit before. AVRL on towards the defuse now. It's not going to work on out. Hale would need a very, very rapid 1 versus 4 to get on the defuse, but it's just not going to happen. A thrifty round to come through for TSG.
Now hoping for the teammate to stay alive a little bit longer to help out, but huge thrifty round, all coming off the back of speed. TSG turning the heat up a little bit, coming through a bit faster than Kiss was ready for. But how many rounds has been in a row? I think 3, potentially in a row now, that really Art has just been the compromising position. Obviously, we're going to talk about this play one more time for Sonses, but it really wants a hero. The hero play, it comes on. Actually, just missing shots here. Really hate to see it on a 1 HP player. And it's like they're dodging bullets in the Matrix. Not a single one of those bullets from Tiff actually landed.
Well, time out here. Have some chit chats. See for TSG on the back of that thrifty, but more importantly, I think for Kiss as well, right? To try to figure out what's been working. Losing a couple of these opening fights.
Guess I've had to make the comeback from a 5v4 probably more times than they'd like at this stage. Some of them didn't work out for them either, so again, to me, trying to handle Art and A-Link might end up having to be priority. They're going to be posting up more members on that side of the map now, just understanding, okay, we just continually lose an opening player here. Can't afford that multiple times in a row.
For sure. Let's get back in towards this one. It's just going to be the shorty for Sonses. Start to feel a lot of value from the... It's not the worst thing in the world. I do like the space control, by the way, for Kiss in mid. They can pivot quite convincingly to any side of the map. You also have the A main control from Sonses, so it gives you pretty much 99.9% of the information that it's going to end at B. And now with this confirmation of positions and stampeding and utility, this is going to look to be a just strong retake, you might assume, from Kiss.
Fakeout's going to trigger the share, but will end up being the Yoru of Soko, making the wrong rotation around. A full retake is going to have to be the name of the game now, as the run it back is going to time out, so no first early contact. Hale, after the run it back is gone, will find Bethany, and now this time the kill contract. It's going to be Alana on the opposite end of things. On the actual site itself, though, despite now losing that kill contract, it's looking like the post plant is really finding some potential here. I say post plant, I haven't planted yet, actually.
Planted. Yeah.
That's right.
You've still got a Cosmic Divide available for Sumi as well, but you're kind of waiting on the info game from Sonses. A single shot out of the Headhunter, misses its mark. Who is planting? I want to see it be Tiff. I want to see what a shot from Sumi. 2-on-2. 20 seconds.
Now the plant finally coming on through. Remember, Sonses doesn't have a weapon here, just the Headhunter in hand. He needs to be able to connect these shots. Lily won't miss. Sonses has won 1v2s before, but she had extra info previously from Terra Trails. This time, it's just going to be a raw 1v2. At least the upgrade on the gun. It's going to be powerful. First shot is good. Got to see it twice in a row. Lana has a star to play on. You can see on top of the spike there. So no opportunity to even get the half defuse. Time is going to be a pretty rough here, actually.
Just confirming that they're not on the defuse as well here, so there shouldn't be a way in which Sonses wins that one, and there's not going to be either. A lot of toing and froing in that round, AVRL. You can't put your finger on the pulse on who's going to be able to win that one. But TSG do manage to come away with it in the end.
I can't ask for too much more out of Sonses. Again, coming in with no weapon. 1 versus 2 gets the opening, but playing for time. Alana smart. I want to overly challenge Sonses, who is top ragging so far for the side of Kiss. It's 5-4 at the moment, with TSG finally finding a little bit of momentum that they were missing earlier in this half. I mean, you can just see that first 5 rounds going so cleanly for Kiss outside of the pistol.
Tight line here from Sonses. Want to be off to the races for a round such as this one, because TSG are knocking at that door of tying things up. That is disgusting. Ferret did not see that coming. No one did.
Once again, just Sons is showing consistency massively. It's been a while that we've really seen Kiss find that opening kill. Typically, it's been TSG finding it first to enable 5 versus 4. And on a round where you just don't really have guns to play through, it's 2 pistols, Sons is on to tour de force. You'll feel better about your chances of winning. There's no information that right now it's going to come through on Link. But there is members offsite in A main for Kiss that can be quite threatening here. Everything is just so quiet. It's not even gonna. Oh my God. Yeah, not even gonna be able to see anything at all. They don't know that ISO hails here. That's the good news.
Spike planted.
We can need to hit shots here. Okay, there's one.
Ooh. That's a bit rough. Awkward for Hale there, but hasn't brought enough time and distraction away from the priority of the... Still do. Tiff. Oko, and maybe you need to. Cosmic Divide is in too with that tour de force. There goes the ultimate, but how do you get through this wall? You're low HP as Lily. You got to try and slide in the right click. Shots onto the defuse. It's protected, which means that Kiss won't be civilization just yet.
No. Now, brilliant stuff.
Seems these strangers want me dead.
And again, they didn't have that much weaponry. I don't know if we could really call that one a thrifty, given at least some members did have guns. With like 2 guns on board. Tour de force through as a freebie, and now with operating up. TSG's only bit of momentum is finding 8 and 9 back to back. Previously, the rounds are 1 and 6 with 4 in between them. So a strong reply here from Kiss after losing that Lotus.
I'm out of here.
Quicker. Little play towards the A site now in this one for TSG, but do they want to stick around here? Do they can start to see the rotations come through from Kiss?
Force it in the right position. Hold it across at the last moment there, so it is going to be the first. And the 1v1 over towards the outside of things, and Anna through the wall, just getting pre-fired. Bethany happy to take it away, and now Soko. One flash to play through as the Cosmic Divide
Closed.
cuts off the entirety of this retake. It's only 2 members. It's going to be so hard.
And look at the credits here, AVRL. I think it might be better played for a bit of a save for Kiss. I know guys in this situation, they just have to forego this round. Look to try and still have a lead at the half for a 7-5. That'll be the best one now.
Not expecting TSG to go hunting here either, given that their own money isn't the best just yet. A few members in the 4 digits, but largely, I think both teams will handshake this one away. TSG pick themselves up a 5. Once more, I've mentioned a couple times here, but Art has been problematic for Kiss. Look at those 3 X's. Multiple members just not able to find anything. Respect the fact that Sons has wanted to make an aggressive playthrough, but just maybe call it a 50-50. Didn't have the crosshair where the player appeared.
It's just good awareness as well from TSG. You know, in a couple of these crucial rounds and how they need to try and close them out. Now we maneuver into the last round of this half, so it's either going to be a tied scoreline 6-6 or Kiss are going to be leading at the half. Feels the most competitive so far. Of course, we are in the end for the second map.
This is Tiff's going to come through with an operator here, which is quite. She's going to come through over shops first to, okay, maybe not, going over towards B ramps. Haven't seen an offensive operator just yet, and typically you wouldn't see that come through from the Sentinel. I was also going to say Sons doesn't have full weaponry here, but we've just seen how sharp she is on the Headhunter.
Yeah, very stark difference compared to map number 1 on Lotus, with how Sonsis is firing in this one. So it's a great kill on towards Lily. Shuts down any rapid approaches that you might look to have. Regrouping now with a high-low setup, and Soko ready.
Massive stuff, and no trade either. That is just gigantic. Tiff now looking for something. Doesn't matter though. Hale. There's Lana again. Tiff will find Anna on the other side, and Hale. 2
One
Are they at the body? Yep.
Not going to be a win, but as you say, body being picked up minimum. And now for the final round, Tiff is going to be 1v3 with an operator. And by the way, she showed the operator super early. She pushed down ramp, just kind of fired a shot and revealed that.
I like, though, what Kiss are doing, right? Make her waste any extra utility to try and reclaim the spike. Waste
30 seconds left.
And just going back towards the sites. It's a 1 versus 3 at the end of the day. You can just play together as a team. There's no Steel Garden online. Eventually, you'll hear the footsteps coming on up. And there you go. Information from Sumi communicated to the rest of the team. And with 10 seconds to go, AVRL, there might not even be an opportunity left to get this spike plant down.
10 seconds left.
Facing the wrong way even. Steph gets that kill, but it is 5-7. TSG certainly early round struggles.
Switching sides.
Pistol into 4 rounds in a row. They couldn't convert their own anti-eco, and it means they're just not going to be able to string through enough rounds. Dion, that is the first half done and dusted. Let's go back to the desk.
Yes, exactly, AVRL, with the 4 rounds. That Thrifty, I think that really shot them forward into taking this first half 7 in their favor. It's the first time from memory, or one of the first times from memory, that we've seen Kiss in the lead in the first half.
Yeah, definitely. It's a fantastic look from them, and I feel like I'm watching Sonzus take over the entire server here on the chamber. I mean, just winning out these duels and getting some absolutely ridiculous kills just so consistently here. Feels like the rest of Kiss are kind of just banding together to support Sonzus to pop off round after round after round, and that tactic is working.
Yeah, exactly. That Thrifty I mentioned earlier was actually achieved by Sonzus in that round 2, and that helped give them that momentum to get that 4 rounds on. And then further on, we keep seeing his insane. But of course, yeah, I think the cast has also alluded to it. The fact that Sonzus has definitely warmed up and is looking so much sharper in this map compared to map 1, and it's great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in general, feeling a little bit more comfortable in this second map, which I think, yeah, that first map always a little bit shaky for teams, especially in the grand finals, and for a team like Kiss who are the upper bracket, but compared to TSG, they don't have as much experience being in these grand finals scenarios, and it's obviously a completely different mental you have to throw together and to have for this sort of match, particularly because it is a best of 5, so the series is going to go for a little bit longer as well. But Kiss, I mean, they look a lot more warmed up. I'm interested to see what their other half is going to look like now. It should be pretty good. I feel like it's incredibly unlikely PSG gonna have to step it up to make a comeback of their own here in order to win their own map pick here of Pearl.
Indeed, yeah, it is TSG's map pick. So let's see what TSG bring back here in this second half. Let's Casters take it away.
For Kiss, TSG, I'd like to imagine maybe a little disappointing given that you are running double duelists with Phoenix. Maybe getting a bit more on the defensive side would have been good. However, I do think the Vice difference now, the use of utility on the defense is going to be quite a good one.
Yeah. Gonna have a bit of defensive differences though, just because of the nature of Sonsus getting really aggressive on this chamber. I mean, more often than not, you're seeing kind of both sides of the map be explored by and Halo Soko on the other, to see what sort of options TSG look to go for. By the very beginning of it, it's going to be a little bit more of a middle-weighted style for this pistol round, as opposed to Kiss, who are just looking to kind of rampage up towards the A site very quickly.
Well, I mean, TSG wanted to play through mid on the offensive side quite a lot, so defensively they'll do the same thing here. You're going to hear a lot of footsteps. This could be very interesting. Oh my goodness, you're going to walk into a lot of players here, Ferret. Lily. Surprise! Does Kiss find out the hard way? The G was quite immense, nearly into spawn.
And how do you try and finagle this one back into play, right? You need to see Soko find the right timing, the right shots. Now position known, can't quite get out scot-free, but can get in towards the spawn. No, oh no, actually there was a gate crash just still available.
Teleport's
We're going to regroup back over towards mid. TSG is really hard here, so you have to imagine, unless we see another Sonzus massive pop-off, not going to happen here. It's going to be too difficult. Life is low for Soko, taking down mid-air, but you're flawless.
Not even a single point of damage delivered. AVRL towards the TSG members. 500 HP across the board, all of the ghosts. So that's just a great pistol rounds to be collected here. You would generally assume we'd tie up in this next round. able to steal away another second one.
That'll be a surprise as for that one to come through. Judge on board straight away. I've seen so many Judge punishes. I think last time it was Sumi on Judge playing through Astra. This time Alana the Astra for the defensive side of TSG. Waiting. So Prowler's just got to see it straight away.
Balance in its position. Do you generally expect this to kiss? Maybe. Up through Bong.
I mean, you already have a setup coming through from Sumi. Do they really want to push this one? Okay, well, undercuts in play. Oh my goodness, they want to push through with the double tap, and still not going to be good enough. Again, this is a very common play of Konzis. Knows that this is where a lot of players were hiding away before rendezvousing. Make sure that the kill doesn't come on through. How badly do you really want to fight this mid?
Yeah.
Not that badly, since they're going to. I was expecting them to rotate early.
There, spotted on out. You have to first over at this B site with the Thorns pops. Again, we'll talk about it yesterday, AVRL. This is the benefit of having a Yoru in play on your rifle rounds. You generally have that clone to send
30
through
seconds
and
left.
pop that wall for you.
Look at that, and gone all the way through. Found that artist clay. You're not allowed to push through. Not on a Judge. Doesn't quite have the range. Massive kill now. An upgraded Guardian. So suddenly the round is all and live. Just got to get past that one star. Not an issue.
Did we jinx this in towards existence? Another kiss second round that they shouldn't have any weight in. Alana low HP. Does have 2 stars available. Ferret with a blade. Well, so there's an opportunity to at least try and get on this defuse. I don't believe there's any stars from Sumi available. So no gravity. They're going to have to put bodies in towards this play at the moment. So here we go. Tap on towards the defuse. Expecting on this flank from Sons. Shut down. Guardian out of play. Ferret finding all of the damage. Again, it should be TSG fighting the round here. A good trade to come on out in protection. Defuse and kills for Ferret. Getting closer to that runner back. In fact, even getting it for the bonus.
I hate to see that it's Hans' first to fall because the Guardian would have been the weapon to be able to win that round. Everyone else on pistols and just taking a bit of a glance over utility. Nothing really to play through. I mean, no flashes, a singular haunt, and that is about it. Haunt instantly destroyed. Of course, you know they're on site at that point. That's the obvious part, but pushing through, you want to have a capability for your pistol players to sort of be able to bait Sonses a little bit to allow Sonses to get the pop off. That would have been the way you win the round. 7-7. Find ourselves tied up very quickly in the second half here.
Look at the stacking of players for TSG at this B side as well. Change of position on the shear to protect it mid where the Judge was previously. I do like the idea. See how far Soko wants to go before potentially using this fake out. If she does expect the shear to be there or not, well, she uses it, and with it not popping it, it gives you a bit of a different idea. Tracer's seen. Ferret is known now.
That is
I wonder if they're gonna try and isolate her.
That is really rough. I mean, the smoke will give the possibility. Ferret has to think about moving off now. You really hate to see that, actually, because Ferret's won from this position before. And with that, look at the fall off now. Playing full retake on A, by the way. And I think, really, the big info is you don't see the share on B. That tells you a lot, because typically the share is on B, which would indicate that B is a lot more clear. If the share isn't there, which might indicate that there's players a lot more waiting on the site itself, which ends up being true. Good read by Kiss.
Wouldn't mind a world in which Bethany just holds the recon dart for the retake.
30 seconds left.
Can be quite valuable because it's got 40 seconds on the old recharge. So here we go. Plant in from Kiss, a marathon to be run from Ferret, who has the best weapon here and the run it back. You kind of wanted Ferret to be the one to cheat or rotate a little bit earlier on.
Now Ferret was just tucked away. We'll be able to rejoin the team. Look at the spread on this post. That's fine. You definitely understand that you don't have anyone else controlled. Ferret first one in, shut down by Sonses. The link is going to be a couple of members there. Look at this rundown. All these red players in to kill Soko, the only one going down. And you're okay with that if you're Kiss.
Hesitation
Really
for
good
amateurs.
round, considering
Let's go.
they nearly fell into the trap to B, but they sprung it early. Found themselves a free side on A instead.
As all things should go, pistol in second from one team, bonus from the other, and then you start to get into the depth of a half as well.
One enemy
Enemy
remaining.
down.
What happens sometimes when you do have those gamble stacks on towards one side or the other, retake can be a little bit difficult. Got a kill contract online for Hale now as well, and in a post plant on the attacking side, you can pull away the diffusee. Back towards the B side of things to start off the affairs. However, you do have Ferret in the same position. Jump spotting out is Tiff. Want to see if there's going to be any attempted information coming on through from TSG. Jump spot will confirm that.
Distraction.
And just going straight for the kill contract. I haven't really seen a win come through in the kill contract. Finally, Hale will find her mark. Got Alana
that's
twice
the
and Alana
end.
won twice. Tiff, not going to be the case. And that's your Sentinel down. Really, for TSG now, it's about the middle exploration.
Well, it's
Thankfully for
at least
Sumi, she'll get out.
information confirmed now that no one's going to be up through the street, right? Because the shear is down. So it's just an audible call for Kiss, and where they want to try and end things, it's going to be back towards the A. If Son can just stay put and not lose their
Timing.
life, it would be good. But that poses a bit of a problem now.
And in another world, you can see that play come through. Just get a free sight. The Sansa walks on, completely sets up, and things that look difficult for TSG.
30 seconds left.
Continues to walk through. Over in dugout. Very difficult to push Lily away. Bethany for 2 here is going to prevent things from likely moving too far
player
forward. For Kiss, unless... Oh, he nearly saw some beautiful magic come through for Soko. 1 versus 2. 2 flashed up, though. Kinda can't do too much there.
Yeah, great curveball at the end. Always difficult when you go for that church plant. Not a lot of angles that you can protect yourself from. So a good amount of efforts to come back into that round from TSG. That's what I was talking about previously as well for Bethany, right? Holding that recon dart to throw on the back. Stop any full aggressions coming through from Kiss. Peppering out a little bit of damage with the shock darts as well. So just good little fundamental protocols to come through from TSG on this defensive side in the early stages now. A timeout is going to be called for, you would assume, from Kiss. We'll get confirmation that in a second, because they do have credits here, AVRL, to go for a buy. And I do see a dimensional drift as well. It is a very powerful ultimate when used properly.
1 away from Nightfall as well. Prioritize on either an orb or a plant will get you that. So a couple of quite strong ultimates. Bit of a shame in terms of how that last round went. Kill contract awards you the first kill, and you would argue one of the more important members, potentially the most important member when you actually want to hit it site. Take down Tiff. You know that all that util from the Vice is going to be gone. Sons is just... I hate to see your top player in the lobby, only player on 20 plus kills, getting taken down that early, which then allows TSG to get their retake in play, and Bethany on for a nice double there. 2 away from her.
19 or something in the first half, right? Had a big amount of numbers there. So you want to see some impact translated over towards this attacking side too. What the tour de force will look like if that one comes online, or maybe you want to set up for Anna getting that Nightfall, being just 1 point away.
It's 18 and 8. Sons has
There you
ended
go.
that, and no one else on Kiss even double digits at that point in time. As we progress through,
Cheeky
Sons
little
activating
push-ups.
share.
See what she's going to be able to do on that lurk maybe here. As the Nightfall is picked up and a dimensional drift invested to scope out the informations at the moment. Put this one in towards the spawn area. So position expected and noted from Bethany. What an ambitious TP to come out there from Soko. I don't know about that one, because that turns this round completely on its head.
It's just the double D play is taken down. I'm not even too sure about Sons' decision to want to go through water. I mean, that is getting a little bit too spicy.
Taken out.
Secondary,
My ult is ready.
Bethany happy to collect 2 players in water. Yes, please. Have to say that's probably round done now. Even with Nightfall in hand, probably just a little bit too difficult.
Yeah, as long as TSC
30
just
seconds
don't
left.
fumble for the result of this round. Build up the credits, maybe even surviving with all.
It's a commit, or it's going to be a save, and I think it's going to be a save. TSG just wondering. We still don't hear anything on B. Surely they're planting A, right? Not going to be the
10
case.
seconds left.
That's the round.
Yeah, you're going to have to just opt for the save here and cut your losses in that one. I can see who formulate a bit of an idea on how they need to be playing this defensive side as well. Kind of bunkering down at that B site, covering off mid with a bit of their utility. And if that does get pushed on deeper in the back lines, you're starting to hit your shots. You're starting to have some good crossfires as well. You're kind of leaving Kiss to be the ones to develop some new ideas in the midst of these rounds.
2 save rifles is all that Kiss has to play through, hoping for Sonses to be a... As weapon from Anna dropped off to teammate Soko. Well, you said this, but TSG in the lead. This is actually the first time TSG has found the lead on Pearl so far.
There'll be a bit of a problem now towards this site, though. If it's a hit from Kiss, if they invest the Nightfall, Tiff has to be very aware. Alana has to help with Bethany as well, who may even use the Hunter's Fury. We'll have to see if that does come into play. As Kiss now starting to get in towards the site. I would have liked to say AVRL.
Smoke to bail them out as well. Kiss will be able to get this Hunter's Fury. Walk away. Sonses once again wanting to really explore deep. Oof. Okay, I saw the possibility for the second kill to come through for Sonses, but just the one is even not bad for the 4 Kiss. Certainly Lily taken care of. Tor is earned, but a 1v2 too hard for even Sonses to win. Now Ferret first up on towards A. Curveball around the side. Here comes the peek in an early one. Easy on Soko.
30 seconds.
A little bit of help from Bethany is going to be which means it's only Hale, and it means that we're going to see TSG on 10, 4 versus 1. Far too many for Hale to handle.
This is a bit of a problem position now for Kiss, isn't it? You're starting to lose a couple of these rounds that you're needing to be gather for the depth of this map.
Look at the round
Your
breakdown.
economy is all right as well to have a investment here.
It's 5-1 in the first 6 rounds here. Only got that singular round 3 gun round win. Everything else has gone the way of TSG. Some very avoidable round losses coming through as well.
You want to play? Let's play.
Really should have been a map that Kiss wants to be able to tuck away, but this has just been so difficult for them. They're going to have to fight tooth and nail for it. Finally, a tall round does come on through Sonses. Now we've seen this shorty tall combo before.
That was feeling like a bit of a late smoke to be deployed from Alana at the choke point of A there, but it comes in the nick of time, stopping any of the Kiss members to come through. I thought that maybe Ferret had to pop out the blaze just to be a little bit of stalling. But now, Kiss have to have a reset. That is a shock dart that done some serious damage.
That's big.
Nevertheless, Hale finds an opener, gets out of dodge.
They still have options. Notice that Spike is uncommitted. That means really seeing which side of the map ends up being the winning side. They get an opening onto A. Watch the walk up now. This is Sonses with Tor in hand, covering the angle that Tiff is sitting in. As smoke comes in, and time starts running out. You look at the rotations. A is being cleared out, and this is Kiss reading. If they're going to go on towards A, they'll discover very quickly there's nothing yet.
Why you're not seeing any jump spots come out as well, because that tour de force could just pick you up. 20 seconds as the spike plant does go down. Retake to start to be formulated. Do you choose to try and invest in Cosmic Slide? What a curveball. The trades though, Ferret picks up the run it back as well. The immediate investment on this one, Nazana, unaware that Tiff was coming on through from Flowers. Now it's all on Sonses. She was holding down the B side as much as possible earlier on, but now just noted out, scanned out for the 1 versus 3 with this tour. It's going to be mighty difficult, you would assume, and just not even really given a chance. That was the opportunity there, AVRL. You feel like Kiss had, and it slips through the fingers.
I mean, you had a 5v4 to start with a free spike plant as well. Just hoping for a good post plant. No members from Kiss able to fall off and play a main in time, and Can she look to take art control? Something. It's the curveball once again. Another massive round from Ferret. 2 in a row. Holding sight. Well, this time it was coming through from Secret. And just the curveball momentum. Giant flashes twice in a row. Completely ruining Kiss.
Maybe a last-ditched effort here. Going for a bit of a force-up. Play on the back of a couple of your ultis as well. If Hale can win another kill contract and Ana to use the Nightfall, you may very well be able to get into the site, but it's a bit more of just a default play. Coming through from Kiss. Forcing back any early engagements via TSG. Actually, Lily is playing dangerous there. Indeed.
It's the same first kill. Exact same first opening kill. Hale onto Lily this time. Kill contract available. But we've seen Kiss fumble this 5v4 lead before in terms of player numbers. Note that Ana still doesn't have a gun. Same setup as well. 4 members on towards A. It's going to be contact. Very soon. Bethany looking the wrong way. And Bethany still able to pull the trigger back to even the numbers up. And again, a Kiss player lead that now evens to 3 and 3.
Ooh,
worse than that, as Sons just wants to go on B. Oh my goodness.
An opportunity now for Sumi, though, potentially, right? 1 versus 2. Guardian in hand. There was just a Vandal on the floor, but wanting to play the element of surprise. If they don't get an inkling of this one, she might be able to line them up. She might be able to find both of them here. AVRL, but no, Alana falls on back. Just the backpedal at the right time. And that now is the map point.
You just saw from Sumi's POV, she didn't think the 2 players were just right next to her in Flower. I think to have her crosshair stall towards spawn, I mean, that is a little bit unlucky. But Alana with the wherewithal to just look around, being like, okay, let me just send something. Might want to walk over towards Secret real quick. And the timing of that turnaround from Alana was just perfect. Absolutely flawless there. So, I said it before, Dion, but how many 5 versus 4 openings is Kiss going to have that they just can't convert into a further lead or a round win?
Well, we'll get the info in the post-game stats, of course, with the first bloods.
Kill contract gone, by the way.
A couple of numbers for the actual rounds. Kill contract, as you say, just whistled past Bethany's ears. Steamrolling towards the A site, though, is Kiss. There's some timing to find it. Now drone, Prowler. Gonna exchange. Plant down, though.
And here it is, finally a good post plant. Players falling off the site itself. Nightfall ready to go. Cosmic Divide as well. And just in time to protect Sonsis from falling over Lily. Want to go in first. There's a big reveal. 2 members scan on out. Sons is down though. Things could get really tricky now. Opposing Cosmic Divide. More ultimates. Nightfall as well. Soko not able to find a kill. 5 versus 3 in potentially the last round. Hale finally activating, but the defuse is still there. 1 more. Sumi has to do it all. Can you just get a couple more? It's not going to happen. And TSG counted up. It's going to be 8-1 on this second half. We finished our first half, Dion, 5 and 7. And in that second half, only a single extra round for Kiss, as TSG find 8, including 6 in a row at the end.
Yeah, it just feels like TSG had a lot more awareness on how to be playing that defensive side and being able to just come back from deficits as well, right? How many times are we seeing Lily lose her life first, for example, and then it is just the patience reset to come on through? There's no immediate capitalization coming through from the side of Kiss as well, because they're playing more of a defaulty style. Makes it a little bit awkward.
Oh, that was the best post-plant that we've seen in a while coming through from Kiss, but still not quite enough. They're now 0 down 2. Match point confirmed for TSG. Let's take it back to the desk.
Thank you, AVRL and KOMODO. Second map of PAL does go the way of TSG, bringing them up to 2-0 now in this best of 5 series. So TSG only 1 map away of claiming the grand finals and heading their way to the international stage, but to Pacific stage. So it's going to be a very exciting map 3. Can Kiss come back? Jem, how do we feel about this map?
Yeah, that was a really interesting one there, because it looked in the favor of Kiss in the first half. But as our second half kind of gets more into it, I feel like the game plan for Kiss was just not there. I feel like they were relying so hard on Sonzu, and when Sonzu didn't pop off, I feel like they just didn't really know. They looked, you know, I think a bit unsure of themselves walking around. It just feels the And when Sonzu was down, I feel like they just kind of lost it a bit. And TSG, I think, were playing together far more as a unit. And I noticed, I feel like the kills and just everything seemed a bit more even throughout the team. Whereas I feel like KISS were letting Sonzu drive the train.
Sonzus did look extremely good from Kiss's side, but as you mentioned, yeah, Sonzus, if they got caught out, their team might have fallen apart. But let's look at the stats a bit more. Sonzus with 22 kills. But MVP does go to Alana, who was 12, but he's the 18, 20, 18.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately for Lily, not really a pop-off map for her, but honestly, she didn't need to be when the rest of her team really felt like they were in control of this series here. But yeah, definitely interesting to say as well, Rice, that, you know, Sonju did, I feel like, almost hard carry this team here for KISS, but they're not able to, you know, get it over the line. TSG still, you know, firmly in control of this here. And it's not the duelists that are popping off for TSG either. It's more of, you know, and so interesting to see from the side of TSG, and huge from Alana here on the Astra, just playing so fantastically. And I feel like every single fight was Alana and Bethany really clutching it out together.
You can look at the record of this game, of this map, and the cast has mentioned it already. 6 in a row for TSG to take this map.
Huge.
KISS definitely might be feeling a little bit shaky from losing 6 in a row, but TSG, I'm sure, are so confident from this win and from all those rounds in a row, and maybe coming into this third map pretty scary looking.
Yeah, I think also to consider is the post-plant differences between these two teams. But MVP, of course, is Alana here, who's been so fantastic throughout this series, playing a whole bunch of different stuff, and will continue to play a whole bunch of different stuff as we head into our third map here of Sunset. But Alana just putting up huge stats, and I think assisting the team and working more as a unit, which I feel like is something that KISS was lacking on the other side.
Yeah, TSG definitely looked really strong as a unit. Lots of teamwork, able to assist each other, especially on that defense. Being able to defend 6 rounds in a row is very good effort from them. And on the other hand, KISS's, I think, entries onto point were the parts that they were struggling with quite a lot. Soko playing Yoru, we've seen Soko play Yoru quite a few times, but I do love her Neon, so I'm excited to see what they bring to us on Sunset. Let's go to a short break and see what they have planned for us. Welcome back to this best of 5 grand finals of Valorant Game Changers Oceania. We are currently 2 up towards TSG. This could be the final map we are seeing for this year for Game Changers Oceania, and this could be the moment we could be crowning our winners. Or Kiss could come back and give us an exciting show to see. Jem, how do we feel about Sunset?
Yeah, Sunset's an interesting one. I feel like it's actually a really good map for Kiss here. Because this Neon is so good here on Sunset's in a really aggressive map, extremely attacker favored map. So I think that's something that Kiss will want to be leaning into, because I feel like their best look, as I've said throughout this whole series and this tournament, is they look the best on the Neon. If they can play the Neon, I really think they should be playing it. I feel like in that last map, Sonzu was really stepping up, but the rest of the team felt a little bit behind. So even if they're able to get just one more piece on the table and they're able to get Soko to play the Neon here with Sonzu's on the chamber, I feel like that would be a huge boon for them. And then TSG, I mean, they throughout this whole series, they feel firmly in control of this finals.
They definitely do feel in control at the moment. We've actually seen these two teams play Sunset together against each other in the upper finals yesterday, where Kiss actually did take that victory. They did play the Neon, but they opted for a Cypher instead of the Chamber. So I'm excited to see what if they stick with the Chamber, or, as you mentioned, bring the Chamber. Let's have a look again at how we've got here so far in this best of 5 finals.
Yep, so our first maps, we have Lotus here going 13-9 towards TSG, 13-8 here on Pearl. So Kiss putting up, you know, pretty decent fight, but it's TSG in the end who are able to win out those first 2 maps. On series point here, Rice, 2-0 so far, just one more map to go until they are able to take it and become the Game Changers Oceania finalists, our winners here, and representing our whole region in Pacific. The Sunset map is picked by Kiss though, and I think they do have the better record here on this map, but you can never count TSG out and this former Swaglord 9000 core. They just look like they're firing on all cylinders now.
Yeah, they definitely looked locked and loaded, warmed up indeed. I sort of been warming up a little bit throughout Lotus and Pearl, but still, yeah, feeling not quite what we've seen throughout the last couple of days. This could be the experience speaking from TSG, being able to keep their nerves under control, and Kiss being a little bit shaky. Excited to see though, of course, on the map of Sunset, which they have won before against TSG, whether or not they're able to take that confidence of that previous map win under the belt and push forward and bring themselves up at least 2-1.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an interesting one because, as you've said, Rice, both of these teams have played each other on this map, and it was very recently. It was yesterday, actually, ending up at a 10-13 towards Kiss, I believe. So this is going to be, yeah, I think this is a really good chance for Kiss to be able to take this. It's obviously, of course, their last chance potentially if they want this series to continue here. This is really a must-win map for them. It's do or die. And I think this map is kind of their best chance here. It leans into their strengths so heavily here. Looks like they've been running the double duelist composition with with the Neon and the Rays here, and I think that that's a really strong look here for Kiss. I think TSG, this is one of their weaker maps. I think this is their lowest win rate of a map that they play pretty consistently, so that's going to be really interesting for them, and I think this might be the one map that they wish they had the map veto advantage for.
Previously, when they did verse each other yesterday, yes, Kiss did win, and Sonzus did pop off on the Cypher. So Sonzus isn't just a Chamber 1 trick, going 24-14 on that Cypher, and Soko was able to pop off on that Neon 23-17. But yeah, so curious to see whether or not Sonzus does want to stick with the Cypher, because they do look good on the Cypher, but my goodness, their Chamber, especially coming off that game where they had the most kills in the entire lobby on that Chamber, but they don't want to bring that feeling into this next map.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do here, because I feel like maybe they want to rely more on Soko here for this next map on the Neon. But I kind of feel like for Kiss, the way that they're able to win these series is when they have their 2 best players, you know, Soko and and Sonzu's here kind of, you know, giving the same effort is the wrong word, but I mean just putting up similar numbers, right? Like I feel like they've kind of been taking turns of who is the carry, and then the rest of the team kind of supports them. But I think the time they looked best yesterday is when both of them were on their best agents, Chamber and Neon, and really being aggressive here. And I think, you know, this is a map you can be very aggressive on it. It's an extremely aggressive map, which should suit Kiss's stylings a little bit better. TSG, I mean, look, do they have a good record on this map? Not really, but I think that they feel very confident at the moment, and it's definitely a record that they can turn around.
Let's have a look at the agents these two teams have been selected, and it is going to be, of course, the two Neons. I think they're very similar at a quick glance, but we do have Sonzu and Farah both on the Cypher coming through. The only difference is the Sova versus the Raze.
Yeah, so Kiss going towards this double duelist composition that they have really been enjoying playing on a number of maps here, but I think very much suits the aggressive stylings here of Sunset. It's such a close quarters map, and you can really get up in your opponent's faces, and I think Raze in particular is absolutely fantastic for that style of play.
Yeah, Raze is fantastic for that. And there is one other difference though. While Kiss is playing the exact same composition they played yesterday, TSG have switched things up. Instead of the Teho, which we saw yesterday, Bethany is now playing Breach. So that may change things. That is a big difference, I think, as, you know, Teho with the nerfs, maybe Breach is the way to go.
Yeah, I feel like Teho is just in too weak of a position to use at the moment. We have seen a couple teams utilize him, but I think he's just really difficult to get just right. And, you know, if our tier 1 teams are really, really struggling to use them, I feel like probably use the Breach here, but a bit of a classic. I mean, the Rolling Thunder is also so fantastic on the sites for this maps, but that's all from us on the desk at the moment. We'll be sending you to our casters, KOMODO and AVRL.
Do or die time here in the grand finals for 2025 Game Changers VALORANT Oceania. 2-0 up in the lead now at TSG, and on Pearl, a decent lead from Kiss unconverted into a map win means it will be a reverse sweep required now if Kiss have any hope of taking through this final.
Yeah, I do like the change coming through from TSG as well, going away from the Teho, which may have just been a misclick, we don't really know just yet, to the Breach, which does align to being the most common played Agents of 5 in the VCT circuits around the world. So it's the meta comp. You would assume that it's got good things coming.
The double duelist coming through once again for Kiss. Now, they did win this map yesterday. We saw that 13 and 10. However, as noted, Teo was on board for TSG. Not going to happen this time around. Heavily nerfed agent. Was a surprise to see it yesterday, and I think not working out the best for Bethany or the side of TSG. I think it was the right call. Probably bench it this time around. Come through on a much more conventional lineup, a conventional composition for TSG's capability to now potentially 3-0 this grand finals.
Yeah, we're just having a little bit of a chit-chat in the interim as well on what all of us thought that this series would go towards. You know, your 3-0s, your 3-1s, your 3-2s, etc. to each team. And I might have actually been the only one that said 3-0 towards TSG. And my reasoning was because they'd be angry coming in towards this this grand final. Because they've got something back to prove. They shouldn't have dropped to the lower bracket. But nevertheless, let us see if that is going to eventuate or not. It's Kiss starting off on the attacker's side, and this one might propel quickly into this B side.
Looking for a lot here done on the attacking side. We just see Kiss bring us some confidence to be able to win a round on a map. Bring us to a map 4. Bring us to Icebox and split later on. They'll find themselves a clean side, double smokes down, free plant, and full retake now from TSG.
Set themselves up for it. Got a little bit of utility that they can go with as well. Bethany with the fault line and the flashes set up hopefully is going to be working a treat for them. Great paranoia, though, in reply. Will Anna be overlooked? I believe so, but the self-blinding from the team, that's a bit awkward from Hale. Nevertheless, it's Soko and Sumi getting the job done here. Soko for the 4K as Kiss find the pistol.
A good conversation point that we heard as well. The fact that Soko maybe going back over towards the Neon comfort choices massively strong for a map like Sunset. Already a 4-0 beginning. I mean, that's exactly what you would like to see Soko, a star player on the team, be able to land on. Just didn't quite find the same openings on the Yoro on that last map. Real confidence building round. 4-0. Soko scoreline.
We'll see if there's going to be any answer back coming in towards the second one now as well, right? It's a bit of a here and there with the second round conversion rates. But in a map like Sunset, that there's going to still be no investment of the one-way from Alana. You know, very common that you'd get the one-way here in a fault line setup play.
Trades now happening over towards A means that there will be a cleanup as well. Smoke to block out immediate sight lines coming through. So despite there not being the one-way coming on through, maybe defensive that would have been quite nice, but offensively, plays working in their favor. Still decent kills on this attacking side as TSG down to only a single member now. Should not quite enough time for the free client here for extra money, but a clean round nonetheless.
Clean round nonetheless is what you want to see in those sort of environments as well, right? Where we get the on the back of the pistol is the opportunity for Kiss. They get into the series properly, right? Have a good start to the map. Look to continue on with a run. Try and push us into the next map of this series to make it a deeper grand. That'd be Icebox.
I've certainly seen both teams, but definitely Kiss capable of getting off to good starts. First half of Pearl, drilling and stuff, able to string together too many more on that second. As this time around, that tripwire will be costly. Anna's life forfeited. Fair, easy pickup through the smoke. That should still be expected here. Watch for the market play though. Sons is activating. Could be a bit of a freebie. Didn't quite get the vision on Tiff. Maybe the door hasn't been open yet. Tiff goes down to Soko anyway. This retake coming in strong now. Again, better weaponry, but lining themselves up. This is TSG. Spacing not good there. An easy punish. Soko again.
Yeah, that's a really take to come through from TSG. Not gonna lie, they had a bunch of utility that they're gonna be able to invest in towards that one properly. They could slow it down. They had a lot of time. They had an hour drone for Tiff that could have been utilized to come through from Boba, perhaps to scan all the backside. And then you start to scale in the approach for the retake, but kind of going a little bit faster. Ill-advised. Foster's not working out either. That's a rough one for TSG, but brilliant for Kiss. Talk about starting off on a map, securing the bonus one quite nicely as well.
Gotta go.
Look at this mid aggression coming on through. TSG desperate to get something done here. That's a shoulder spotted, but Ferret can't connect the headshot. So now the jig is up. What's going to happen around Tiles? So Hale up next, potentially. Having to play very careful here if you are the side of Kiss. Still, though, Hale easily dispatches of Tiff. And Aftershock as well. That's a stun on the Fair. And okay, the Aftershock damage is going to be there. And Fair's going to collect. Like on the floor here.
Oh
How is this happening? The damage is so good, even if. The Ferret.
It's an opportunity, AVRL. That's what it is right now. Alana and Lily to see if they're going to be able to recover something here. If they go through mid, there's upgrades around. These sort of environments as well, you may consider as Soko. Waiting a couple more seconds, see where the retake starts to come. And get that ultimate online. You got the relay bolt. You can polish off your opponents pretty quickly. But let's see if that's what will happen here. A Bucky for Alana coming through main. It's going to be difficult to find anything with the depth of play that Kiss are finding themselves in within the site. Challenging from Lily. Doesn't even equip the rifle. That one's just awkward neon play. And Kiss will hold on. Another round for them.
There's Soko lying away there as well to peek directly, rather swing directly off of Sonso's contact. So for TSG, unfortunate, but only one rifle picked up. No time for Alana to through mid. But having to try and dodge out the camera and the constant toggle of the camera for Sons isn't going to allow Alana to do anything. And Bucky at that range just isn't going to be useful. So really it was going to be Lily or nothing in that 2 versus 2. And we've actually seen TSG take tag timeouts here before. They're going to skip it this time around, understanding, okay, well, it is an important round, but they're feeling good about their chances.
A must-win round, you may feel like, though, for the beginning of this map, right? For TSG, defensive side on Sunset. And Odin brought to the party for Tiff as well. Not the general weapon that you do have on a map like this. Still, again, I am surprised that TSG aren't playing, we'll call it the norm, for the one-way smokes over towards the A site, getting your breach fault lines and flashes ready for any short pop or elbow pop.
Here comes that elbow pop pretty soon. A lot to do here for Ferret. We've seen Ferret get that beautiful 3K on previous round, enabling the potential for a 2 versus 2 win. This time with gun in hand, neural theft as well. The paranoia does connect, but holding on for dear life. Still an opportunity here. The first shot coming on through. It's clean.
Look at this lurk from Sonsus. She just cleared out all of the B site, and then you're from the shadows towards that Bravo location. Get the plant down. It's a marathon approach for TSG on this retake. They've got to run a mile.
And the neural theft confirms it as well. Boba. That's the next engagement position. Smoke. Bringing stuff from Sumi. That'll slow things down considerably. From the shadows. Popping onto the other side of the map for a free plant. Can you make your way through Boba? It's going to be so difficult. Alana, though, to hail. For the one so far, double plays in towards market. Now the retake is on. Do they peek? Anna. Anna's in such a good spot. Trigger this one. It's beautiful. And that's going to allow 2 free kills, you'd imagine. Maybe even more so. Time is of the essence here, and you might not have time.
No time to deny the defuse. You do take away an extra prize at the end of that one. As Sonsus removing one weapon where the money has not really been built up just yet from TSG. I gotta say, I like the plan from Kiss. They take the space, they take the aggression towards the A site, they bring out all the rotations, and then they just book it towards B. Unfortunate, though, that they just couldn't really double down and bunker down on the site to stave off that retake. Timeout actually going to be brought through here by Kiss, which is a bit of an interesting one, considering that they're 4-1 up now.
Yep.
You just kind of brush that one off in my mind and hold your timeout for when you might need it deeper in.
I think for Kiss, the strategy here is they want to make sure that they can instantly shut down any sort of, in the first half, comeback for TSG, where they can start stringing rounds together, put this one to a 5-in-1 chokehold, instantly delete the money for TSG, and then Kiss can start to feel good about this Sunset map, which, first of 3 required here in the reverse sweep to bring them back into the series. Have to be feeling a little disappointed if you're Kiss after losing Pearl, knowing how good of a start you had. At second half, if you just zoom in, only the second half was 8-1.
I'm out of here.
Kiss want to make sure that they are going to be the 8th side of the 8-1 this time around. So, yeah, attack time out early. You do have to talk about the fact that Rolling Thunder is about to be online for Bethany and already online for Hale.
Yeah. Again, just another scenario for TSG, where they're stacking towards a side of the map right now. Over towards B yet again, just leaving Ferret to our own devices at the A side of the map. Eventually, I want to just see the common Sunset things be presented. Give you a lot more peace of mind on the standard defensive protocols. This meta exploration at the moment from a Kiss, though, might find the timing on Bethany. It will indeed. That's a great shot out from Hale.
Go, go, go.
Just in between the peaks there, Bethany hides away, and that gives the opportunity for Hale to sneak on through. Now Boba is under threat. A crunch can certainly happen here. Fastlane will cover the entry, and a flash onto Alana as well. You see the going through, but the rocket just connects directly onto Tef. It's going to make things extremely difficult now. Fault line, but has utility in hand, which allows Liddy to get a frag back. But buy a little bit of time for Ferret to make her way into play as well.
Another retake called for TSG, though. Bit of a delayed crossfire available here as well, out the outskirts of Boba. There's just time being bought at the moment. Great paranoia, but what can you do on the back of it? Lana is waiting to set up this extra utility. Overdrive top coming on in from Soko. This is where the retake actually maybe starts to look a little bit doable. TSG, they got to find Sumi and Sonsus, but it doesn't really matter here, AVRL, because Ferret has her head on a swivel and finds both of them with the 180.
It's the second 3K we've seen from Ferret. Cypher versus Cypher at the end. Ferret comes out large with 6 HP remaining. The patience from TSG needing to wait for Ferret to get that rotate over and finally get a clean retake in. 2 rounds now in for TSG after what was looking like a Kiss favored round to take them 5. That would have been brutal for TSG's momentum and also economy in this series. They started out, they being Kiss, with an opening onto Bethany, taking off any potential for a Rolling Thunder retake, and another they do not convert.
many of them did we see in the previous maps as well, right? It's a bit of a staple for TSG to be able to come back through a deficit equation. Be setting up a potential rolling thunder here if needed as well, but we have seen Kiss be pretty proficient in getting into these fights without the necessary use of the ults.
Go, go, go.
They're really dropping in utility over towards the... Not finding anything out the back of that one. Just given the amount of utility you're seeing, TSG know that there are multiple members inside of B main. But as we go quiet, starting to fall off here a little bit. They're happy to hold an anchor, knowing that all angles are covered by trips and camera, looking down into Link as well. But now it's going to be mid-exploration after the failed B attempt from Kiss.
Deja vu location that she got bested by Hale just before. Definitely want to see a opportunity for Sonsus as well to be able to get out that neural theft. A bunch of information. That's unfortunate for Lily. The hat available. Confirm that information as I'm talking about. Looks like Sonsus running up the custom mid wants to be able to confirm
this could be a trap though.
that one. Oh, gets it off. But you're already seeing 3 bodies at that point in time. You just now have a little bit of a moment to try and find Ferret on the site.
Ferret now, we've seen what she can do. 3K before triple. Soko has just been time and time again caught by that one. Neon versus Cypher gameplay, I guess.
Time.
Blinding.
Spike planted.
Oh, it's going to be close. Aftershock doesn't do anything. A paranoia on towards Anna, and it's Sonsus as well to try and hold it. They bring it into what was, in a mere millisecond, a 2 versus 3. Now just the winning as Tiff. 21 HP. Spotted out.
My ult
But
is ready.
finds the 1 versus 1 AVRL. This would be a clutch needed again for a member on TSG, but it just doesn't eventuate. Sonsus holds it down.
So much confidence, just dry picking that one out.
Try the same old tricks.
Getting a little jittery. Thinking in a 1v1, surely you play a... Seen the power that Sonsus brought just on Pearl, on Chamber. Top fragger by a decent amount, I might add. And saying, you know what? This lone Sova of Tiff should be low HP. I can win this duel, and she does, but definitely a risky scenario in that 1v1.
For sure. It resets the economy now of TSG too. So a prime position for Kiss to be able to extend comfortably.
Could be a lot of players here. Big movement as well. The pistols just don't have enough range. Except for Tiff. He's going to find something.
Oh.
And the lightning fingers. The overdrive from Lily. Not even that much damage, unfortunately. Bethany, okay, that's going to be a decent couple of shots in, but instantly traded. And here it is. Looking like 6 and 2 so far. As we've seen some magic out of Ferret, but
planted.
would have to be quite extreme now. Especially going into a crossfire, by the way.
Yeah. Need to just hit some great headshots here. Should be impossible.
Somebody's making noise, you hear that?
Gets further difficult now with that dark cover. Warning shots out. Don't need to reveal your location as Kiss. You know you've got this round in the bag. You know you've at least equalized at the half. Now, that final kill coming on through. Will be the 6th round. One more, AVRL, and they will find themselves at least 7, which is what they managed to get in the last installment of this map.
Yeah, they finished 7-5 on Pearl as well, just on previous map. Of course, this is a rematch of Sunset from our upper bracket final that we saw yesterday. And first half, they're going 7-5 defensive half win for the side of Kiss. This time they're on the attacking side and looking damn strong. Although you'll say that they actually won both sides, given it was a 13-10 finish. A good map to sort of rely on. Old Faithful, get to put Soko back on the Neon. You have to bring yourselves a little bit deeper into this series. However, so I have to caution that we had a very similar start on Pearl. And then the second half just got completely out of control. So for Kiss, looking for consistency here. Because TSG, they're not here to play. They're getting ready to win. One map away from doing so.
I do just want to see them kind of fall back onto some normal protocols on a map of Sunset, right? You know, it feels like in that upper final as well, we're just missing a couple of gaps of strengths of these compositions, especially on that defensive side. A lot of power when it does come to a breach Sova on that double initiator play. I want to see it maximized. And again, just by positions on the map. Not looking to be the case here in this round for TSG.
You mentioned this, but we've actually only had the Omen of Alana, I believe, one time on that A side. Not really playing through the one way, but kind of pushing down with Lily. Alana really wants to be anchoring on B today for Sunset. The more mid-exploration this time around from the defensive side. Early drone as the door closes in market.
Does leave mid right for the taking. You're seeing zero investment of any utility there from TSG. So it makes you wonder, are they gathering some B main control now that you haven't really seen anything at A? You know, you kind of fashion yourselves an idea as Kiss on what this setup may very well be looking like for TSG. Usual Cypher setups at this A side as well. And I mean, they are here yet again.
Could be Hunter's Fury, by the way, is available to slow down this plant. Recon in there. Carrot on board again, trying her best, but a slide through from Neon Soko, a little bit too sharp. There is a Hunter's Fury, one tag, looking for the secondary to get that kill. Assuming it's not going to get out of dodge. Plant could still be available here. Rolling Thunder now from the offensive side. It's just going to be a push through. Hale wants some damage, but it didn't have the capability to take down a lot of checks. The box instead. Spike now onto the floor. Dangerous scenario.
It's all right, though. Anna, one away from the showstopper, by the way. Spike gets one kill. We'll be able to find that one, but it's a player advantage for TSG going into the retake. Now we need to see if they do truly have some synergy here to play together as a team to come through, all from the spawn side of things. Meanwhile, Sonstus on a wraparound. What is she going to be able to do? A trade on the site itself. It's not planted for this position of Sonstus. However, now that she's been noticed, she has to just be a sacrifice in towards it. She has to just try and run at them to try and stop that defuse, but it doesn't eventuate, and TSG do finally answer back.
Man, that Rolling Thunder just does not go the way that Kiss wanted to. You see the Hale is desperate to find something out of it. Swings through, checks the box first, doesn't realize how far off Alana has run. And no one to back her up either, running the spike all the way up and no further follow through, you would imagine. Would have been nice for either Anna or Soko to be able to run in with you. And then hiding behind the box on that post line, Anna gets tagged by the recon and misses the shot to destroy the recon, which just means her position is, at that point, done for.
Well, very rapid approach in towards mid at the moment. Looking to split on towards the B site here. Yet again, another 3-stack for TSG and a pivot for Tiff. Shock darts available. Shoot them out if the flooding of the site does happen. But I'm kind of waiting to see what the look is for Anna on this showstopper. Big giant scare tactic. Love that opener though. Firing squad on towards Sonsas.
Who maybe peaks a little bit early there. You can see the setup was coming through. Hale wanted to fault line. Allow the players to walk through in market. I'm just going to set up the smokes. Ferret's changed up her positioning. This is going to be something that Kiss might not be ready for. Because Ferret's usually just hard anchoring on the site itself. At this point, nobody has info on A. But it's still well read by TSG. Just the fact that they are thinking, okay, well, mid is definitely a location weren't too aware of. Check market one more time. This sight line coming through from Alana could be deadly.
30 seconds left.
Well, Lily finds Anna. Now you need to see Soko kind of rein everything into her own situation, right? Be that duelist, be that superstar player. Got the overdrive available as well, but it's another deficit position for Kiss. Now the neural theft comes on out. It's go time for Soko to try and get something out, but just can't do it. Tiff, Ferret in for one apiece, and now it's all into Hale. She lines two of them up. Alana, are you going to cover things here for your team? A dark cover available. She can get on towards this defuse. Two flashpoints as well, by the way, for Hale. And a position that's now noted.
The flash isn't going to do anything because if you're inside the dark cover, the defuse is there. And Alana just goes for it knowing, okay, flash or no, it doesn't matter. I can hide inside dark cover. You can't flash me. I'm going to go for the defuse. You must face check me. And Hale just running out of time there. Hindsight 2020 would have said, pull the fault line out first. But she pulled through the flashpoint, then suddenly realizes, wait a minute, this isn't going to work at all.
Yeah.
6 through Alana. Brilliant stuff. That's going to bring us to 4 and 6. And no matter what, cut it now. TSG, despite having a bit of a rough one in our early rounds, have certainly recovered and closed the gap within 2 rounds. Meaning, no matter how many more Kiss get, start.
Scans on the back of that recon. Press the A side of things nice and early on. Another position as well for TSG, where they may be comfortable to go for a retake. They've had 4 successful retakes for these. Get on the board. Hear the showstopper now. It's just going to be met with no damage. There's no one on the side, of course, for TSG. So this should be here, AVRL, another 5 versus 5 retake.
TP into the alley here as well, so everyone's together. It's Ferret once more. Going towards link 1-to-1 so far. It's so much action going on the alley side of things. Flash onto the secondary member, and finally everyone goes down. We'll bring it down to the Cypher versus Cypher, but is there going to be the time to get this kill here? That cage is brilliant! The Ferret went back to the spike, which gives Sonsu the time to get the shot in.
Last round
And the
in the
same
half.
Cypher versus Cypher went Ferret the last time. Sonsu says, nope, it's mine now.
You get it to half as well in anticipation. There's a second pulse of the neural theft. Wouldn't have minded the idea of just trying to escape behind the boxes as well, right? You need the protection. Otherwise, she's just going to spam you even through your own cage. Bit unfortunate for Ferret at the end there. A retake attempt denied. So as we move into the last round of this half, there is an opportunity for Kiss to make it an 8-4, which would be their best chance so far at closing a map. And I kind of think that they need that.
Getting ready for the potential of aggression coming through. Kiss want to make sure they lock this one down and collect that 8 because they're trailing in this series. They got a 7-5 start on Pearl that went awry as soon as we swapped halves. Get the door open nice and early. We start traveling back over towards A. Cam set up in mid. Trip set up in B main. It looks like the I's are dotted. The T's are crossed so far for Kiss.
In towards the A site, another situation where it's just the same positions of players. No Cypher setups at B for the entirety of the half, I do believe. Always towards A. And it's going to look to be just another plant and protect situation for Kiss.
Yep. Rolling Thunder, though. This is where you want to see Hale pop in elbow. Good position for it. Plenty of use for the players from TSG, but they don't have the weaponry. Bethany on a judge as well. Not ideal in these types of situations. And a range advantage. Hale cleaning up Lily. That's one of your entries gone. Things will get more difficult now. Flash has been dodged out by Soko, trying to hold the position strong. Rolling Thunder now is going to catch a couple, you'd think. Soko just completely indomitable, and it's a flawless to end things out here. 8-4.
That is a great end for the half of Kiss. Finally, they've got some legs in this map. Let's hear what our analysts have to say.
8-4 in this half, favoring Kiss this time. Kiss putting on quite a performance on their attack round. Excited to see how things change though when we switch sides, of course. But yeah, a very good start from them on their chosen map.
Yeah, absolutely. Sunset looking fantastic for them, and no wonder. I mean, Soko popping off on the Neon here, no surprise. This is what, you know, we kind of thought would happen when we first got into this matchup. Saw Sunset in the map picks here. Kiss looking great. It is their attacking half, so this is the time where TSG can potentially turn this map around. But as everyone was saying, this is the best Kiss have looked so far, and this is the best half they've had so far in this series.
Yeah, best half they've had so far in this series. And, you know, we've talked about Soko. You know, Soko is definitely standing out here on this attacking half as a Neon would want to on Sunset, of course. As we switch over to defense, I'm excited to see how Lily steps up being their Neon for TSG. And also curious to see whether or not Sunset on the Cypher is going to also step up a bit more in this defensive half for Kiss.
Yeah, I think definitely. I think Sonsu is the player to watch here for Kiss on this defense. Just so much intel that can be gathered from the Gams and the Tripwire here on the Cypher. It's why you play Cypher on this map. Just so much that can be gained here. I think that's a huge plus for Kiss on their defense if they look to take this map. And it's looking fantastic for them, but they're going to have to defend hard against TSG's what will be, I assume, a mammoth attacking half here of Sunset, which is just such an attacker-favored map.
Just quickly talking about the Cyphers, of course, on the defense forward, stepping up quite aggressively for TSG. I think winning TSG quite a few rounds for them, looking good. But yeah, any last thoughts before we pass it back off to the casters?
Watch the ciphers. I think the ciphers are the key for this second half.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. Take it away, AVRL and KOMODO.
Something to watch indeed as we head into second half now. 8-4, the best lead that KISS have had in an opening half so far in this series. Even better than the opening half that they had versus TSG in the upper final where we played Sunset last. As a reminder, that was a 7-5 start. This is better by that one round, but better by that one round goes both ways because it's kind of worse for TSG by one round as well.
Let the timer tick on down, have a bit of a breath. AVRL, there's a lot on the line for this series, remember? It's a regional representation over in Game Changers Pacific. TSG want to get back there. KISS want to knock them off that pedestal. So far at a big deficit in this series, 2-0. Will their defenses here provide anything better? Because TSG already starting to get towards this B site here.
On fast lane, what has Hale got to bring to us on the defense though? Still full utility to play through and now a full rotation from the rest of the members. Site taken very quickly by TSG on a... They got market as well. That's got to be dangerous.
Yeah, this is going to look to just be a little bit of a different retake scenario for KISS. Maybe an unexpected one, given where it's planted for. Start off the affairs with Lily on towards Sumi. You've got a lot of utility for Hale. I want to see her set up the team. She's got 15 HP. Valuable position in this round as the kills start to collect in the kill feed. It's Christmas lights in there with the back and forward trades that start to come on through. Soko and Hale both very low, polished off. And that is going to be the pistol for TSG.
Bethany and Tef cleaning up the last two. And an entry coming in for TSG. Is still 5 alive for Kess, but low HP on Hale, taking a few risks, consistently peeking. Full util in hand. The flash ended up not really finding too much, and not too sure if the fault line connected either, but Kess looking for opportunity to get a retake in there, just going alright. They at least got a couple of members down, but TSG got on that site so quickly. We're going to flip the pistols here. Both of our maps in the last two, in fact, even if I look back further, on Lotus as well, we've had flipped pistols. Ahead. Both teams winning one pistol each.
We also had go the pistol team's way. So we'll see if there's going to be a bit of an upset opportunity here for KISS. Sansa's, of course, not on the chamber, though, which feels like it's had a lot of value with that headhunter to get some cheeky rounds on the board.
So we've also had rounds. The eco convert on the bonus as well, which was actually the case in our first half here for KISS. Anti-eco, the second anti-eco that they get afterwards. Much slower round this time coming from TSG. First up's going to be Sons's. No util being placed so far, and finally a cage to be placed.
In towards the site though, see if any random shots do come out from KISS, because it's going to be the complete control for TSG surrounding this site. This kind of yeehaw affair with the sheriffs and the pistols to all be calculated in. I'm seeing no paranoia, of course, but for Hale, she does have fault line available with
the fault line down. One of them at least. Lily onto Anna. Making things a little bit more difficult. That's one flash play, but no entry. Just a smoke causing problems on Sissoko though. Two members versus three, but the guns of TSG are a little too strong, leaving Sons as the only one up. Sees a singular body, won't have the time. Need to do damage though. There's no backing out. Okay, you have to walk on forward, and Tiff lining herself up for a potential early hunt.
There we go into the bonus round, AVRL. You were just talking about it. Yes, you seal this one away. Very close map and start to feel a little bit worried for KISS, but give them benefit of the doubt. They've got the primary rifles in their hands now. A couple of light shields, some regen in there for Soko too. And they are already changing their setup of play on this defensive side. Been having a little presence on the B side with the Cypher over towards A. Will they flip the map in its entirety? A bit of this A main control.
Well, Sons is peeking early there a little bit. A little trickier. Shot. And changing the setup here. You'd love to see the one way. I know you're a big fan of it. That's where Sumi and Anna can work together, or rather Sumi and So can work together brilliantly to prevent movements in towards. And also caution being played over towards B. 2 in a row now that Kiss have lost on the B side. So camera setup. I believe the camera was taken away. Straight into the trap. Trap will be sprung at this point, and back onto B we go. But the smoke's coming down will at least slow down the market plate. The Sons they speed to see ahead. 2 for their troubles. If you get Anna traded, Sons is going to live here. The retake can still be pretty reasonable as long as you deal with Ferret in mid.
Right, will start to go down. You mentioned Ferret, an opportunity for a huge flank at the moment. Seems to be a little bit of awareness from Sumi, but it doesn't matter now as Sumi has her head ripped off her shoulders. Plant not yet established. 2 confirmed over in the Boba. The fault line not going to be available just yet, but you know what is? The aftershock to permit Soko to go a little bit ham in towards the site. And now it's the 1 versus 3 for Bethany, which can't get any of them either.
Big shutdown there. Soko managing to kill Ferret, who I think could have been the X factor. If Ferret gets another one there, you are thinking that's a TSG round for sure. That'd be backbreaking for Kiss, given it would be 3 in a row for TSG. Momentum and comeback starts to feel quite real. You'd imagine they take that 4th round in the second half, bring it to an 8-8, and then suddenly TSG are on board for a 3-0 completion. Now Kiss have widened the gap between the rounds by 3. But it's the gun round now for TSG that we've been waiting for. I did hint at this beforehand as well. Timing for Tiff to find Hunter's Fury. Only 1 away now.
I'm out of here.
Bit of a spread default for TSG. See if they can find any early engagements, put themselves in some better favor for them as well.
Shadows traveling.
A lot of ground control towards the A site just with these refreshing one-ways, and Paranoia with slide available too. Bit of a deeper play from Hale. Gonna be toing and froing between the A short to assist with the team and through towards mid as well, where there's no trap wire. So you got to be a little bit curious as to what may be going around in mid.
There it is.
Confirmation though.
No opportunity for anyone else to play off that one. Soko leaving. That's a big stun onto Lily. Getting caught out. Ferret trades through. Still on point is Sumi, but oh, might just get run down here very quickly over towards elbow. Couldn't hold positioning. Dodges out the flash, but it's 3 versus 3 now.
Hale and Anna are here pretty quick.
Big flash. And only 1 taken down. 2 versus 2. Still no plan. As you mentioned, fast rotations coming through. Finally,
left.
about to be threatened. Ferret needs to find a shot, but just can't quite do so. Finally, we'll get in there. Nail theft for the 1v1. And tell you what, it's another Cypher versus Cypher. But Ferret is tagged. We're already going to get the half defuse.
Just sticking it. Oh, bites are off it. Here's the footsteps. And Sonstus again to come up with the 1v1 Cypher win.
Watch the Cyphers. Commentary from the desk there, and we get the Cypher versus Cypher deal to decide who gets to take away this very important round to give Kiss now another 4-round lead, but importantly, on all the momentum, losing all their money as well.
That goes there.
Timeout to be deployed. It is the opportune time to do so, kind of a required time to do so. Things not really activating the way that you want them to on this attacking side. Seeing a lot more just defensive pressure from Kiss in this map, as opposed to the previous ones that we've seen today and throughout low since their last play on it, AVRL, both against Divine and against TSG.
TSG, even despite changing up their con, dropping down that Teo that didn't count. Yes. And as I sort of mentioned here, there was the vision to see a potential turnaround at that round 15, so close for TSG to potentially win. If that goes their way, we're looking at a very different half indeed. But a timeout here where I think, again, more commonly we do see TSG take timeouts when their money is low. And I think this is looking like a force to me. At least it's going to be Ferret on a hero rifle minimum. The rest of the players have a little bit more cash to play through, but Ferret has been pretty sharp.
Before the storm in this B side here, that trapwire can be a bit pesky. It doesn't get spotted out early on. Here comes the utility though. There is that wire. Lily gonna get punished because of it. And somehow the Boombot is actually finding Tiff. It's a lighter investment from, I would have liked to say. It's a bit more on the force side of things. They're trying to just bully their way in towards the site here. They are stuck.
Oh, a couple of good trades though. Suddenly this round starts to feel like a turnaround. 3 versus 3. Sonses wants the angle. Low membership here, just one more alive. And the Nero have to confirm the final positioning. Don't want to take any risks there. Can you win the 1v1 again? Ooh. It's another Cypher 1 versus 1. The second pop on the scan comes through. Oh my god, the shoulder. Sonses just peeks around so slowly, trying to check for the plant. And Ferret will take away the 1 versus 1. The Cyphers yet again. And the hero rifle being purchased in for Ferret is going to be the winning gun to allow TSG to close the gap a little bit.
It's in that time out there, but that is a round that I don't even think a prophet could have foreseen the eventuation of it. Lots of scrappy battles. It was, what, a 5 versus 3 at one point when TSG tried to just get in towards the site. The risky shrouded step from Alana as well, but then they just start to activate and hit the shots. Steal some guns, weather the storm. TSG may have just afforded themselves a bit of a lifeline in this map. Soko taking some very big space around the map, and Alana gets cancelled on the ulti, and she just gets bested immediately.
Down or what? She might have canceled it.
I think she cancelled it.
Yeah, it looks like she cancelled her own ulti, and that just delivers straight into the hands of Soko lying in wait. Another kill coming through as well. This is an eco potential win for Kiss if things don't go well for TSG Ferret. Once more, trying to be the hero of this one. Nero Fifth is going to confirm where the members are, but we're going to stick this one through, and this is going to be a defuse.
Oh!
No, what? It wasn't a defuse. That must have been half a second.
The milliseconds.
Off. My God.
They got her on the milliseconds,
wow.
which is why she started to do the best Forsaken impression and start to spin on the spike. That could have been a fumble for TSG there. Pushing deep towards Boba, not having any view on the spike. They lost one of those duels. That would have been a round for Kiss, but we'll put that one aside. We've got another one to get to here, and there is a backing up of ultimates now for TSG that they can have. They can deploy to make it just a bit easier and maybe less chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, wow, what a couple of rounds in a row. Just to see the aggression coming through from Soko, then being delivered from a cancel from the shadows. Walking into the one-way now. Sumi, paranoia in hand. It's got to flush out members. Must have heard multiple shots come through, so confirming a decent amount of players attempting to walk into A. It's been 2 B finishes in a row, though, in the last 2 rounds. The ones that TSG have been able to walk away with. Lily flirting with the idea of dry peeking into Sonsus, but won't think better of it.
Very passive round, this one now, though.
Watch the paranoia, by the way. Should be Alana paranoia straight onto Sumi's face.
And then how do you get out of this one? You're going to have to probably go towards site and call for Soko to assist from up at the plat. Now it's the time to go on in. Dodging of the paranoia, actually. Permitting yourselves a bit of a one-way. This could be a ill-advised position to get towards the site. Rolling Thunder available still for the post plant.
Really well read by Sumi. Just TPing out, putting down the smoke, getting out of dodge. Now the full retake to come on through. You've lost your paranoia, but you got full util and hail. That's got to be your entry. Rolling Thunder on the coupled with Hunter's Fury as well, and it's TSG though. They're still getting it all done. They put in the ultimates. They're getting the results. Hail now earns her own Rolling Thunder, but it's 1 versus 3. She just need to hold on. 2 members alive. Surely Hail's not going to get it done. And knows going to be the answer. TSG in one round. Rolling Thunder, Hunter's Fury, and a number of kills to shut down Kiss's opportunity to get the retake in.
Yeah, a bit of frazzling in that one versus 3 as well. Expecting the plant to be at the normal default spot, but it's actually behind Gen. So you have to go through that position already being looked after by TSG. They are starting to figure out what is working on this attacking side for them. Managing to scrape on by these duels as well. Now within 1, and it's just the pistols that are present for Kiss. Sheriffs and shields.
It's the second half woes potentially coming to haunt Kiss again. As they're desperate to hold on to this lead. TSG, excellent chance to be able to close the gap here. Push it to 10 and 10, and then suddenly it's anybody's game. Of course, for TSG, the stakes are different. They're already on match point. It's Kiss trying to fight for survival. 3 grouped up over on A main. Tripper's going to stop them from walking too far forward unless Sumi decides to teleport through.
There's got to be some recognition, though, on this being possible. TSG, are there going to be any expectations that this is going to come on out? I think maybe by the timing of it, they might not need to worry about it because they're already getting in towards the B side of things here, spreading it out from a market split. Bethany to be the gatekeeper of the main area, and Tiff, well, just going to get overwhelmed by the numbers, not able to find anything.
I know he's large. There should be a gun upgrade as well. Soko, that's the play that you want the gun on. Now the opportunity. 4 versus 4 now. Soko leveling up. Still enough HP to make these plays happen. 1 in market, 3 from Boba. Limited time. Bethany's position is going to be very interesting to try and stop here. Lily down, Anna to follow through. 3 versus 3 now. Start to have to get onto the defuse very soon. Where the gun's going to come through from. Soko's down, but the pistols are looking good. One last member to play through. And Alana tucked away. Will get the cleanup. 10 and 10 we go, but it is pretty big damage done. And a lot of kills coming through for Kiss, despite it only being pistols.
Another just close finish to the round, though, AVRL. Alana having to find the 2 remaining kills. I'm looking at Anna in that moment from market as well, still holding onto the paint shells. I mean, there's a couple of positions that they could go in towards the plant spot, in towards stairs, in towards pocket, just to find some value, some splash damage. Just a couple of these small little components, had they been changed up a little bit, could have permitted Kiss the round. Now they have to have a conversation on what they're going to look to do in this next round with the rifles, because we are tied up. Look at the comeback from TSG. The starting 2, they drop the bonus, they drop the next one, and then it's 4 in a row.
And aside from that second round found by Kiss in this half, it is almost essentially a mirror of what we saw on Pearl. Second half, a complete annihilation as TSG just took that one away despite it being a reasonably competitive affair on that opening half. It's these second halves that Kiss just can't quite lock in for. That last round, though, we'll give them the due credit, was very close, very competitive. Came down to a 1 versus 1. Alana, the superior weaponry, though, will get the cleanup. Soko dying maybe a little too early there. As the sole player on the retake that found an upgrade. And you really want to see Kiss being able to, on that tactical timeout, find the strategy for this round. A couple of decent ones in there, but most notably, Rolling Thunder for Hale is going to be pretty large. TSG looking for the lead the first time in this map.
Yeah.
Get one more round.
That Rolling Thunder has to be put to good value in this round. I do think 4 in a row for TSG. You need to stop that momentum. You need to cut them down to size somehow. If they get into the site, sure. Set it up for the proper ult, though.
Our open A is... There's no one-way setup this time. Super defensively. I mean, B is covered by Cypher utility, so that's fine. I'm maybe a little surprised to see Sumi so far back. We see Sumi mostly play up with the one-way. I mean, the lack of the one-way tells you so much if you're TSG. Which just means you're going to start sneaking on through. I mean, this is a setup to crunch mid. They want Ferret down early. But there's too many smokes in the way. Elbow's already been compromised at this stage. Kiss have to start assuming they've lost control of A. Now they know.
Reveal on a Hale. So you know where the Rolling Thunder is looking to be around. And as we start to get in towards the site, will they use it preemptively with 30 seconds to go? Some kills need to start to come on through. Bethany to
30
start off,
seconds
removing the
left.
smokes. Elbow is right for the taking now. It's going to be an option, but look at these kills. The Rolling Thunder, indeed. It does go early, as I said. The Neural Theft as well, confirming the information, and this is a sensational recovery for Kiss.
Finally, the Rolling Thunder. You can start to look back at that round thinking, okay, well, if it is a retake, we're going to do a Rolling Thunder retake. We know we're not playing very far forward onto A, giving up a lot of that positioning. A good spot to just push the Rolling Thunder in. It's going to cover the entirety of the side. It caught so many members, allowed this flood in from Kiss. Put themselves up to 11, maintaining their lead again. And for the first time, really finding recovery in this half, where otherwise it was just looking to run away from them. Better yet, for the side of Kiss, TSG's money has disappeared. So Kiss trying to find that 12 to take us to another map.
And look at the money, look at the credits, look at the investment for TSG. At least before the map ends, you know, it should be Kiss finding some comfort in getting round 12 on the board.
I want to mention that Ferret once again has the hero rifle. Did perform with it previously. If you remember, it was just a singular purchase. And Ferret ended up winning with that hero rifle.
What do you look to do here, though, when you start to stretch out towards top mid? Are you going to try and get a deep smoke that you can try and crunch on towards Hale playing plat? Starts to fall on back. That's just the shoulder poking out for Ferret.
You know there's a second one there.
The spike, by the way. Alana does it from the shadows to go and retrieve it. They do get into the site.
Hale just so clean here. Not even the fault line able to do too much. This is just going to be an absolute clinic of a round for anti-eco.
Running low.
Yeah,
30
forget about the
seconds
spike. I don't know if it's time to do anything here.
Nah. Unfortunately not. The only real contingent play there was for Alana to from the shadows and grab it. If they were able to find an advantage or any stability on the side itself, and they weren't able to do so. So it's map point for Kiss. This is their best option now to try and get this into another map for this grand final.
Well, at least they got the guns coming on through. Unfortunately for Ferret, because she bought into the hero rifle, only the Guardian available in terms of the money. It's just an unfortunate situation where Hale has the wherewithal to still check over towards mid, just sees the shoulder and then wall banging. With the opening kill to give us the 5 versus 1. We talked about some of these Kiss 5v4s not going their way. Well, that one surely did. And they're happy to convert, putting themselves to map point. They're trying to extend this series. Once more, it'll be Sumi playing up a little bit closer for the one-ways on A.
You got that one way being refreshed over at A again now. So another different look on this defensive side for Kiss. See if Bethany's going to try and fault line this angle for them to get on through. Force Sumi's hands to fall back towards the site. Get some assistance from their own breach and Hale.
Trying to fault line for Paranoia. Doesn't sound good for Sumi, though. The best tools for retaking for something that will recharge, but that's what it looks like currently. All 5 getting has to try and live. Here we go. Big Paranoia. Send it through. Time to frag. But unfortunately, Lily is too pushed up. And it doesn't matter when you're close. Could have been a huge swing through from Sumi.
But they stall, AVRL. They start to go a little bit slower. That permits Kiss to get some rotations over towards this A site now.
30 seconds left.
Hale peeking early. Finds the top and bottom. Setup coming through from TSG. And now the numbers looking in favor of TSG quite comfortably. Retake's going to be a little bit of a struggle streak here. Reach utility. You've lost your Paranoia. Still have a little bit
to see Lily throw up the wall and play patiently.
How about that? 3 versus 2. Kiss is going to bring this back around, though. Kiss want to win right now. Showstopper to try and save the day. Lily running for her life, but how are you going to stop the defuse now? This can be stuck through. I don't think Lily's going to stop this at all. Stick it on through. Kiss for 13. And just nothing to play through as a rocket from Anna to send us to a map number 4. Icebox coming through. And ice in the veins for Kiss as they just barely hold on to the lead. 13-10. If I look back at the history, it's the same as what we had. A 13-10 victory yesterday on Sunset is repeated today.
Yeah. feeling a bread and butter map for the side of TSG, which is okay because it's a grand final. You still got some depth in this one as Icebox is around the corner.
Next map.
Sunset goes the way of Kiss, bringing us to a fourth map, bringing us back to Icebox. Now, Icebox was one of the maps that these two teams did verse to 11, so excited to see what happens next map. But of course, we have to talk about Sunset, Gem.
Yeah, I mean, Kiss finally getting a map here, keeping this series alive, keeping themselves in this grand finals 2-1. So TSG still lead the charge, but with Kiss getting a map here, you know, they have a chance. They have a chance to take us, you know, towards Icebox now and to take us potentially to split our final map of this series. Kiss looking fantastic there and such a great map for them, just so unlocked with the composition. And we're going to talk about Hale, who I feel like up there in the last few rounds there.
Yeah, looking at these stats, of course, we do have Soko up the top. We mentioned Soko earlier about how they were able to entry quite easily on the attack. But if you look at the team overall of Kiss, they were working together a lot better in this map. You mentioned Hale with the breach. Utility started to work a lot of wonders for Kiss, especially later in some of the clutch rounds. And, you know, Ray stepping up as well on Anna, being able to do quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a great team effort here from Kiss. It felt like a little bit of a more even map race, whereas I feel like previously for Kiss, we've seen one person really step up, but I feel like Kiss playing together more as a unit. Obviously, of course, you have Soko popping off like usual here on the Neon and feeling very comfortable here in this double duelist composition.
We also can't go past without mentioning the ciphers. You love your ciphers, Gem.
I do.
You mentioned you have to watch the ciphers. And, you know, Sonsus did start warming up. I mentioned that, you know, in this defensive half, Sonsus probably is going to start warming up. But we saw Ferret's clutch so many rounds for TSG, getting them quite a few much needed rounds. But, I mean, TSG did still, unfortunately, not cross over that finish line. And so Kiss taking that 13-10. And first kills, and 14 of them going to Kiss.
Yeah, I think that first kill really tells the story here. Kiss just getting so many here. Obviously, TSG with not a bad amount either. But Kiss just having the advantage far too often, and it was just too much for TSG to overcome.
Those two clutches from memory, I know at least one of them's Ferret. I feel like both of them may have been Ferret from TSG. So Ferret definitely being able to get those 2 rounds for TSG and 1 force round for Kiss to, I guess, seal the deal.
Yeah, I mean, that was just such a great map for them. We are going to look at the MVP of this map, which is Soko. No surprise to literally anyone. The Soko gets the MVP here and most maps here for Kiss as well. I'd love to see numbers of how many times it has been Kiss, has been Soko for Kiss here winning the MVP. Yep. I feel like it's between her or Sonzus. But we see Soko here getting the MVP a lot. And I mean, that was truly just Soko's playground there on Sunset. Just such a great Neon map, and particularly because they were able to play the aggressive double duelist composition here and do so well. I just feel like that suited them perfectly, and Soko able to pop off.
Yeah, Soko back on the Neon, looking very, very strong on the Neon. I would have loved to see another world where we had Soko on the Neon in the previous map of Pearl, but I mean, they are back on the Neon and they look really strong with this. We do have Icebox coming up next, and we did see Neon from that map last time they versed on the Icebox. Excited to see if they do bring that up, but let's go to a short break as we prepare Icebox. welcome back. We have a series on our hand in favor of TSG, but we are heading into our fourth map in this best of 5 Icebox, where Kiss actually previously won yesterday against TSG. So I'm excited to see what actually happens in this map of Icebox.
Yeah, so Kiss just winning that last map here of Sunset ends us up in Icebox, our fourth map, meaning this series is continuing 2-1 here. So if Kiss win this next map, it'll be 2-2 and they'll take us to a fifth map. Definitely something they are wanting to look towards. Whereas TSG wanting to close this to get further than it needs to be our Pacific representatives here.
Yeah, TSG have felt confident on this map previously. This is usually their pick, I think, in other they have strong showing, especially with, I would like to point out Bethany on the Sage, doing some amazing Sage rolls to help them with the diffusers and the plants and everything. So curious to see what they end up bringing up in this turn of Icebox, where I would say a little bit would be.
Yeah, in mind, I feel like kind of the rematch thing comes into it here. Obviously, you know, I think with that, I think TSG could play off. They know like why they lost. Maybe they within to see. This is a TSG map pick, which is interesting because if you look at the stats from TSG in this tournament so far, Icebox kind of going 50-50 here. But in the past, as Swag Lord 9000, they have an 89% win rate and map a lot. So I think definitely a good map coming into this. And I think, yeah, definitely having to look out for Bethany here on the Sage, and I imagine Alana on the server as well. They keep a pretty consistent composition here for the side of TSG. But when we look at Kiss, I mean, they're going to play the chamber here, Rice.
Yeah, well, we expect the chamber from Sonzas. Sonzas looking extremely strong on the chamber. I mean, and as well the Cypher as well, really good Cypher too. But we're also expecting the Neon coming out from, of course, Soko as well.
Yeah.
So it's going to be that sort of like core composition where everybody else then works around them and placed on Icebox. We did see the Sage coming out last time as well from both teams, and it really did feel like the Battle of the Sages, where I think they were both top frag. No, Tiff was top frag. Bethany, Tiff on the Vibes was top frag. Bethany was second frag, 18 and 15. But Hale for Kiss was top frag, 26-11.
Yeah, and these two teams faced off on Icebox literally yesterday, and Kiss were the ones who won that matchup. So TSG coming into this with something to prove, I think, not only for this match, but dropping Icebox as well, which back when they were Swag Lord 9000 was kind of one of their iron maps. It was a, you know, no loss map for them, generally speaking. So, you know, wanting to get back to their former form here on Icebox. Kiss, though, have changed up their composition every time we've seen them play this map. So maybe looking to kind of catch TSG off guard here, play something a little bit different here as well. Whereas TSG, I feel like, are going to play what they have played consistently here. And TSG, I mean, not TSG, Kiss, sorry, I feel like kind of, this is going to sound crazy because it's Icebox. I kind of think they should force the Neon again. I feel like that's when they look best. And I know Icebox may be a little bit of a weird map to do it on, but I feel like Soko has proved that you can play Neon anywhere if you're brave enough.
No, I sort of agree with that. I think any Neon One Tricks and fans will be excited to see the Neon come out again. But yeah, because Soko looks so strong on this Neon throughout the entire tournament. And I think I also agree with you. I think I want to see Soko on the Neon. She's forced it previously. Last time they versed them yesterday, and it worked. So I think they'd be completely in their right mind to be brave and pick the Neon once again, as well as the Chamber. I think Chamber is possible on this map too, especially with all the long sightlines.
I don't even think it's possible. It's going to happen. I can't wait to see the agent select, because I mean, they haven't not played Chamber on this map here for Kiss. It's kind of like one of their mainstays for them. They've made kind of some swaps here with the duelists, but historically it looks like they've always played the Viper, Chamber, and the Sova. So it's just kind of the other agents left that they're going to change up here, I imagine. But if you're TSG, I mean, you faced Kiss yesterday. Maybe these Neon positionings from Soko, maybe you're a little bit more aware of kind of where she could be coming from and the kind of like movements she could be doing on specific sites on the map. Maybe you're a little bit more aware of that. I would imagine maybe that's something they've prepped for this map. It'll be interesting to see indeed, but I don't think TSG will be playing the Neon. I think our Neon v Neon is done for the moment. I think TSG playing this map a little bit more classically here.
And you mentioned, you know, TSG might have been able to figure out what Soko Neon might be doing on this map. They do have a lot of footage because remember yesterday, this wasn't a wipeout of a map. It was an extremely close one. 11-13. That's 24 quick maths rounds that they can analyze. Both of these two teams can analyze. You mentioned earlier there's only like 12 hours they could have analyzed it with, but they both have coaches. Those coaches could have been staying up all night long figuring out what kind of strategies these teams have been playing so far on Icebox and what to expect coming into this map.
Yeah, and I kind of think that when you lose a map, you kind of get more information and can learn more from losing a map than you do from winning a map. So that's potentially an advantage that TSG have there. And I feel like TSG are a very well-coached team, and they're probably coming into this highly prepped for Icebox, knowing that they lost it yesterday against this same team. So it's going to be interesting to see, you know, whether TSG can pull themselves up by their bootstraps and end our series in a 3-1, or if KISS are able to continue this momentum from their last map win here on Sunset and get us to a 2-2.
Yeah, could come to a 2-2, and I think one of the key factors for them, for KISS winning Icebox yesterday, were those pistol rounds. KISS won every single pistol round on Icebox, and then the anti-eco, and then on their attack, they also then converted their bonus and then won round 4. So that was 4 rounds in a row that they were able to get. And with such a close scoreline, 13-11, those were some extremely key rounds that they won. So TSG essentially just has to win their anti-bonus for them to maybe have brought that map over the line.
Yeah, I think TSG really need to be careful that KISS don't run away with these pistol round wins, because not for KISS, but just generally, whoever wins the pistols is more likely to win the map, win the half. So I think that's something that TSG need to be really mindful of and make sure they get that momentum going early. It'll be, interesting to see. I think this map is kind of a 50-50 one, and I was saying that about Sunset, and it ended up being a very close map. But of course, KISS, the ones able to take this one away. Rice, do you have any predictions as to who's going to win
That's
this map?
going to be on the spot?
I know. If you don't have an answer, I kind of feel like TSG might win this map. I kind of think the rematch advantage for this map is in their favor.
Yeah, I think it really comes down to the Sages
that's
in
a good
this
shout.
map. So the fact that KISS were able to win those 4 rounds in a row, I think that spoke to them being able to take the Sages off guard. I think Bethany off guard a bit too much, breaking those walls and stopping the plant or the defuse from happening. And those were the key moments I remember from those first 4 rounds, where KISS just were very aggressive and stopped the diffusers that TSG were trying to sneak away and get away with. So I don't think TSG were going to be making those exact same mistakes again this time round.
Yes.
And so I feel like I am slightly leaning to TSG, but I think it's going to be another extremely close one, 13-11, 13-10, maybe a 13-9 as well. Unless KISS had some other strategies that they want to surprise us with, which I will be excited to see coming from them.
Yeah, definitely. And I think for TSG, you want to make sure that this is not close, because I feel like when maps are close, I can kind of like see the panic in their gameplay a little bit. I feel like they're really good at bringing it back after a map loss. But I feel like once they start to lose in a series, you can see them get a little bit, not lose in a series, lose in a map. I feel like in that map they start to become a little bit shaky. So I think they're going to need to be dominant here to be able to win this map here. I feel like if it is a close map, I feel like I prefer KISS taking this just a little bit more. I feel like they're a little bit more level-headed when games are close, and I feel like TSG want to win in the most dominant fashion as possible.
Yeah, and if KISS do win, we do get a full series on our hand. We get 5 whole games, and we'll be heading over to Split from memory, which is going to be exciting as well, because Split was actually taken by today. No, it wasn't. No, it was a different game I was thinking of.
That's okay. There were a lot of games yesterday. We we casted a lot. We were on the desk a lot. There was a lot of stuff that happened yesterday. I'd be really interested in seeing Split. I'm a little bit biased. Split is my favorite Valorant map in the game, and I feel like it's a bit of a classic Valorant map. So
Yeah.
I'd be keen to go there and give us a 5 mapper, because I don't think we've ever had a 5 mapper in GC history. I feel like the closest
Yeah.
we've ever had in a grand finals was a 3-1.
No, I completely agree. I'm pretty sure the closest we've had is a 3-1-2. I shouldn't rely on my memory, but I'm pretty sure you are right with that one too.
Yeah.
I double checked. It wasn't KISS, because I'm like, that doesn't make sense. It was a Divine that TSG did lose, because he did push TSG to the limit. It's going 2-1, and that Split map was 15-13. So if we do make it to Split, which of course we have to go through Icebox first, Split could also be a extremely fun map to watch.
Yeah, both of these teams on Split, so I think it's truly anyone's game, and I think, you know, if you do get to map 5, it really is anyone's game. But on the other hand, if we do get to map 5, that would mean that KISS would win, you know, this map here of Icebox, and that would mean that they've achieved a reverse sweep here, and I feel like that momentum for them is absolutely huge, and I think that momentum is something that KISS is really good at riding. So, you know, with this previous map win of Sunset, I feel like that sets up their mental really well for Icebox. Look, they've got an 100% win rate here on Icebox as well, and one of those wins is against TSG.
Yep.
So I feel like they should be feeling extremely confident here for this 4th map.
Yeah, extremely confident indeed. As you mentioned, for as also, this has also not just given KISS the confidence, but rattled TSG a little bit. You know, we have seen TSG bounce back from these close losses before with quite a bit of anger. But we do have to go to a short break as we sort out some this next map of Icebox for you guys. So stay tuned. We'll be back shortly.
Y'all sit back and speak, about to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93, talking mama, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me, all I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green, about to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, if it ain't got style, I ain't with it. me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
We are back with map 4 in our best of 5 is going to be Icebox, and I'm super excited for this one because we have seen these two teams play Icebox before yesterday, where Kiss did take that by a small margin, 11-13.
Yeah, 11-13 was the last time that they faced, and not that long ago, Rice. Almost 24 hours, to be honest. So not a lot of time between that last matchup and this one for TSG to go back to the drawing board and kind of change their approach for this map of Icebox. But look, I mean, they lost that one. I do feel like they can, learn a bit more from their loss than maybe Kiss can from their win here. But our agent select is online here, so we can stop this speculation and see what our teams are going to play. And we do have the Jets online, no Neon in the lobby, which in terms of this map makes a lot of sense. But I'm sure Soko, it's going to be exciting to see her on the Jet, as we've mostly seen her on the Neon during this tournament. And the Vipers and Sovas locked in, as well as the Sages. And Sonzus is back on the Chamber, Rice.
Yep, of course, Sonzu is back on the Chamber. I feel like Soko has something to prove here coming into this map of Icebox.
Definitely.
Looking at these stats coming through from the previous, all the maps we've seen so far on broadcast from Soko, her Neon looks absolutely amazing, looks phenomenal. But the other agents we've seen her on, she's not shining as much on them. So I'd love to see whether or not the Jet she has here can actually shine as well as her Neon does.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be interesting to see indeed these two teams evenly matched here for our fourth map. TSG 2-1 leading the charge here as we head into map 4. Let's throw it over to our casters, KOMODO and AVRL.
It's time to get serious. We get into the business end of the tournament. Map number 4 here in a best of 5 grand finals. Game changes Oceania for 2025. And KOMODO is backs against the wall, potentially still for Kiss. This is TSG on Icebox, a map that to Kiss before. So is it going to be the grand finals claimed before TSG. Are we going to take this even further with another Kiss Icebox win?
Yeah, not really sure, right? That's why we're going to get through the whole map and play it all out properly. See what the is interim, if making some good adjustments throughout the course of the map. Good identity on the agents for a couple of these players. You know, strong for its core. The Jet, and then you kind of flexing out a little bit here and there sometimes. Sage and Chamber.
Shot done.
You got a Vice, which is a little bit uncommon. Generally, a Killjoy instead. Very common composition that TSG would be running. Most commonly, that'll be the Fnatic comp.
But a Killjoy in sight here. Sonzus will be back on the chamber for the attacking side. A specialty for Sonzus, and oh, she was capable of, despite losing, still top fragging with quite a margin. Headhunters have been on point. This crosshair is unfortunately going to be on the body over towards Ferret, who is holding towards Snowman. One of the changes that's going to come on through is that Soko previously, when they beat TSG on this map, it was playing through the Neon. Not going to be the case this time.
Right, a little bit more with that change up. Bit of a slot affair. 45 seconds to go. Toxic screen comes on down towards the A site with the recon as well. Will there be an early challenge or not from the TSG folks? Plant looking to be established as well. Got a little pit to come out from Lily, dispatching of the counter jet.
Falling off immediately after the kill as well, enabling the 5 versus 4 potential retake. Of course, we haven't had a plant yet. High-low setup towards the rafter side. Wall's going to come on through, and now the time to plant is here. But is Hale going to be ready? Certainly more than ready. Secondary player coming on through. Reload is going to prevent the opportunity for a repeat for the time being. Bethany first up now. Coming through the rafters side from Hell. Secondary wall being placed. They want to isolate some of these angles. This retake now is starting to look a little bit better. These players on the post plant are further offsite on the other side of the defensive toxin screen. Looking for the opportunity to push on through Anna on towards Lily, and now suddenly Kiss finding a momentum. Only 2 alive. It's Ferret. 1 versus 2. And Anna's going to get the 3rd to prevent anything else from TSG happening here. Kiss with the pistol round.
I'm a little bit surprised that Bethany doesn't throw out that slow orb towards the elbow just to stop any more flooding in towards it, right? The shock darts had already been expunged. So, it might not have been the worst idea. Just couldn't collect on the shots there as TSG for Kiss to be able to protect the spike and win before that, even with the kills. Good pistol round to be collected up from them.
As we saw in our previous 3 maps, pistol rounds has been flipped every single time, which is to say that if Kiss win the first pistol round, second half pistol has gone TSG or vice versa. Despite us having a conversation about the fact that we have had a couple of those round 2s kind of go straight, more than likely, actually, we've had plenty of these sort of 3 rounds in a row type of situations. In fact, back-to-back on Lotus, both teams were able to take first, second, and third round, really putting economy into jeopardy. There's that to look forward to potentially as Anti-Eco going to come on through now, and some movement from TSG on the A side.
A little bit more of a rapid approach towards the B main side of things, though, here for Kiss. The toxic screen already put down nice and early, so they're just going to have free territory of this side of B. There's what we know Sonsus for, the Headhunter. Can't quite navigate the second kill, however. And as the plant goes down, this is where it'll be a damage game for TSG.
No gun upgrade there, obviously. Sonsus was just playing through the Headhunter. All 4 coming through orange now. Drone being used by Anna to clear through Snowman, and plenty of defenders in terms of this post plant in position with Soko down. Things get a little bit spicy. Anna be activated here for a little bit. Heal is not going to do anything. Slow orb. Want to see that last round. Oh my goodness. Hale just doesn't get enough damage done. Alana survives on what, like 5 HP? 9. My goodness.
A sliver of HP to come through with that one. That was a nil investment from TSG. AVRL. They win that one with the pistols. Some great trades, catching out on the utility of Kiss as well, right? Noting that Hale tried to get out the heal on towards the teammate, tried to get out the slow as well, and just didn't have the gun readily available in her hands. So we flip things over. TSG may now answer with that Thrifty and get some good old upgrades here.
Stop the bleeding early. Don't want to repeat a sunset if you're TSG. The first half did not go well for them. Second half started to make that comeback happen. You don't want to be in a losing spot. A walk down from both Tube and A, catching Sonses out despite the 1-to-1. Making things very interesting here.
Poison's off.
And a 1 away from Hunter's Fury, by the way. It's a bit of an update on where the old game is.
Hail 1 from the Resurrection too. Of course, noting that Sage did get a bit of a buff onto that ulti. It's cheaper nowadays. See if it might be utilized at a round such as this. However, if you can get it online, it does look like the plant is going to be possible here for Kiss.
What a play from Sonzu's. To protect the tag. Okay, never mind, right. Right in the back. How about that? Receive all of the pressure.
Hang on a second. This would be an ace for Ferret if she's able to find it. A Viper's Pit put on the spike as well. Can it be picked up by Soko just before it or not? It's going to come down to the angles of the gun barrel. I think it may have just been spotted by positioning. Not though. Soko within an inch of her life.
Seconds left.
The K comes on down. It's picked up and there's a reveal from Ferret. The shots, it's the ace to come through. A recovery ace, but nonetheless an ace.
Well, anti-eco that nearly goes sideways for TSG. It comes down to a solo member from both sides. And Ferret with the opening ace in our half here on map number 4. Brilliant stuff being played through. 3 away from the Viper's Pit is where Ferret began. And finding enough kills just to put the pit on top of the spike. Just a massive advantage in the 1 versus 1. Soko unable to find Ferret. And eventually the barrel spotted. That gives the advantage over TSG. That second round, otherwise we would have had a back and forth. Can you imagine that 1, 2, and 3 all going back and forth? That's a rarity.
Sure. Now though, in the pressure run, it's the Hunter's Fury and the Resurrection available for Kiss, so you'd like to see them deploy them if needed. Get some better chances here with a scaling approach up towards the A site. Meanwhile, off yonder, look at what Sonses is trying to find here. This could be a bit disturbing for TSG if they're unawares.
It's on the line, but the line's through 2, so this should be an opportunity. Oh my god, just such a fast flick over. Ferret has been dynamite so far on this map 4. Another rotation from Kiss. They have the opportunity, though, to go for this plant. Wall will come on through as expected, or it should be anyway. Actually saved the wall there. Hale managed to get that one through. I don't think we'll be able to find a res this time around for the retake. Kind of nice and quick for TSG.
Hunter's Fury, remember, here as well, so they want to try and bait that out nice and early, potentially, with Soko finding a Sharpie on towards Lily, looking for another one. It needs to be the full scaling effect of TSG on towards this retake. The counter wall goes on out for the protection. It's going to meet with its full HP. It will tap on towards it. Here's the Hunter's Fury as well, but it's the A play, rather the yellow play to come on. As Sumi finds 2, this starts to go from bad to worse for TSG on the retake. Hale for a double of her own 2. And that will be tying up.
Massive shots from Sumi. Viper is really showing up in the fragging pal so far. Bit of a risk there. Sonzu's the potential to put this one in a 5v4 scenario, taking Ferret down, but quick shots from Ferret enable TSG to have a numbers advantage. But once we get into that post plant, eventually boils down to, as mentioned, yellow that just goes all the way for Sumi, and then Hale and Co. End up getting the cleanup for tied up 2 and 2 start here. Blason gonna be the opening for Soko.
Well, Soko's missing all of those blades. At least Hale's able to cut Bethany down to size in the interim. There's blades still available for Soko. I think they were all expended.
The safe wall plant's gonna come on through. Mind the big flank from Ferret eventually. Trademark will spot that one out, but otherwise, full 5-man hanging around green. One scan did come on through. Ferret has the bit for time if it can't quite find the shot. To be fair, though, Hale is also missing quite a decent amount, 1 HP, but still risky. As Ferret could have still cleaned that one up. And now for the defenders to try an opportunity. First, plenty of plays around yellow. We've seen Sumi win these before, but first up it's going to be round. A little bit more shocked out from Alana. Good to take her down. 3 members, look at them. Stacked up. And another round goes the way.
They still have time on their side for the spike objective there. TSG need to go in for the defuse. So just be a little bit of a play a little bit invested here for TSG. You might expect. Not able to see Tiff and Bethany really get on the board just yet. We got that ace in there from Ferret. So I need to start to see a couple of these key members act on this map. Otherwise, with 5th decider and split.
And this is a Viper's pit round coming. I think we're going to end up on 4Kiss. Response, though, you will have the opportunity to potentially clear easy. Rez is in play. Money otherwise broken for TSG if they can't clean on. Well, actually, there's a little bit of money left to actually upgrade those armors, but money situation will be broken very quickly for TSG if they can't clean up these rounds.
See what the result of the timeout is going to look like here for TSG. You mentioned a possible Viper's pit. Well, they're going to have to just get into the site first to be able to deploy on that one. You got a Hunter's Fury as well that can get thrown in there.
Big setup on the B side. Lily up first, one away from Bladestorm. Won't need this round. That'll be good for a future round. Potentially this if they lose. They'll need something to shore up the economy a little bit. B has been compromised a couple rounds in a row, though, at the moment. I do believe that's body seen. Lily will be at the wall. Taken back importantly. So I haven't called any rotators over just yet.
Could be an option for a preemptive Hunter's Fury here. Maybe not needed though, with a sharp shot like that from Lily. We'll go and ask for some heals to come through from Bethany as well. A minute to go, but that's going to bring out the resurrection. No returning Hunter's Fury. Rather there is, but maybe it's a little bit too late here if they can't find Sonses, which Alana can. So back to the advantage for TSG. And it's just got a Spiral Kiss to leave that B site and set their sights on A.
You get the res onto Soko, which I think the Hunter's Fury was trying to punish, but instead, Sonses ends up falling. That's not what you want to see for Kiss, because otherwise it would have been a wasted Hunter's Fury. Now, the 5v4 advantage is still there, but reminder, Viper's Pit in play. That's going to be more difficult to diffuse through now, and I'm not just talking about the spike, but to get past the Viper's Fury. Once that post-one actually comes on in, here come the defenders, all 5. Ready to play through. Top side is Soko. This angle might not be touched, and Soko connects. 3 versus 3 at this point, and no Viper's Pit to be played through, and it won't be played through for the rest of this round. 2 versus 3 now with the resurrection. Numbers look so good for TSG.
Yeah, they're just trying to maximize this round at the moment, get all the bodies back on up, get all the kills that they can. It's Anna and Soko make it just the former, but it's not even really gonna matter, is it? Different elevation angles to come through from TSG. It's going to be resulting with 4 of them alive, with the defuse to come over, presumably to Tiff or Ferret, to get them 1 step closer to their ults.
Really important for TSG as well, considering, again, talking about where the money was. And more importantly for the money conversation, with 4 alive after the res, you get to take through 4 weapons. So even things up once again. Very competitive opening to our icebox so far. I feel like most of these maps that we've seen, typically one of these teams is able to take a pretty reasonable lead. Sort of force round for Sonzu this time.
It's an important round. Are we going to just get a lot of toing and throwing, or are we going to have an answer back that's a little bit more decisive? Both teams not able to establish some strong economy just yet.
The peep of Ferret's KD before we moved away from the UI is 14-4. And the next closest is Alana and Hale, tied at 6. As Lily will find herself 1 to put herself up to 4 now, but just to say that you're basically an 8-kill difference between Ferret and anybody else in the server. As it's a TSG 5-4 numbers now.
Do like the wall for the shear that Tiff is doing, by the way. An unorthodox pick for the map of Icebox, but that shear can cover middle of the map as well as bleed into the tube. So no matter where you pop it, it goes off to angles. But now that it's gone, where do you think that Sonsa's maybe working? Tour de Force is available, already popped. It's a bit of a retake scenario style for TSG on this A site as well.
Oh, here we go. Customer coming through. Yeah, you like to see that for Sonses. Evening up the numbers pretty big. Talked about the Viper's pit last round, but this is going to be the round that it comes on through. Lana not actually going to shoot the recon. And Bethany's so patient, waiting for the move up into tube. She's not going to find the value. This is also Sonsa's upgrade. Remember, she didn't walk in with the gun at all. Waiting for this retake, but it's just so tricky because they have to clear Sonsa's first. You can see that Ferret's looking for her.
Well, they're going to find her. Now they can put their full targets on towards the players in the pit. It's actually all 3 KISS members that are going to be playing in these toxins at the moment, and that is going to provide a bit of difficulty for TSG, not able to find any kills just yet by just hearing the ticking of that spike. It feels like this round AVRL is just already done and dusted. Maybe there's special damage to come out from Ferret here, which there will be, but she herself is going to go up with the spike.
Now playing for the exit stand just to take away the weapons. Still getting the 4K towards the end. Unfortunately going down to the spike, but the money was mostly recovered for TSG, so should be maybe okay here. Not the prettiest, perhaps for Ferret towards the end, who can only come back now, which can be used quite quickly just to quickly played out. We see a lot around the choke around A on 410. Obviously still good on the retake. We usually just drop it on towards the spike itself. Might even just clear over towards B main on green.
Whilst the Ferret raid boss strategy is certainly something to behold, I feel like TSG need to all be aligning themselves on what needs to be done on this defensive side a little bit more prominently now. Otherwise, this half again towards this A site with a 4-1 split. Sonsa's happy to just do the dance up through towards the tube. Again, foregoing primary rifle. Just on the headhunter. Can pilfer a gun of their opponents.
See if Tiff wants to walk through. The opportunity is certainly going to be there. This is where Sonsa's found that kill last time around. As the wall comes on through, is this the opportunity now KISS have been waiting for to get this plant? They don't really know where some of these other members are, but this side is very clear. And it is one more time going through into tube, finding Tiff. Look at the confidence surely.
Lacking awareness at the moment on this defensive side of TSG. Into B main, up through mid, up through A. Just letting KISS come into the clutches. Finding some very easy kills. Stealing weaponry, and then just finding extra damage. I mean, this is just a timeout territory for TSG. Deployed one. And it just feels like KISS have a firm grasp on what they need to do on their attacking side at the moment.
It's 2 rounds in a row that Sonsa's been able to find something in tube. You have to imagine now that TSG are not going to allow that to happen again. Wouldn't be surprised if they apply a little bit more 3 times in a row. But that's probably been one of the more one-sided rounds that we've seen so far in this half. Just a complete flawless. Trading rounds back and forth one by one, and just haven't had the situation where either team have been completely wiped out until now.
Bit of space now for TSG though towards B. That's what I'm talking about. They need to start to go for something themselves instead of waiting for KISS, who are aware that that's a possibility, right? It's great awareness and macro gameplay at the moment from KISS on the attacking side, knowing where the own strengths of theirs lie, and of course being a weakness of TSG that they might look to accommodate to fixing that leak. How much time do KISS wait for before opting to go in towards this A site?
I think better just drop Lily here and go for a rotate for the rest of the TSC, and either wanted to be finish on A. Nobody's home. Hard deal garden on the situation. Blade Storm still be good. Available.
Blocking sight.
The rest of the round for kill.
Yeah, you'd assume They've still got the Resurrection online in this shenanigans afoot. The Blade Storm on as well, slice and dice, but so not
Trap.
They're very safe, but you need to as well because you don't want down. So that could be really tricky. An opportunity for Tiff now. The other side of the map, we're still yet to find these pistols getting anything. Look at that. Sumi turns around at the right time and another flawless, but just an anti-eco this time. 6 and 3. Kiss looking great on Icebox. Yeah,
the fact that it's just another clean round that goes their way builds up this confidence factor that we can get into the 5th and final map of this grand final for this qualification into Game Changers Pacific. Need to see a bit of a step up right now from TSG for the later stages of this defensive side. Because if not, you're looking down the barrel of a 9-3. And that means just there's a couple of good defensive rounds from Kiss, and it will put us into that 5th. Feels a bit flat at the moment for TSG, just as a collective, AVRL.
Big mental reset from Kiss as well after losing those first 2 maps, thinking, okay, I'll just play it as a clean BO3. Think about the first 2 maps. And now a lead generated. That lead generated on Sunset eventually eventuated into that win. See if this can do the same now. Still 3 rounds to play into it. Ferret right behind the wall. Oh, so man, look how many rotators coming through. This is going to be a big defense.
You got a bit of a lurk to come out from Sonsis as well, mind you, so keep an eye on one might come through. The shear is still available though, but it might not even be necessary at the moment because finally we see some shots go in the way of TSG. 3 decisive blows onto Anna at the back of yellow, and you look towards where Sonsis is. She popped the shear wall. Now she's just kind of waiting to see if there's going to be any oversteps from anyone on TSG. There goes Anna. So it would have to be a 1 versus 5 clutch ace to come through.
Just wait for teammates now. Don't even have to take the 1v1. Tiff will go down, but just the cavalry arriving. Alana with the shot. But if it wasn't going to be her, it would have been everybody else in TSG for the cleanup. Clinical round there. Tiff really went from the orange angle and completely snuffing out any opportunity for Kiss to push on through. It's going to take through a tactical timeout. Might be Kiss this time actually for the last 2 rounds in play.
Yeah, Ferret's hit 20 kills on this defensive side now.
Before anyone else has got 10, by the way.
Yeah. Anyone in the server, not just anyone on the team. You are correct in saying that you'd assume it'd be a Kiss timeout. It is indeed. 2 more rounds to go of this first half. That pit is available, as I was saying, for Ferret too. Just kind of comes down to whether or not she wants to be a little bit more stationary instead of.
She's had the pit for a reasonable amount of rounds now. I believe since round 8. She hasn't found the opportunity to use it. Sometimes we do see the Viper's pit being played through defensively quite early just to block out one of the sides of the map. Again, quite commonly around the choke near 410, maybe on green as well. That might be the case here for Ferret on this particular round 2. Just through to even things up for.
The timeout fades away. 2 more rounds to play here. A little bit of an earlier up towards the belt. Hale wants to start the affairs here real rapid, and she will do so successfully too.
It's gonna hurt. It's gonna cause a bit of a rotation as well. Look at that, members now moving away from B. She guess. It's gonna be Sonsu's moving through past into green now. We talked about the share. Not gonna be where Sonsus wants to move into. At what point do you rotate back over towards B? This could just be a B lurk and still an A finish. They're droning it through and they're not seeing anyone right now.
Another position for Sonsus to just take. Find space, find a kill. It's a 5 versus 3 now. Looking to further extend as Anna finds one. Traded out. Bethany squashed again, but it's Ferret. Oh, it's Raid Boss Ferret to bring this into a. They know that Sonses is off yonder.
30
They
seconds
hear the
left.
Sage utility. They know that Soko's here, but that becomes a little bit more difficult with the Resurrection coming out. They can't finish her, so it's Steel Garden play with Blade Storm popped as well. And finally, Sonses, okay, it looks awkward when we switched to her, but by that time, AVRL, her job was already done, and Soko will finish.
You better believe I was still
round
thinking that
before the
Ferret could
switch.
clean that round up.
We lose
3
everything after this.
kills,
Spend it.
despite losing a lot of teammates. Still holding into a potential winnable situation. I mean, the Viper split we're still yet to sort of see here. Very interesting round where, despite all of Sonses moving through B, exploring the entirety of it, finding a secondary kill midway through the round, Kiss were committed on A, so they just want to finish there. Had to burn the res
You
through.
want to
And in the
play,
final round,
let's
Porta Force
play.
ready, weapons available. A little bit more membership being found over towards the B side, and back into we go. Sonses has found a couple of kills here before.
There's just no expectation on this tube brawl and no punish immediately for it, right? She's been popping that sheer time and time again, and there's no one waiting in the kitchen to just immediately pre-fire it as soon as that gets triggered.
How long is Lily gonna hold? But she doesn't. Might hit the headshot. The body shots will be enough though. Sonses herself won't find much. First time in quite a few rounds they've actually shut down Sonses, but that's all the information given that B is not going to be the hit. More so, Tiff is exposed tube. You know it's going to finish on A now, but the opportunity for the big flank can be there as well.
In from Anna, it's actually going to find Alana. Still that Viper's pit for Ferret, remember? Of course, Lily didn't need to pop the dash over at the B side of the map because she knows that it's been Sonses just
30
working up
seconds
individually
left.
time and time again. B site at 30 seconds to go. And Kiss are going to be locked in towards this A site here to try again. I wouldn't have minded Ferret getting in towards the site and just popping that pit nice and early here now. But she's going to hold on towards that one. It's still the player advantage of TSG looking to...
Yeah, they're trying to fake
10
the
seconds
rotation, but
left.
here comes Ferret. Once again, she's going to finish this one with as many kills as
One
possible.
enemy remaining.
2 in play, it's all over. Sumi can't even get the spike down. No Viper's pit in play required. And we're going to end this one. Nearly at 30 kills. 7 and 5. TSG at least recover that 5th round to make it competitive. Things got
Switching
really
sides.
tricky in the middle there. As we switch sides, go back to the desk for some thoughts.
7 and 5 in favor of Kiss. This feels a little bit like deja vu because Kiss had this exact same scoreline when they were on attack yesterday on Icebox, leading by 7 rounds with TSG with 5.
Yeah, Kiss looking absolutely fantastic. Icebox, but TSG heating up, you know, just a little bit there. 7 and 5, they're getting there. I think for a defensive half of Icebox, that's definitely not bad.
Definitely not bad indeed. And I would like to say that they're still feeling uncomfortable at the moment with 11. So I'm sure they would have wanted that extra round, that 8-4 finish, to feel a bit more comfortable in this situation. Because while they are ahead, it's not by much. But Jem, I think there's somebody we have to talk about before we go too much further in this.
We gotta talk about Ferret. That's crazy.
Yep.
Me and Rice were typing back like every 3 and 5. Oh, she's at 24
Another
and
3?
7.
Okay.
Like, absolutely crazy there. I mean, she's just beefing everyone in the server. Truly the raid boss, as AVRL was saying, in the server at the moment. And so much of a raid is struggling to... I feel like the shoulders of Ferret are very sore right now. The back is sore from having to lift her onto her to carry him, definitely needing to step up, as well as Bethany, who I believe is on 0 kills at the moment. I think a lot of those being stolen by Average Ferret, but the rest of TSG needing to step up in order to win this map. Kiss, though, looking... See, just
extremely well last time they versed, going 18 and 15, second frag, but here not stepping up as much. That was though the defensive half. They do have the attacking half, so I'm sure the rest of the team of TSG have something they want to say on attack. Let's bring it back to our casters.
Good news, Komodo, is we do end that first half with double digits found and finding by Sonzus and Soko. So let's just Ferret running away with the game, although she definitely is still doing plenty of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Makes me really wonder how much further she's going to be able to go on this attacking side, or maybe if it's just a defensive side thing. She's got a lot of timing now to work with here, playing that Viper role.
My mind does draw me back to a couple of those flawless rounds being found by Kiss on their attacking side that really was just brutal for TSG. And this was after some real heroics from Ferret. Reminder, she had an ace in there as well. And then further rounds where minimum 3k, a 4k round where she could have potentially have won, but just didn't have enough time remaining to get the defuse.
Oh, this one's
now
quick.
straight up the gut. Look at this.
And you can immediately see Sonzu, it's already falling on back, wants to try and get the right angle for the headhunter, but it gets just the head removed off. Meanwhile, Ferret doesn't have an option to be able to get through this wall, you would assume, and it's going to have to call towards the team that, hey, there can be someone behind this. We need to explore first, make sure that there's no cheeky positions, which we know Hale is going to be here, good for one, traded out, and that buys enough time for Kiss to get towards the site.
Actually insane that she got that one in there. Not too bad. Hale definitely wasn't going to be able to make it out alive considering how many players were around her. And as we slow things down, Kiss are a little bit confused. They're not too sure where the spike has actually gone. Last info was from Hale's death. And with the plant coming on through, and for the full retake, 3 members alive. Pretty limited util. Recon is available though. That's going to be the big tool.
Yeah, it just picked up with the time for it expiring. You got a shock dart as well, that if that's placed at yellow, makes things a little bit easier for this retake.
Revealing area.
There you go. Definitely tells you at least something. Shock dart, you called it. That's going to be big and deep. But Delay's going to come through to prevent the defuse. And with that, Anna falls. Tiff onto 3. Spreading the kills out a little bit more. The rest of TSG to get into the mixes will likely now bring ourselves to a 7-7 after this anti-eco.
Yeah, maybe tying it all up. And then it's anyone's guess if TSG are going to be able to run with this attacking side. Likewise of Kiss's kind of domination in the middle portion of the first half. Or maybe even AVRL, we're going to have another scenario here of a team finding a pistol and dropping the second round.
It's been pretty crazy so far today for those happening. And again, the opposite has also been true. Teams winning 3 in a row, sometimes 4 in a row in these opening pistols. Let's talk about the fact that Sumi is going to be walking down quite aggressively. Is she waiting? Okay, this is going to be good. Hale, what an excellent shot. Alana just not ready for it. It is going to be a trade coming on through. As the Sovas are going to be the ones falling away. You can tell that TSG were ready for Kiss to get aggressive, but they just weren't ready for someone to be on top of belt.
Oops.
Yeah, just headshot opportunities at the moment. You've already got these rotations starting to come from Kiss towards the B side as well. How much does Sonsus hear of it? Does she check behind her for the gun or just keep very focused on the players' positions? It looks like it's just going to be the latter, pulling that to the teammates. Sumi on the site.
No body there, surely. Soko. It's going to be Sumi falling first. 2 players alive. You're not expecting much yet. 7 on board, likely for TSG without too many more errors. Unless Sonsu's got something to say about it. My goodness, how is this so consistent? Headhunter. Oh, consistency though, fair. Will activate for 2 more, but Sonsu's just never truly out of the game. Incredible stuff.
Definitely has opened a few eyes on this chamber. Always feel like 1, maybe 2 or more with that headhunter. An early operator though into the mix of this bonus round here, AVRL. That's going to be quite explosive if it goes unchecked first, right? If you're not putting in a drone as Alana to try and figure out that that's in existence.
It's a glass cannon too. This is kind of dangerous because you're up against pistols and a stinger in play. You really have to be fast on that rendezvous. Would not want to see Sonsus take a chance, try and get too aggressive and greedy with a shot, and then dying and dropping the weapon. She's not going to get a chance to find that opening shot because it's looking like A so far. Drone coming on through, 3 on the deep end. Soko ready to swing, dash away. Right into the razor. Kind of stuck in this position right now. At least dodges away from the shock.
It just takes away a bit of the regen shields there. So it's not the worst, to be honest with you. Still, and then it's starting to move out that B is absent of TSG members.
Oh!
They do know it's going to be A. Now the op is known too.
That position's not going to be taken anymore. Oh my goodness. Okay, how about through the smoke? Slow and steady now because of the Sage Orb. Probably a long rotation for Sonses. Has to be a little bit considerate of potential players still lurking through mid, but time is starting to run out now. We still haven't seen a plant just yet. And now the kills start flying on in. Fair to Alana. Fair's at least got a big rifle to play through. We know she's been absolutely dynamite so far, but a 1 versus 4 might just be a little bit too much to play through. As Kiss is going to take the deserved gun round, but I got to talk about the fact that the operator has been revealed because of that one shot. This is not going to be a surprise operator anymore.
Yeah, you got to see some different pivoting though come out from TSG because their only real information game is going to be what Alana is able to find. Maybe you want to try and utilize the archros of Tiff to be able to confirm information and direct positioning as well instead of just being a focal blind. She is, by the way, 1 away from the Steel Garden, which could remove that operator, could remove the rest of the Vandals here. Might be an avenue for them to explore if they possibly can. But I think more importantly for TSG at the moment, it's going to be finding an open kill whilst the Resurrection's not online for Hale and just trying to solidify some sort of advantage in a round before looking to go for a plant.
Soko. Oh, the dash isn't that good, but Foul Burst will allow her to at least slip away into the cubby for now. Lily on the high ground. Could be pretty dangerous. And I might not know about this one. Steel Garden to come on through.
Spike planted.
Dropping some of those weapons. And the plant comes in. Looking a lot better for TSG. And unfortunately for Sons is going to try and retake with an operator. Might not.
I mean, Tiff still has 2 Razorvines here. I'm surprised she hasn't already just tried to deploy them over towards screens or over towards rafters to make this look a little bit more opportunistic for the TSG side to get this round. And the trades start to flourish now in towards it. In the toxins as well, you're taking a duel. It's the operator still finds the kill, the second to the headhunter, but it's Bethany to get the lasting trade. And once again, we're tied up.
Well, unfortunate there, you just see for the side of Kiss, Anna had Util out, dropping down from high ground, got a little bit of a sniff of Alana, but just couldn't quite land the shots. No gun available. And smart from TSG not to push into B because they understand, look, most likely, we saw the operator in the hands of Sonsis, would probably still be in her hands, and where is a chamber going to snipe from? Well, more than likely will be B. We're on Judge. Oh, there's so many members inside of this garage.
Oh, caught sleeping though. That's awkward. A decisive factor in this round for Kiss to answer back, and now it's going to have to be Sumi to call for some assistance from the team. Her feet outside of the cloud. Are they spotted? They are indeed. Unfortunate. Small little gap there, but it's time for Soko to try and see what she can do. AVRL, it's falling to pieces in this round now for Kiss.
TSG looking to finally find the lead for the first time on this map so far. 3 versus 2. Drone to come on through and a res onto Ferret, making things that much worse from Kiss. Hunter's Spirit, but just doesn't quite have a gun. Get a res, but not going to have the opportunity to do so. Wouldn't be resing into too much anyway.
1 enemy remaining.
You hate to see it as well.
Hello.
As the wall breaks, it's Hale down first. And outrons 4 alive. TSG on their 9th.
Risky to try and get that vertical wall going on down. Be the protector of a defuse, but as soon as you break that chunk, there's just someone waiting on the other side to immediately pepper you down. That's a roughie for Kiss. And now things go from bad to worse, AVRL, as well, because it's been 1 round that they've converted in the last 5 rounds. And that was the bonus, which is quote-unquote the one that they should generally be winning.
It's getting so dangerous. They've got a ton of ultimates, which is the good news. Money doesn't look amazing. Blaze Storm and Tour de Force. 2 ways for them to just cheat the economy. Viper's Pit on the opposite end, though. You are going to have to see Anna get creative on the Hunter's Fury. Again, one of those tools that you can use to clear the Viper's Pit, or at least give you opportunity to fight into it. to respond from Alana if they can get the post plant here for TSG. But a TSG 10 would be backbreaking for Kiss. This reverse sweep was looking so possible. You end the first half with advantage 7-5. Not the first time we've seen that. As a reminder, on Pearl, it was looking good in a 7-5 until we swapped sides and it all fell to pieces. And here's a fun fact. It was a TSG 8-round win where in the first 5, it was a 4-1 with the 1 coming through on that number 15, which is the gun round. And then it's got nothing else done on Pearl.
Yeah. We talked about cheating some of the economy here, AVRL. Exactly what Kiss are trying to opt for. Bladestorm, Tour de Force already in the server. A kill is a kill as well, by the way, because Bethany used the resurrection in the previous round to get Ferret back up. I do like the ambition as well, yet again, by the way, over on the A side of the map. Hale just going through the belt, scoping out that nobody is here. So this is 100% knowledge for Kiss that is going to be pivoting to this B site where you may have to get this pit down as Ferret.
Pit is going to be confirmed, but Hunter's Fury takes down Bethany first on the Kiss side of things. And now, long rotation from Hale on towards the backside, going through spawn. Could be a decent timing here. How are you going to break through this Viper's pit? That's going to be the difficult part. With Soko down, things get that much more difficult. We talk about how important this round is for Kiss. The economy could be broken again. Alana's going absolutely gigantic right now. Hale finally finding herself an opportunity on the backside, but just isn't going to be there. She's going to run for her life. A 1 versus 4 surely just can't be done, and she knows it.
Yeah, I was going to mention that she actually walled herself over the shear, and that could have been the linchpin in the round to completely undermine what TSG had set up. But the rest of her team were out of time. They had to start to go and clear the pit, start to go and clear the site, and just didn't, you know, let her kind of have the time necessary to go for that flank, that unexpected flank. Really unfortunate situation for Kiss, despite a pretty brilliant idea.
It's a perfect info round. I don't think you're going to get a better info round than what Kiss just got. Completely know what the game plan was from TSG. Just didn't really have the util or the wherewithal to stop the plant from coming on in. And once the Viper's pit was down, forward, minimal ways to be able to clear that one. Hunter's Fury already got burned. No Sissoko, no armor. Light armor for the operator. On board for Sonsu's as well.
Want to say maybe the exchanging of the Hunter's Furies too, by the way, right? Because Alana was holding on to it. Not necessarily with the 3K that she's able to pick up. This is kind of feeling like we may be setting up for a TSG victory here unless Kiss find this important round. Operator invested on a power line towards A. Meanwhile, for TSG, they're just slowly clearing certain angles around the map.
Ooh.
Oh, timing again.
4 breaks, and now the fight is on. Hale thinks better of it. Slow orb down, get away. We have 2 ships passing as well over on the mid side. Ferret into, and right below is going to be Anna.
I wonder if she can find this kill though, Ferret. Just look a little bit down. That's 29. 1 away from the 30 bomb now on this map, and the operator noted over at the A side as well. 30 seconds to go. TSG needs to start to still go towards this site. Lily, great shot on towards Sonsters, and now they set up for a post plant.
Yeah, this is going to be massive. TSG so many alive. A massive Alana ultimate on the Hunter's Fury still in play, and Ferret gets a freebie. It's just so free. You talk about the 30 on board now. And what do you do here if you're a Kiss? This is about to be 11 for TSG. Sumi doesn't even have a full gun. You don't have util for the retake. And you're broke on the money as well, which means Soko just has to run for it. At least Ferret goes down. And Soko, a second save. Last time it was Hale. Hate to see it. But for TSG, on the road to victory now, looking so damn good.
Bit unfortunate as well, by the way, that Soko isn't able to pick up the operator to continue on to the next round. So you know how powerful that weapon can be in the hands of either a jet or, most probable, a chamber on this map, right? So it's just got to be that Vandal that'll carry over into the new round. Hale does have a lot of money to be able to play with, but you kind of are incentivized for go for a bit of an investment here to try and keep TSG away from the series point, the winning point.
I agree. I think you have to play for this one. Sansa is thinking, okay, well,
Keep up.
trust myself on the headhunter. We've seen what she can do with that one, so you're praying now that that does work out for TSG. Doesn't require any faith, because we've seen the evidence of what they can do. What they can do is win championships as they look for the back-to-back here. 2 rounds away, dropping only a single map in this series. If they do so, Ferret now sitting at 31, still double the next person in the server, barely.
Oh, that's disgusting. Should call that illegal. It's happened again.
The raid's gone.
So it's Ferret though.
See if there's an opportunity to maybe find the opportunity to get the gun upgrade. Further 1-to-1s here. It's now going to be 2 versus 3. One of them is going to be Sansa's. Anna has a rifle available. Decent utility still on board for Anna. That's the good news. The bad news is Alana gets to fall off now. Play through for the Hunter Spirit that we've been waiting for so long. Sansa needs to be very sharp and just doesn't have the opportunity to get the kill. Bethany walks away.
Teleport's ready.
Barely realizing her opportunity, her opportune timing. Where's the Hunter's Fury?
Last player standing.
Not even going to use it. Alana's just going to be able to get that free kill. Anna can't do much more here. There's not going to be any time.
Gets one. But again, I feel like you're going to have to just put a premium on saving this gun for the next round. Again, AVRL.
3 in a row?
It really hurts. That's the problem right now. And the holding of the Hunter's Fury for Alana as well in a 3 versus 2, just playing on the fact that Kiss probably are trying to bait it out. So don't give it to them.
Oh my goodness, this is it. This is going to be 4 rounds the gap. Look, we've seen a comeback before. Yesterday on Split, it was possible. Divine made it happen. But can Kiss do it themselves? One more potential round between TSG and a qualification into Game Changers Pacific. As we see Glass Cannon come through for Soko. Sansa's back over on the light armor. Operator in hand, and you need to start seeing this operator get some value back over towards with that.
Well, reveal immediately on towards Soko. You want to continue to try and gather the B control or not. Operator investors from Sansa here. Great shot on towards Tiff and a double for Soko. This is where things maybe hold on for Kiss.
And how badly do you want to push into this operator? That is what TSG have to contend with. They get 1 back for their troubles via the res. Mind you, res is still available for Hale. But holding on to that one for a while. Drone is going to scout through in towards mid. That's good information. Mind you, the Soko has... Without the armor, Tiff waiting patiently for the peak. The silence is dead.
Yeah, could see the Arcros positioned to go through yellow as well. Just a dry peek. Though, find that frag, and they've overlooked Soko at yellow. Little by little, good angles being peeked up by Kiss. They even weathered through the resurrection in this one, and it's looking to result in a flawless one for them. Sansa. Hold on.
That's 6 kills in that round for Kiss to be able to clean it through in a flawless way to in a series of rounds where we had 3 in a row that resulted in saves. You didn't even on in. And you start to feel a little bit better about Kiss's opportunity here. Sumi as well, 1 away from the Viper's Pit. 1 away, Steel Garden on Tiff as well. And there's still the opportunity for a post-plant Hunter's Fury to be the cap on this entire series. I'm waiting for that opportunity for Alana.
Blocking sight.
Hunter's Fury could definitely be a decisive blow. So good a Steel Garden. 1 away for Tiff. Meanwhile, that operator for Sansa's, when she's finally been able to get on some power lines, she's been able to hit the shots.
Gotta be careful. Look who's above.
Oh,
there
but
again.
It's the trademark still being the guardian of that one. So for now, it's relatively okay.
No customers to be found on the cross. No, I lie. It's actually going to be Lily. As soon as we cut away from the angle, Sons is patiently holding that one, but positioning might have been revealed. Could be good info for Ferret to play off of. Like you said, though, trademark may prevent the punish from coming on through. TSG still just need one more round, but that one round starting to get a little bit difficult. Are they going to spot Hale? Not going to happen.
Oh, Bethany!
Oh,
no way! What a fadeaway shot from Hale.
30 seconds
Bethany didn't
left.
even clear the top screen's angle, and it's resulted in 2. Now for Ferret and Alana, they have to try and pull back a 2 versus 5 in 20 seconds. Spike in no man's land on the A site. I mean, that's the waters covered by Kiss. Now finally, this is a much better looking Kiss, isn't it? Flawless in all approaches in this round.
It's looking like deja vu. At what point, if you're TSG, you're starting to think, oh, it's happening again. Split is happening again. We are so far up. We got the match point. And then the 4-round comeback, pushing us into the OT. TSG so close, such a massive game from Ferret. As Sonses and Soko start to close the gap in the kills ever so slightly. And now the operator, multiple rounds in hand for Sonses, has been getting decent value. Back-to-back flawlesses. The confidence for Kiss is still there, despite them being fully backs against the wall.
Always feels a little bit detrimental to holding onto this map for Kiss, doesn't it? That operator. You see a world in which Sonses loses her life. I wouldn't mind Hale kind of narrow focusing on getting her back up. This is a little bit more fast for TSG towards this side, though. The Steel Garden goes in. A dash out from Soko. You want to get out here. Guns removed. Need to see some sort of damage, but don't tell me here, AVRL, that Hale's going to be able to do it again from above.
She can't see anything. That's the problem. Doesn't have the util to stop this one either. They want to break the wall, and if so, that would be the option for Hale, but just not the right angle for the wall. Tiny pixels walking away, and now this could be the potential end. We talked about it for so long, the possibility for Hunter's Fury to end things out, but a nice shot onto Lily. Hale converting as well. Numbers not looking good for TSG. Alana finally ripping through the Hunter's Fury, but is it going to be enough? No tags so far. You need to see a little bit more. Bethany and Tev start to light up the kill feed here, but the full defuse back behind the wall, and it's enough for Kiss to bring us to 11.
Oh, you had to go for the reload, so you can't break the chunk of the wall. Sometimes on Icebox, when you go into the 5 versus 5 retakes and there's a Sage, you have to go for something a little bit earlier on. I'm looking towards Alana as well with the Hunter's Fury. I saw that she still had 2 shock darts as well, right? Not planting for them to be able to maximize their post-plant utility. That is a retake that comes through from Kiss. And again, just holding down the correct lines. Sonses and Hale hitting their shots where they need to. Just no answer from TSG on the return.
Couldn't have really asked for a cleaner post plant either without actually starting out the round with kills. I mean, you essentially enter site plant, get to fade away, play through all your utility. But you sort of mentioned it here, maybe a couple of pieces of utility didn't end up being played at the end, not planted for correctly. But the consistency you're starting to see now from Sons is as we're one away from looking at an OT. How are we ending this one? KOMODO, this is really just riding on an incredibly thin line. We're either going to have an OT to finish off the map, or it's going to be the TSG victory.
I mean, Ferret is really trying to drag the team through the mud in this map, isn't she? Kind of been a little bit silent on this attacking side, all things considered, but I had a feeling of expectation that that might have been a case. Viper, a lot more fluid around the defenses of this map as opposed to the attack, so you need to see a bit of a step up from Lily. Need to see a call out the fact that Bethany is struggling a little bit in this map. Just a small little step up could end it here for Kiss's comeback.
Jonas going to push Soko off. The first movement will be found on round number 24. It'll be the last round, no matter which way you cut it, unless we go to OT. Last round of regulation, I should say.
Great dart.
Oh, that is a great shot. Hey, or just getting the punish. Couldn't find that shot last time. And by the way, Raid Boss down, and there's no pit. That is so important. This is why you want Ferret to go for the plant, so that you can get the pit. It's getting dangerous here. Across screen, so many members through this angle, spraying through the cloudburst now. How can you handle this green section as Hale just gets even larger on this map? They want Soko down, but Soko is tucked away. Still clean, still healthy. Solstice hasn't even rotated over. Assume he's got one more. We're going to OT. TSG just cannot hold on. 12 and 12 as we end regulation.
It's just another circumstance of TSG
Overtime.
kind of trying to get in towards the site, expecting different results before even trying to engage in any duels ahead of time, right? Definition of insanity. Trying the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. It does not work. They have not dropped off Hale from the top of that screen's position at all. And they have just been found yet again in the same position. Just not expecting her to be there.
Tense situation as we repeat history from yesterday's match. Split went to OT, and now we find ourselves on Icebox as a match point for TSG once again, hitting that OT. Split was also a win for Divine that pushed us onto the map 3 of Pearl. As for the first time in a long time, Kiss on the attacking side.
Need to see more depth in the attacking strat book to come through from TSG in the next round if they want to win this series here and now. They've given Kiss the chance at these resets, not having to worry about any of their economy. There is no operator though on this attacking side for them, but they have already scaled in towards this A site.
See ya.
Gritting shot, Soko finds it onto Alana. It's gonna make a problematic retake potentially now. Lily want to going in, but doesn't quite check the corner, doesn't know where Soko is, and this is just going sideways until we see a kill. At the moment, a 4 on her 1 versus 3. Time for redemption. Needs 2 more kills. More coming through. That's going to be tricky. You have to break the wall now. Got to swing for it. Isolating the angles. And Solstice has to do it all at a res. Back PSG suddenly himself in such a great spot, and for the first time it feels like in the map Solstice just can't quite the head. What a brilliant round from Bethany.
You know what else it is for the first time in the map, Avril? You said her name. It's Bethany. She has just become a different person in that round. Took matters into her own hands for what was a 1 versus 3, I believe, at the end of that, getting the resurrection as well.
Crazy. Bringing
up her buddy. You need it the most.
Certainly fair. Need it was your team be able to pull through in important rounds. It's Bethany once again. Final points. This defensive side has started to come through really strong for them. Despite rounds in a row after getting only that round 3 gun round, technically round 15, but 3rd in the half. 5 in a row for TSG. Just turn on the heat. But now their backs against the wall again. Might be out of the frying pan into the fire. You manage to get to the OT. OT.
Back to the end of last year for Icebox as well for this same TSG roster. Bar the changes. Ferret, Alana, and Bethany's core. It was Ferret who was absolutely fragile. He's just doing it here. Sort of position, unfortunately, but delivering when needed.
Enemy mark.
Confirming location. Gonna shoot around. They could try and exploit that, but it's risky when you consider that Soko is playing down yellow as well.
Sons is even gonna push up here as well. And find a kill. That is dirty. Alana, we feel a little bit. Given that you've drawn that got the tag on. Trademark, the only thing stopping further movement into kitchen. That's now been compromised. Bethany onto Anna. Even things out 4 and 4. Both your Sovas out of play. An unconventional round. It's going to be through. Unknown is going to be Hale. Look at this position.
I did mention though to you just before, Kev, that TSG needs something a little bit deeper in their strat book, right? Coming up with something that is very unexpected here. They do just have to be aware of a potential flank and they flip the script. They essentially turn into the
my gosh, she
defenders.
had the
That
shot.
is a sleeping moment for Hale.
Well, Sans is on 30 HP. Things are not looking good unless the timing comes through. Tiff is not looking. This is the opportunity. Surely you get the kill. No! Tiff has found it, and that might be the round. And it might be the championship as well. I mean, 2 alive. Yeah, it's all going sideways, and you're ready to feel the synergy.
Attackers
It's
win.
your back-to-back game changers, Oceanic champions, TSG.
Master class to come through from Ferret on this map of Icebox here as well. But throughout the course of this series, Kev, it's not just her. It's been the whole team. We know they're going to be celebrating right now. But yeah, they played really well, gonna say.
Heart racing towards the end there. Couple of missed shots that may have landed us in a further couple rounds of OT. But my goodness, TSG, they had to really fight for this one. You won't say it was an easy grand final, but you will say that for TSG, they're the favorites to come into this one for the first time in their history as a core of a team, whether it's Swaglord 9000 or as True Synergy Gaming, dropping a series and then finding their way into the lower bracket, having to fight tooth and nail up against Divine, coming through into a grand final where they lose the map veto advantage, come through on a Lotus that no one has ever seen them play before. They beautifully win that one, drop a map, and then still able, in the OT, when it matters the most, find some incredible rounds to bring us to the victory.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be meeting with Fennel Female and Reignite Lily from Japan. So we've got 3 teams now noted in who are going to be at Game Changers Pacific. There's still more to be played, of course, to see who's going to be there. But Kev, that's it for us here. It's time to hear the analyst and then from the winner.
What a fantastic grand final we have been blessed with here at Valorant Game Changers Oceania 2025. We have our winners. It is going to be TSG True Synergy Gaming, and they will be our representatives for Game Changers Pacific.
Yeah, the reverse sweep from Kiss will be denied, ending in a 3-1 here for TSG. But man, they had to struggle to get this win, Rice.
Yeah, 3-1 in the entire series. And that final map, they brought it back to overtime
It was so
once
close.
again. It got extremely close down to the wire. We could have gone to a 5th map, and Split was also a little bit shaky for them yesterday.
Yeah.
But they were able to bring themselves over the line. They fixed a couple of mistakes that they had yesterday against TSG, and it brought themselves this win.
Yeah, I'm sure incredibly relieved here for TSG that they're not only able to win, but stop it here at Icebox. Completely agree with what you're saying, Rice. I feel like if it got to Split, that would have been a bit shaky for them. So I think very much happy that they've ended it here at a 3-1. And what a tournament from them, Rice. I mean, we've seen this call for a while now, but this is the hardest they have been pushed. So massive kudos here to Kiss, able to push TSG massively here. But oh my god, Ferret. I mean, we were talking about Ferret during the half. The casters were talking about Ferret as well. She was unbelievable in that last game of Icebox, Rice.
Absolutely unbelievable. 34 and 18. I mean, we were saying earlier, like the casters were saying as well, this might be the Ferret show. And also Sonzu's being the MVP, I think that's kind of fitting. They did have a little bit of a Cypher battle in the previous map we just had as well on Sunset, and had a couple of 1v1s there. And so both of them being the top frags of both of their teams, it's absolutely wonderful to see these amazing players pop off like this.
Yeah, but my gosh, Ferret just leaps and bounds over literally everyone in the server here and was on a heater as, you know, the map started, and it just continued to heat up as the series went on. But I do also want to give a shout out to Bethany because she really turned around at the end, and I honestly think she's the reason that they were able to close out that map.
Yeah, those key rounds at the end, in overtime. Well, Bethany had a very quiet series, especially in that first half on defense. Bethany able to step back up, get their head back in the game, and completely like turn things around for them in overtime.
Yeah, I wouldn't say she had a quiet series. I think you mean the map. She had a quiet map.
Sorry, quiet first half. Yeah.
Until the end there. But some interesting stats here. TSG being a little bit more of that clutch team, and able to win more fights here with less people up here. First kills going towards Kiss, meaning that TSG were playing at a disadvantage more often here, but they're able to squeak it out. But it does go to overtime. This map was incredibly, incredibly close here, Rice.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, you can even see Kiss going 5 flawless rounds, which does speak to say when, you know, Kiss won, they won extremely strongly those rounds quite often.
Yeah.
And had quite a lot of those first kills, but TSG able to use a lot of their strategy and experience to be able to come back from some of those rounds that they were in a deficit in and come back from the overtime that they found themselves in.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that experience from TSG is really what ended up letting them win this series here. Is I just feel like they're so strong as a unit. Their mental is solid. I mean, it's so much to play here in OS, and they've done it a number of times, and they've played a number of grand finals as well. But to also play overseas against, you know, some of the best teams for game changers in the world in Pacific, I'm sure that experience massively helped them out for this. But I do want to point out, I think this is the first time in a little bit that TSG have managed to, you know, win a map in overtime and win a map that was so close. I feel like all the maps that were really close, they ended up losing, and they were, you know, more poised to win in a dominant fashion as we saw earlier in the series. But they're able to squeak out this overtime win, 3-1 series for them. I'm sure they're extremely happy and proud.
Yeah, TSG do seem to in this tournament so far, in like yesterday and today, they seem to have like crumbled a little bit in when they were pushed to the edge like this. But when they do win, as you mentioned, they're very dominant. So this is like one of the first times we've seen them in overtime take this win, at least in this stage 2 playoffs, and they look absolutely amazing. Now Ferret 34-18. We don't usually see on TSG a player with over double the kills of the next second person, but that speaks to how good all the team members are. But Ferret in this map definitely stood out.
Yeah, did you think that she, you know, washed her hands and splashed some water over her face, as Ferret was saying in the interview? Yes, I mean, we're on the Viper here for TSG, just working absolute magic throughout the entire time, right? And I think Kiss a little bit afraid of her here on the Viper. Be too if I was in the lobby up against Ferret, who was just really on a heat.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, she said she was like yesterday when they lost split against Divide, and they washed their hands and came back strong in that second map, and she came back strong after losing that previous map of Sunset against Kiss just now. So she definitely comes back. She definitely bounces back quite well as a player individually after a loss, and it's phenomenal to watch that fortitude, that experience shine through Ferret.
Yeah, absolutely. And I kind of feel like this series being as close as it is, and I feel like the people at home might be like, it was a 3-1, like it's not that close. But I think that last map was incredibly close. And I think for us, like, we haven't seen this core be pushed much at all here domestically in OS. For them to be pushed that far, I think is actually going to aid them massively in the future, as they should have the tools, you know, both gameplay wise and mentally, to kind of aid with that in the future should it happen again.
Exactly, yeah. I think I'm excited to see how this team goes up against the Pacific in the later on in the year. But we do have Bethany on the line for our winners interview. Let's come and say hi to Bethany.
Hey!
Hello! Congratulations!
Hi.
Congrats on the
Thank
win,
you,
and
thank
congrats
you.
on your invitation on your way heading towards Game Changers Pacific.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's gonna be second run.
Yep.
But yeah, hopefully we'll do better than we did last year. Oh, I feel like jelly, bro. Like, I'm stressed.
You performed really well in those last few rounds, Bethany, being able to clutch up for your team. You still feeling that jelly effect? Is that why you're still quite
I, like, bro, my hands like weren't working. I'm gonna click. It was bad, but nah, that like first round of OT, like, yeah, I felt like a beast, you know, so we're all good. Yeah, I just wanna can I just say a few things?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, like, us as like a team, like, we've had such a rough year with like rosters. I don't think we had like a consistent 5 for more than like, I don't know, 2 months. And like, there was actually a point in time where like we were really like demotivated, and we're like, oh, like, I don't know if I like want to play anymore. Like, it was a low point for us, and this was pretty recent actually as well. It was only probably like a few weeks ago. But like the pickup of Lily and Tiff hopping on board, like, it's such like a strong roster, and I think that's what separates us from like other teams. Like we just have like a strong 5, and like I don't know, very happy to be able to represent OC again. So big love to the team, and shout out Skiltsy. That guy's so smart, and shout out like everyone that's doing like all the stuff in the background, like Freezy, Excalibur, and booking all our scrims. Like I have so much love for you guys. But yeah, that's all I want to say.
Yeah, your team definitely looked really strong. As a unit, a coherent unit, I think that does definitely speak to your coaches and your teamwork, as you're mentioning, being able to come together as a 5, because generally your team is able to share the load quite a lot in all of your games so far, and able to work together as a team to be able to get these rounds. Very disciplined team, I would like to say. So I think you guys should be proud of yourselves and proud of your coaches, of course, as well, for getting you this far. I want to ask a difficult question here, Bethany. In that map you just had, you did have a bit of a rough time in that first half, where you, I would like to say, we're a little bit quiet in that first half. What did you think helped turn you around to be able to actually clutch up the game in overtime and actually win that map, win the entire series, I guess, for your team?
If I'm being real, it's watching Maddie just like click heads, bro. Like she was so sharp. like she was just like so calm, and like we were all like panicking because obviously like it's a high pressure game, and I'm sure anyone that's been like a high pressure game can like agree that like it does get really intense. Like it's such like a mental like game. Maddie was just so calm headed, like she was just tapping away, and I was like, that's my teammate, and I was like, bring me home, Maddie, and like I don't know, I don't even know. It was just. I need to work on it personally, but yeah, Maddie brought us home. We had a few good maps. Got a lot of work on moving forward, but no, I'm very happy with how we played, and I love my team. God bless.
Yeah, absolutely. It was such a great win. 3-1 there. We almost went 3-2 to the end at split, and I'm sure you guys are relieved that you didn't have to play another map because it's more time and more things to think of. So 3-1 victory, absolutely massive. Do you have anything to say to your teammates?
I love everyone. Like, we had so many impactful rounds. Like, everyone had their own rounds. Everyone had their time to shine. Few quiet games from me, but I felt like I had some pretty big impact in the server, like calling wise. I had some good reads. Yeah, I don't know. I can sleep well tonight. That was stressful.
Well, you definitely deserve a good amount of sleep. You definitely deserve to sleep, rest up, and of course study hard, because you are going to Thailand. I'm pretty sure that's what Pacific is. You are going to Game Changers Pacific. So good luck with that. Good luck for the rest of your team as well. Work hard, and please represent us, Game Changers Oceania, well.
Thank you, guys.
Congratulations once again.
That was Bethany from TSG, one of the winners of Game Changers Oceania 2025. Back-to-back winner, by the way, back-to-back representatives of Game Changers Oceania. We will be seeing them later this year for Game Changers Pacific to verse out against all the other teams that are going to be going there. It's going to be amazing. Make sure you guys stay tuned for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for this squad and for the core of Swaglord 9000 in particular, to be able to kind of continue this lineage here, it's interesting to hear from Bethany that, you know, the team was in a really like kind of dark place a couple of months ago. But now that they have their 5, I think they're looking absolutely fantastic. And I'm sure they're very happy that they can represent Oceania once again and hopefully bring back the crown to Oceania for Pacific.
Yeah, that would be definitely the dream. I believe in this team. I believe they will be able to do us proud over there overseas. But of course, we do have to end today, and we'll see you guys next time. Make sure you guys stay tuned and watch our winners of Game Changers Oceania as they fight it out in Pacific. Thank you all for watching. Bye-bye.
Bye.